I don't know if I made it back in time or if it just opened up a new stream. Sometimes it does that. I hate it when my streams go dark like that. Alright, well, everything's restarted, I think. Sorry about wiping clear your, Where the hell's my video at? Oh, there you are. No, why do you always gotta be this way, stupid poopy camera? Gotta fight you. Alright, I guess I'm back. I don't know why my PC crashed, whatever. PC crash. Hit it when my streaming PC crashed. That's the entire purpose of having a streaming PC, is so the streaming PC doesn't crash. Still does it anyway. Alright, I'm back.
Hey, did you just drop internet for a sec?
Now my piece of streaming PC blue screened.
Oh, that's never cool.
Yeah, it does it occasionally. I might need to, like, rebuild this PC.
So didn't you just build this one not too long ago?
I mean, it was brand new when I put it together. Like, but the problem with the blue screening is weird. It never happened to me on my other system. It's only happened to
Hmm,
me on this one. I don't know what's wrong. I don't know why it does it.
interesting.
It might be because I need more memory. I don't know. The error I get is always like an IRQ, like hardware address error, like memory issue or something. Like it says that it ran out of like possible addresses.
Hmm,
Like my streaming PC stays on for like a million years, and then like eventually it runs out of memory. It got the problem when got very diminished or infrequent when I increased the memory from 16 to 32 gigs. So maybe I just need to increase it even further. I actually don't need the 128 that's currently in my computer. I mean, 128 was overkill, and I knew that. I could probably take like 64 out of my PC right now and shove it into the other computer. See if that fixes it. They use the same DDR4 RAM anyway.
Good afternoon, gents.
What's up, Con? That's the Coninator. What you been up to, Con?
Nothing. Just cleaning up stuff since getting back from vacation.
Oh, that's right. He was on the vacay.
Florida for a couple weeks.
Firing off all my arrows away, and I'm firing all my arrows coming back today. Akmel the Cursed. It's quite a name. Akmel.
hmm.
Hate when it does this. Messes up all my doojanks. Messes up all my doojanks. That's good enough for now, I suppose. I need to go download the old thumbnail and put it back on here. Thumbnails. I need to figure out how to change my default thumbnail too. I don't know how the hell I do that. Apparently it just keeps using like some sort of like, oh, I don't even know, like my channel banner or something. But it's weird. But it's weird because my channel banner has like different sizes, and it was like designed to go into a specific program that uses those different sizes in a way to create like a, I don't know how to put it, like a multifunctional banner that's capable of working on like your phone, your TV, or you know, your computer, etc. Like depending on what resolution you choose. Like it was designed with like a multi-resolution solution in mind, and they're literally using like the full multi-solution like resolution banner image, which is really strange. Are there any other unblockable melee attacks? I don't really know. I don't think so. I don't know about melee.
I mean, smite, technically.
I'm pretty sure you can still block smite.
Can you?
Yeah, it's physical damage. It can't be. You can't dodge it. Like you can't evade it, but it doesn't.
I guess technically it always hits. It doesn't mean it can't be blocked. So yeah, no, that's right.
Yes, exactly. Charge strike is, I don't know. It does have a melee component, and the melee component isn't really part of the ability, but it is blockable. Yes. The actual effect of Charge Ball is magical. Like, it's more of a magic attack than it is a melee attack. It just happens to have, like, you swinging the weapon. Other than the fact that you, like, happen to be swinging the weapon, there's really not a lot more to that. Perhaps. But you said melee ability. I mean, there's other ranged abilities that function very similarly. I don't know if Berserk falls into that category, since Berserk converts 100% of physical to magical. I don't know.
I mean, it still has attack rating, right? So it still has to land to do the damage. Theoretically, at least. In my head.
Maybe that's why it can still be blocked. Bael, 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 shoot in a Bael, shoot in a Bael,
Oh my god, when I was killing normal Bael, he summoned the clone 4 different times.
Ugh.
He wasn't doing any damage to me, but it was annoying as hell.
Pew, 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 pew. Look here, Bael. You got way too many tentacles for your own good.
Some may say not enough.
Way too many tentacles. I'm gonna fry them up. Couldn't give them to Cody for good eats. Bael, 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 really slow, Bael, killing Bailey, Bael, Bo, Bael, Bailey, Bael, Boo, Bailey, Bailey. Really slow, killing Bael. Come on down and get some mail.
All things considered, you're killing them pretty fast.
Pew, 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 pew. I see a lot of X's. He does have a really high block rate. I'm not currently unblockable, so.
I know, but you've already gotten down to a freaking sliver of health in all of a minute or two.
My brothers. Oh, look, you made a clone, but he's got no HP. That's so cute. Why would you do that? Why would you make a clone? Why? Talrosh's Chambers on TZ right now? $230%. It's got like nothing else good on it though. What's up, Tweeriel? It's okay, I got my own portal, Tyrael, don't worry about it.
You know what ability I wish kind of had a synergy? Inner Sight.
I mean, sorry, OP's all get out.
It's really strong, but like, I would say like, per level of Pierce or something like that, give it 1% overall defense drop instead of 1% added.
Alright, well, I mean, we could do some testing, or... I feel like I want to try some testing. I want answers. I don't know what the answer is for Bo. I mean, I don't think Crushing Blow is necessarily, like, a bad thing, but I also don't think that Crushing Blow is, like, good enough to the point that it will actually make a huge difference. And knowing exactly how much is enough would be... you know, very useful information.
I think it would make more of a difference if you were strafe or something like that, more on the physical side. I'm not so sure about.
I also want to see. I also kind of want to see like how much damage, or how much quicker it is with like the full Monty. So we're gonna have to. I'm gonna have to copy out my my single player save. So for those of you who don't know how I do this, I'm going to show you how I do this. So what I do is I go to my Diablo folder. I got a little shortcut. I go to the Save Games folder. I take my whole Diablo Resurrected folder and I cut it. And I put it into this folder right here, which is my single player saves right here. Single player saves. Why is there a folder in here already? I guess I must have copied instead of pasted at some point. And then once I do that, then I go into my all saves and I go copy, paste. I did copy, didn't I? I did do copy. Okay, so I'm stupid. So that was where I messed up. Okay, so you're supposed to cut. We'll just delete this one. Alright, and then that loads our other saves. I do believe we have the Unblockable Amazon in here. It should just be GGM Unblockable. Yeah, she's already in here. So what we need to do is we need to add some test items for the purposes of checking how quickly we can potentially make like a declone kill. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add in some very specific items for the purposes of like declone testing. So before we get to anything else, how is it that when I smite with my shield, my sword breaks? Thanks for the donation, Balthazar. And yes, that is exactly how it works. When you smite, your sword breaks. I don't know how, don't ask me. Your shield should break. That should be what's happening, but no. Put a Zod rune in your sword. That's what I actually did. I used to put a Zod rune in my Astrions. For all the declone tests that we need to. Alright, so we're going to change these items. And what I'm going to do is we're just going to change like one thing. So, chance of crushing blow, we're going to change that to 25%. And then we're going to duplicate that. My hunch is that there's going to be like a specific percentage of crushing blow where like it just doesn't really do anything and there's no change.
I would think you'd have to be probably around like 70% to have it go off regularly to be effective.
I just don't think crushing blow is really worth it, and I think we're going to run into a situation where stacking too much of it isn't really going to be all that useful. That's essentially what I'm working off of right now. Okay. We also need a testing armor. I can't remember what armor she's using. I think it's just a chains. I'm pretty sure that's what I ended up throwing on her was a chains. So we're going to make a modified chains of honor that basically makes her invincible for the purpose of the test. If I'm running around and I'm like trying to stay alive, it's not going to help me any. Like figuring out which one's the better damage or better the quicker kill. I need actual results. So let's just take a Chains of Honor.
Nightmare Andy dropped me an Iron Jing Bong and a Rock Fleece.
And we're just going to take Cold Absorb.
That Rock Fleece is going on my Merc.
Cold Absorb %. Fire Absorb.
Is that the helmet? The rock fleece?
No, that is the body armor. Physical damage reduced by 10 plus strength. DR5.
It's going to be the most...
It's not the best, but it's decent.
These are making me want to play D2R, except I don't want to get burned out before the season.
We're just testing characters offline to see, for the Amazon run.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if I'm gonna stick with doing a magic arrow with my Valkyrie, or if I want to go a different route on the bow side. do guided arrow or just do a one top freezing arrow and max out the freeze length rather than the damage. Or if I want to go Javi and Spear. A lot of things I could do.
Making a broken tank armor so I can sit here and absorb all this damage.
Alright. I got to... I lost my train of thought.
There. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Alright, I also want to import some poison charms. I want to see if having a poison charm versus not having a poison charm makes a huge difference, or whether it does nothing at all, basically. So let's grab just like a... I'm sure we got like a crazy... Yeah, so here's like a 451 poison. Let's just throw that there. Now what else did I want to test? I can't remember. That should be good enough for now. It'll come to me eventually.
This thing's pretty sweet.
Wait till you see this ridiculous charm I just made. I mean, armor I made. I have this, I did this before with like the barbarians, and I set up like a testing set, and I literally just sat there, gave them like an armor that made them like invincible to all damage, just so I could hold down the button and see how long it took to actually kill something. All right. That should be good enough. Let's go find the unblockable character. You wish you could stack 451s? I mean, you can if you find them. Isn't that the entire point? Huh. I don't have the Chains of Honor. Did I must have messed it up. Probably added too much stuff to it. No, there it is. Never mind. Haha. What? I don't got enough strength for it. Not enough strength. Not enough strength. Do. Not enough strength. Not enough strength. I can always just respec, I guess. I didn't realize she had a worm hide on. It's an odd choice for me. I believe she does need to be respec'd anyway. Of course she doesn't have any of her respecs.
Yes?
Do I have a token sitting in here anywhere? A token. Anybody a token? Just one little token. Okay. Time to open up the other version of Diablo. This is the one that has the infinite respecs. Alright, infinite respecs, go! Alright, so what this gives us the ability to do, let's get a baseline of everything. So we're going to 20-point magic arrow. Let's go ahead and 1-point wonder. Those 3. $17 on the Valkyrie. Probably end up going 20 points in critical strike and 20 points in penetrate. Still leaves me 29 points to spend how I want. I can put 20 points into Valkyrie and have like a ridiculous Valkyrie. Still end up going like 16 olive aids. Could dump the rest in inner sight or something. It doesn't really matter. This character's going to be absolutely silly. Alright, so we need a Tamir. We're at level 49. Okay, we're at level 49. I actually want to test this. I want to see like the difference between 49 and 48 on Uber Diablo. Like that's the first thing I want to check. So let's just check that first. Let's take our Soj.
Can I help you?
Like with no other changes, we're gonna go ahead and spawn our Uber Diablo. We're on P1, right? No, we're on P8. Okay, so that's gonna take a while. Let's see if we can get a timer running. We need a stopwatch timer, and we need somewhere to write down the times. I should probably let the Merc die too. I totally forgot about that. Ugh. Let's get the Merc killed. I feel like I need to redo this one because the Merc was in the way and it kind of messes things up. Also, I'd like for the stopwatch to be on stream so you guys can see it too. Let me pull it up on the other computer instead. Alright, window capture. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okay. When is it worth throwing whatever topazes you get and whatever helms or armor you have? Is it ever worth throwing 3 or 4 perfect topazes in a helmet or an armor? Yes, it is. On my Magic Find character is currently using a 3 perfect topaz helmet. It's just Magic Find. I mean, when you need Magic Find, you need Magic Find. So getting as much Magic Find as possible is definitely good. It seems to help with dropping like rares and blue items, and I mean, you do sometimes see more uniques and sets, but it's less often than the rares and the blues. It'll help you early on to find items that can potentially, you know, like work to your advantage. Alright, there's a Soj. Alright, attempt number 2. Ah, come on, hurry up. I don't have Cannot Be Frozen on this build? That's terrible. Well, that just screws up all the results, doesn't it? It Cannot Be Frozen. Like, the chilling is completely ruining it because he randomly chills me, and of course that's going to completely skew the results on like a random basis depending on whether or not he hits me or not. We're going to have to utilize a Raven Frost.
What do you need?
And redo it again. I'd rather do this on P1 too, so it's quicker. There's no reason to do this on P8. It's just going to make things take an extraordinarily long amount of time. You wouldn't want to fight Uber Diablo on P8 anyway. Cough, cough, Barb Nation, cough, cough. Alright, he's already got damage to him, but this should be alright. First thing I want to check is I just want to see if like the unblockable status, the level 49 magic arrow status, actually does make a huge difference or not. Seems like I'm still missing on occasion. I don't think I put 20 points into penetrate, did I? My attack rating might be kind of low. Had to check that after this one. One minute. 1 minute 37. Okay, just randomly running off into the distance. We'll say 1 minute 38 since I did, like, couldn't get the timer running exactly. So 138 for base level 49. Alright, the next thing I want to try is base level level 48. So the reason for this is because if you go below 48 and you go to 49, from 49 to 48, you lose the unblockable ability. So I just want to see if the unblockable ability is that much better, if it's worth going for the unblockable status, or whether or not, like, does it make any difference at all. So we're just going to take one bow and crossbow skiller out, so that'll bring us down to 48, which brings our conversion rate down to 99%, which should technically still have physical damage, which puts us back into the category of blockable, right? So you can actually block us now. And we'll see if the 50% block rate, or whether or not we're even really unblockable. I don't even know. I guess we will see. Let me go ahead and reset this before I get started. Clear. To 1,000. There we go. 2 seconds off. It's not bad. I'm getting life leech now. I think we'll also test guided arrow and strafe as well. Just curious. I mean, he does still has like 50% physical resistance, so it's not like his physical resistance isn't great. I mean, it's not like the best thing in the world, but like comparatively, I don't know. Problem is Uber Diablo only has a 50% magic resistance, whereas the Uber Tristram, you know, like Pandemonium Diablo has 75. A little bit more difficult to test. I got M&Ms. You guys gonna get M&Ms? I got M&Ms though. A lot of M&Ms in here. So 228. So the question of whether or not the unblockable status matters, I think, has been very clearly answered. That hitting level 49 makes a huge difference in our kill speed. We went from 1 minute and 38 seconds to 2 minutes and 28 seconds. So we almost went a full extra minute just for simply removing one skill point from the level 49. That's kind of crazy, actually. So we 100% are bypassing his block chance. Because level 49, like the difference between these two characters, level 49 and level 48, should not be that vast. And I feel like now that we have such a drastic difference, I feel like we need to do a second test. So let's do a second test of level 49. And so number 2. And then we'll do a second test of the base level 48 as well. We need to make sure we have more of like a accurate example. They should be very close together, regardless, so we shall see. So since we're already still equipped for the 48, let's just do another 48. Where you at? There you are. Come on over here, buddy. Alright. Start. So, test number 2 with 48. I tried to get closer to him this time because he was dancing around a little bit last time. I don't know if that's going to make any much difference, but it's worth a try. It's crazy. It's just not even close. Like, I'm looking at the time. We're already passing, like, 128 here in 4 seconds. And Diablo's, like, nowhere near dead. It's crazy that, like, that one skill point makes that big of a difference. I need to check my attack rating after this one. Let me just make sure that my attack rating is high enough to really get like good shots on him. That was Iswal, not a demon, and so tanky. Took me like 5 minutes. Yeah, Iswal has like one of the highest hit point pools in the entire game. I always like to use him as a like a gauging stick for how good my DPS is running. $235. Okay. So I think we confirm without a shadow of a doubt that the level 49 is better. Let's do another check on the level 49 version. Our attack rating is 15k. Even without the +1 skills, it only goes down by like 100. That's negligible at best. And the damage changes by like a couple points.
What do you need?
So we're going to check this one more time with the base. And then we're going to start getting into some other nitty-gritty stuff. And we're going to check stuff out. Yeah, Iswal's an angel. He's not a demon. Even though he did get kind of demonified. Alright, so this is back to level 49, so we're back on the Unblockable. Testing the Unblockable magic arrow. So what I'm seeing by this test is this tells me immediately that, like, the blockable status, like the ability to completely avoid the block chance of Uber Diablo is huge. The only other thing that I think we should probably test is maybe like guided arrow versus this, just to see if guided arrow is potentially better than the magic arrow for this. I don't know. One minute 2, 1 minute 4, 1 minute 5. $20, $23, $24, $25. Seems pretty consistent. Looks like this one's going to be a touch longer than the other one. $130. I totally did not mean to click on that, but $130. Actually, it was a little bit faster. Okay, never mind. Dang. Alright, so now we're going to start changing things up a little bit. We're going to add in some other things. Like, one thing I'm curious about is, like, does a little bit of poison damage make a huge difference for this? Let's try adding in just a little bit of poison damage into the equation. I do not believe I have any poison damage charms on me right now. And I'm not using any form of poison damage in equipment. I do not believe so. Okay, so the first step is to take that 451 poison small charm, and we're going to slap that in here. And I just want to see if it makes any considerable difference in the overall output, or whether it makes no difference whatsoever. That's test number 3 or 4 or 5. I don't know what we're up to now. I would assume that the answer is no negligible difference, like maybe a tiny bit of difference, but nothing too insane. Come over here. Come over here first. Get you in melee range first. Random skeleton, man. Alright, so this is 49 with the poison small charm. Just one 451. I mean, I can't get hold of. If I could maybe get hold of one 451. It'd probably end up being like a 217 or 227 or whatever the hell the lower one is. Theoretically, with the way that poison works, it shouldn't add much at all. I mean, it shouldn't take any time away at all. Maybe a second or two. The only thing that it does is it ensures that the monster doesn't go into a regeneration state, which could shave a second or two off if Diablo was ever going into a regeneration state at all. But it looks like to me that we're not going any faster. If anything, we're like a hair slower, but I mean, that's within like variance. So like 145, 146. I'm going to say that's within variance. So that's not outside of just like I got hit a couple more times than what I intended during that particular run. Like maybe he knocked me back a little bit more than I wanted. It was only like 4 seconds off or like 5 seconds off. I mean, we could try it one more time. Let's do it one more time just to see if we get like a baseline. Maybe I just got really unlucky during that one. I mean, it could possibly be that he just hit me a couple more times than what I had gotten hit on previous runs and made it a little bit more difficult for me to land the hits because I was getting interrupted, but I really don't know. I wouldn't imagine it would make it slower. I mean, the general idea of poison damage is that it either does nothing, which is actually pretty common, by the way, for it to do nothing, or it does just like the barest amount. But don't really expect it to do nothing. Come on, come on. Ah, dang it. Oh, that was messed up. I don't know what the hell just happened there. My boy just started running off into the distance. Redo. It's a good thing I put like 60 sojas in here for this testing.
Can I help you?
Skeletons are messing with my test. It's part of the faith bow, unfortunately. Oh my god, will you just... I gotta switch back and forth between my computers and it makes this somewhat difficult. Okay. Seem to have arrested the situation. Does bow matter for this test? What do you mean, does bow matter? What's the question? The variables we want to keep the same, so the bow stays the same. I mean, we can potentially test other bows, but that's not really what we're testing right now. What we're testing is, like, methods for speeding up the kill of, like, declone and whatnot. Like, we tested to make sure that the actual unblockable status of the magic arrow is actually functioning, which we proved without a shadow of a doubt that it was actually functioning, because the difference between level 48 magic arrow and level 49 magic arrow was a very large amount of time. Like, we're talking about, like, 2 minutes and 30 seconds versus, like, 1 minute and 30 seconds. So just like one additional point was pretty massive, because getting that 100% physical is huge. You know, I think I'm currently on, because I'm seeing life leech above my head. Did I take one of the charms out of my inventory or something? I think I might be on level 48, not 49. That's okay. This will just be for the level 48 test. Why not? Because we're going above the number and it's taking a lot longer. And I am seeing occasionally some life leech numbers. Well, I don't know. There you go. There's another life leech. Life leech, life leech. This has got to be the 48. I must have accidentally removed the charm. What is that, like 206, 205? No, I'm still at 49. So that was like really terrible. I don't even know what the hell's going on with that one. Why does it seem like the poison charm is making things worse? Is that even a possibility? The poison charm making things worse? That doesn't even seem likely. I mean, the first one was only mildly worse by a small degree. The second one was worse by a degree of, like, ridiculousness. Like, instead of 38, it was like 48 with the poison charm. And instead of, you know, like, this time it was like in the 2-minute range with the poison charm. That's kind of ridiculous. The poison charm actually brings down my damage. Is that even a possibility? Next thing I wanted to check was increasing crushing blow. I wanted to see how much increasing crushing blow made a difference. So let's start with a dramatic test first. Let's go to like 75% CB. Just to get like a really silly. Does it actually speed it up by a large degree, or like what are we talking about crushing blow wise? Like what does it actually do for us essentially? So let's do one more test. This time we're going to do it with, what do we have total? So we're currently at 75% chance of crushing blow. So we're going to check this with 75% CB. I want to know whether or not CB actually has any significant advantage on range. Like I feel like range doesn't really benefit from it all that much, but a test with Uber Diablo will give a much better idea. These stupid little skeletons, man. Alright, so this is with 75% crushing blow instead of the base, like 15% on the boots. Oh, come on. What? I don't know why it's doing that. I really don't understand what the hell's going on. I have a keyboard and mouse switcher, and the keyboard and mouse switcher switches my mouse in between the two computers, which is pretty easy to do. However, for some reason or another, like occasionally I'm getting messed up with the
Not in town.
boobies. That test was looking pretty promising too. The crushing blows seem to be making a rather huge difference on the kill speed for him, especially with the 50% block chance completely gone. Alright, attempt number 2. And that time is looking pretty hot. 36, 37, 38. Are we gonna have a sub 1 minute declone kill? 46, 47, 48, 49, 51. I think that's what we were at, was 51. So let's put this down here. So level 49 plus 75% CB. What was it? 51 seconds. All right. So what I want to test now is I want to like work my way down the list, and I want to see like where the optimal point is in crushing blow for this test. So we're gonna slowly work our way down. So we're gonna go from 75%. I prepped up all these boots in advance, by the way, specifically for this reason. So let's go to 65%, and let's do another test.
Afternoon.
Man, look at that repair cost. Holy Jesus. What is that? 2,265,647? Okay. My bet is that we're going to see very minimal gains if we're going up to a really high percentage, like 75%. I don't think was really worth doing. I think like even something as simple as like 50% will probably have an equally good result. %, was 46 seconds. For some reason or another, slightly better than the 75%, which I don't really understand. You'd probably have to do like a whole bunch of these runs to get like a median score. That was like 47 seconds. Let's try with the 55%. 55% next.
Can I help you?
The goal here is just to get a understanding of like what is too much crushing blow for how this works and what is not enough. Obviously it seems like the little 15% crushing blow that we have isn't quite enough if we're talking about trying to get optimal killing speed on something like Uber Diablo. And of course this is going to apply to all bosses. So in the future, as we go forward and we fight like Uber Diablo, Pandemonium Diablo, Uber Bael, Uber Mephisto, Uber Iswal, Uber Duriel, you know, like Lilith, regular Diablo, regular Bael, regular Andariel, regular Duriel. Like whenever we're farming anything that requires large amounts of physical damage, or large amounts of damage in general done to a boss over a short period of time, like now we got an answer. So we're sitting at 1 minute 5, roughly 1 minute 5 for 55%. since this is our base time at 1 minute 30, then this is actually really close to our base time already. So we're already starting to get closer and closer to our base time. Let's do 45% CB next. The thing that that I'm like worried about with this is that when it comes to stacking Crushing Blow, you can get carried away with it, and you can end up with a really large amount of Crushing Blow. And then you sacrifice a whole bunch of other things in the process. So you start sacrificing little things here and there to get your Crushing Blow, and before you know it, you got all your Crushing Blow, but was it really worth it? Like, did you actually lose more than you gained, essentially? So finding the optimal like rate here should actually help us tremendously. Like when we're deciding on our equipment, we're like, okay, well, how much Crushing Blow is enough? And then we look at this chart and we're like, okay, well, enough is exactly how much we have. Because we know the answer already. I don't like this one. He's moving around too much. And I started it like 2 seconds before I actually started firing because I did it backwards. We'll just subtract 2 seconds. Right in the winter. One minute 2, 1 minute 4. One minute 14. Subtract 2 seconds, so like 112. Alright, let's change it down to 35% CB. And then we know what we're shooting for. The only one left, I think, is 25% from the, yeah, we got 25%, and then the 15% is like the base one that we were already using. So we only really have to test 25% and this one next, and we've got all our CB numbers.
Afternoon.
Probably be good to do multiple tests, but I feel like we're seeing the results that we need to see. Come on, get my mouse. Boom, 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 boom. $35% is pretty easy to get. So is 25%. So is 15. I mean, 45% isn't really out of the question either. You could very easily be wearing like a War Riders for 15, and then you could wear like Blood Gloves for 10. $106. Alright, so 106. 1 minute and 6 seconds for 35% CB. And we got 25%. I mean, I feel like when you get into these lower percentages, what it comes down to is like your luck, basically, or like how it's rolling. Because why would 35% outperform 45%? Well, the answer is you got a lot of bad rolls on 45%, but a lot of good rolls on 35%. So maybe 35% isn't necessarily a bad number to shoot for. 25% CB is next. I'm assuming that's going to be a 1, because they've all performed at like 1 second, 1 minute or higher. I don't think there's any reason to question that.
At your service.
Oh, I messed it up. I don't know why it does that. It's something to do with like the swapping over between the two computers or something. I don't know. Alright, again.
Afternoon.
An item has been sacrificed to the Lord of Terra. Kind of both, actually. We were first testing Magic Arrow to make sure it was actually unblockable, which it is. And, can I have my mouse? Thank you. We're gonna have to add like a second to that, because I was slow to click on the thing. I feel like this one's gonna get messed up because there's too many monsters attacking me. The moral of the story is every single time I take an attack, that's a faster hit recovery. And faster hit recovery attempts are gonna stop my arrows from firing, so it's gonna be different. It's gonna be a different outcome just simply because there's a bunch of monsters shooting at me. Like, you notice how I don't have a steady stream of arrows coming out of me anymore? Like, they keep stopping every now and then because the other monsters are hitting me. You just, like, you'll occasionally see the arrows just stop moving. I mean, the result might still be mostly the same, but I have a feeling that it's going to be a lot slower than some of the other results that we got, just simply because of that. Like, we're already at 110, 112, 113, 14, 15, 16... So we're at what, 120? I'm gonna have to redo this one because I don't feel like that one was legitimate with all the monsters beating on me the entire time I was trying to kill them. We gotta give that one more go. This is the last CB test anyway, so. We got no more soldiers? Okay, we got more soldiers. Alright. Test number 7,345. Commence. Alright, let's try this again. Clear you out. I don't know why it takes so long to frickin' switch over. Alright, so this is 25 CB, take 2. Boom, 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 boom. You can see the CBs happening too. 1 minute. 110. So 116. I mean, that's pretty decent score. So I mean, we have essentially like multiple scores here. So 15%. These are both 15% CB, by the way. So we could put 15% CB. We don't need this. All right. So we got 15% CB results in just a minute 30, 138 for like, you know, whatever. I mean, it doesn't even really matter. Like 15% CB is so low, it's easy to obtain in multiple different ways. Obviously, you could do blood gloves, you could do gore riders, you could do goblin toes. There's a couple different CB sources you could add on. There's some body armors that you could potentially use. It's not really like impossible to add in a decent amount of CB. The problem is that getting to level 49 kind of takes most of that out of the equation. Like you can't really do a lot of this stuff and still get level 49 on the magic arrow. And once you drop level 49 magic arrow, your kill speed goes way down. I'm curious if... Let's do one more test with the poison charm. I don't know what's going on with the poison charm, but the poison charm seemed to be like negatively affecting the outcome, which was really weird. So let's just go back to the 15% deadly strike pair. So our base, the base crushing blow. Let's try one more time with the poison charm. I'm so confused as to why the poison charm would be bringing down my overall kill speed. It doesn't make any sense. I feel like there's got to be something going wrong in the calculation or something, or I'm messing it up somehow, or like I don't know. I don't get it. Okay, so this is base with the poison charm again, just to see. Like, I really don't understand why the poison charm would be bringing down our overall kill speed, but it definitely did indeed seem like that was the case. $45. Man, I'm already getting freaking copyright notifications on my previous live stream. Minute 22. Doesn't look like we're gonna make it. 138 is the time it normally takes for the base run. We're already almost past it. I do got one guy attacking me down there, which could mess up the results. Every single time, it's gotta be some little thing. They could, like, slightly skews the results. 150. Okay. Unfortunately, we had a monster attacking us, so I think we might have to do this again. I'm over here putting in, like, dispute claims on the copyright notification. I have to literally go through the process of disputing every single copyright claim. It's so tedious.
What are they copywriting you for?
The music that I'm playing from the Pretzel Rocks catalog, which is listed as YouTube safe. So the thing about the copyright system in YouTube and like a lot of the copyright systems is that a lot of the times the people who own the copyright aren't even the ones making the claim. So like you can upload anything. Like it doesn't matter. Like you could get like a Bon Jovi song and you could go upload it and say that you own it, and then you could just claim on anybody that has Bon Jovi on their thing. Even if like Bon Jovi himself was like, look, I want everybody to be able to use this for free. It doesn't matter. Like Bon Jovi's not claiming it, but you can claim it. And they can just upload any music they want into the catalog and say that it's mine. And they don't actually really go through the process of checking to make sure that it's actually theirs and they actually own it. Then there's also like other issues, which is where the companies themselves are trying to make sure that they get their revenue, and they think you're just playing their song when really you're playing it as part of the catalog that you purchased through a website. So then you have to go through the process of being like, look, I purchased this through this catalog. You're the one that sold your rights to this catalog, so take it up with them.
That's just stupid. All
Yeah.
the stuff they have to go through for that now.
And like, and the silly thing is like the revenue from the videos get held for like 30 days, like in escrow, while they figure out who has the right to the stuff. I mean, and the stupidest thing about it is we're talking about like pennies most of the time. Like it's literally holding pennies in escrow. The other thing, weird thing is that like sometimes they come up and they have like a sharing revenue, and they don't say how much they're taking. So there's no like indication of like what the split is. Are they taking like 10%? Are they taking 10 cent? Are they taking all of my revenue? Like the sharing revenue thing is really vague on YouTube to the point that like you don't know whether somebody is being relatively innocuous, and apparently there's what's called like tracking copyright claims where they just simply throw like a 0 sharing on your thing just so that they can track that their music has been played. And then there's ones that just straight up disable all monetization on your video because they're like, oh, yeah, you can't monetize your video because you played this song in it. And I go through this all the time. I literally have like just right now, how many is on this video? This is that 2.5 hour live stream from before because it crashed. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 claims, and they're all preventing me from gaining any revenue from my video.
Jesus, for just a little
In
bit
2
of a
hours?
thing that you did today. That is
Yeah, in 2 hours.
absolutely ridiculous.
I don't really understand it, to be honest. Like, I've never really understood the whole like completely lock down somebody's video from monetization just simply because I, like if I have an 8-hour live stream and I play like a 10-second clip in my video, why is my entire 8-hour live stream now locked down because of your 10-second clip? Like you didn't put that much effort into the content on my video. I'm sorry to tell you, like your 10-second clip was not the driving factor in my video.
I'll never understand that. But that's also why I'm not a businessman.
Okay, let's get these monsters out of the way so we can get an accurate test. I haven't touched Uber Diablo yet, so he's probably going to, he'll just regenerate anything that happens anyway. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go. I need to know the secret to this poison problem once and for all. Like, is the poison damage somehow like interfering with the magic damage or something? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
The only thing I could think is it's overriding a damage tick that you're doing with your arrow every now and then.
Well, it's my understanding that it was the other way around. So it's my understanding that, like, when you hit a target with any kind of damage, that it automatically overwrites the poison damage in return. But maybe there's, like, a hierarchy for all we know. Maybe there's some sort of hierarchy of damage types, and, like, one damage type overwrites the other in, like, a sequence of damage types. And maybe magic damage just gets overwritten by poison damage for some reason.
Could be. I don't know.
I mean, this is a good test. There's no monsters around hitting us. It's just me and Uber Diablo, so... I'm using the base 15% crushing blow boots. So we'll find out for sure with this one, I think. I mean, granted, with 15% CB, there is a bit of a variable to it of whether or not you get, like, lucky, but... I mean, if you got lucky a couple more times other than others...
You could have 90% CB and not hit a single one. It's unlikely, but it could happen.
Okay, so we are approaching 130, so now we were within the time frame where we normally kill him. The highest one I had was like 138. We are passing 138, but just barely. 142, 143. I mean, it's not much of an increase, but it is an increase. And it seems to be like the poison charm is actually making it worse, and I don't know why. Which doesn't make any sense. It's completely counter to what you would think logically. Like, additional damage is additional damage is additional damage. On top of that, the poison charm also prevents regeneration. So if there's ever any kind of issue where the monster was having an issue, like where he even ticked a regeneration tick for like one tick, the poison should technically make sure that that's not happening. But it seems to be doing the opposite, and it's just making the entire thing silly. I don't understand those. Understando bandos. I have this amulet that has 2042 poison damage on it. We put that in there instead.
Over how many seconds?
20 seconds. I
So
cheated
100
that one
damage a second, basically.
Okay, I want to do one more test here. Do I have any more Sojas to sell? Doesn't look like I do. Okay, I seem to have ran out of Sojas, so I'm gonna go get some more. We gon' go copy. We gonna go copy. Alright, where you at? D2S, copy. Paste, replace. I want to do a couple more tests. One thing I want to check is just something really simple like strafe and a guided arrow. Checking both of them to see if they're technically faster than magic arrow. I don't necessarily think they will be. I mean, technically you could put amp on the target, but that's disingenuous because throwing amp on the target would immediately like disqualify the results because most people are throwing something like life tap on the target to stay alive, or they're throwing like lower resistance to lower the resistance to actually kill him quicker. Like there's a couple particular reasons why you would want to not use amplify damage or decrepify. There, plenty of sojas for more tests. I'm also kind of curious whether like a high CB test actually like increases the speed of say like the level 48 instead of the level 49, so the unblockable version. I feel like high CB with the blockable version is probably going to be not very good because you're still going to be getting blocked 50% of the time. So having a higher CB I don't really think is going to make a huge difference.
Right, so I'm in Nightmare Duriel. My level 24 Valkyrie is not even taking damage from him. This is beautiful.
Alright, so clear you out.
He's just wailing on her. That's right. I think after I kill him, I'm gonna go to bed.
Go to bed. Go to bed. Bum 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 bum. 31 seconds, 34 seconds. See, the thing is crushing blow always helps a lot to get down to a certain like point at the monster's HP. Then once you get down to that certain point in the monster's HP, crushing blow doesn't really tend to do very much anymore. And then it comes down to like what are you actually doing damage-wise. And I'm assuming that like in this particular case, since I no longer have the unblockable status, we're going to be looking at a much worse time than the equivalent over on the unblockable version. Or the unblockable version. So 114. So if we compare that to the 75 CB with the unblockable, we got 51%. So 48 plus 75% CB. I mean, if you look at it from a certain perspective, that's a huge decrease in time. So, like, while yes, it's not faster than the unblockable version, it did, however, go down a very large amount from the level 48 blockable version.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't I take any damage? I have some armor on specifically used for testing Phantom. So I'm basically trying to remove variables from the equation. Like if you got to sit there and run around and dodge things and chug potions and all that other stuff, then you're not going to get an accurate test. So I hero edited in a specific armor like for the tests so that she can just stand there and not take damage. I'll show it to you in a second. Okay, let's do tests with guided arrow, and we'll also do a test with guided arrow and strafe, both. What was our optimal like crushing blow there? Like looking at the results, I mean, 25% CB still did pretty good at 1 minute and 16. 35% was 106. 45%. I guess I got unlucky with the rolls there, but it was 112. I mean, it didn't really seem like going as high as 75% was really worth it. Like, yes, I gained some time, but it wasn't like that much more time than some of the other ones. Let's do like the level 49. Then let's do instead of the 75%, let's test out the 35%. The 35% seemed to perform like the best out of the lot, and that is achievable. So if you had a pair of Gore Riders on with 15, and then you threw like a pair of gloves on with 10, I mean that's already 25%, and I feel like you could squeeze in a little bit more here or there somewhere. Not exactly sure where though. I mean there are options, but there's not a lot of like crazy. Oh yeah, there's the ridiculous armor if, you know, for the purposes of testing. It basically just takes out the variable of having to worry about like what's going on. All right, let's test out guided arrow first.
Can I help you?
My hunch, like if I'm gonna give you my hunches before we even start the testing. I think guided arrow and strafe are gonna do very poor by comparison, but that's just me. Is that it? We done? I mean, theoretically... Oh, come on. How does that even happen? I don't even understand how that happens. Like, I got a target lock on Diablo, and then the target lock just disappears, and all of a sudden my character just starts running in a random direction. I don't know why that happens. It's weird. It only happens sometimes, too. Like, it doesn't happen all the time. It only happens sometimes. Like, there's like a moment where Uber Diablo like disappears or something, or like phases out of existence. And when he does that, like I can't stop him. I lose my target lock or something. I don't know. Oh yeah, I forgot this test has arrows. So that's one of the benefits of running Magic Arrow is that you don't have to worry about arrows. So I'm gonna have to fill up on arrows every single time before we get started. So I have 1,000 arrows. Let's see if 1,000 is enough to get this done. Why don't you come over here? How about that? So I stop running off into the wild blue yonder. I would just spamming bone prisms on me. Alright, well I already touched him, so... There it goes again. Just randomly running off into the distance. I don't understand why it's doing that. It does whatever it wants to do, I suppose. I wonder if it's something to do with like the mouse software or something.
Can I help you?
So dumb question, but are you holding shift when you're attacking him?
So what I'm doing is something very strange. So I have two computers, and I have one keyboard and mouse hooked up to both computers. So what I do is I just hold down the mouse button on Diablo, and then I switch the keyboard and mouse over to the other computer. My computer no longer has a keyboard and mouse hooked up to it, so there's nothing to interfere with it. So what happens is it just retains the last input from the previous time the keyboard and mouse is hooked up, and then it just fires at Diablo infinitely until I switch the keyboard and mouse back. And usually it works without a hitch, but sometimes it does that, and I don't know exactly why it's doing that.
Gotcha.
I mean, I could try adding shift key into the mix and see what happens.
Might, because I've realized it just randomly runs you around sometimes if you have it on your left click. as your move. So if he moves too far away, you're gonna move. It's a weird, stupid glitch.
So I'm already noticing like guided arrow is just missing a whole lot.
Does him being by the
It has
looks
to
of
do with this 50% block chance. So he has a 50% block chance, and I'm seeing tons of blocks. I mean, granted, it's still doing its job even with a 50% block chance, but
I wasn't sure if him looking like it's a TZ affects anything. For Uber.
is it TZ'd right now?
I mean, it looks like it has it around his name.
I'll check and see. Because if it is, that messes up the results, obviously. Oh, there we go. One random monster just wandered over to say hi.
Of course they did.
He was regenerating there for a second. I didn't hit him enough times to keep open wounds up or something. I don't know what's going on. I saw him regenerating. I mean, 1 minute 30 is my time for Magic Hero with the Unblockable, so we're slowly passing that. He's almost dead. He's regenerating again. So several times now I've noticed that he's been regenerating. I'm unable to keep hitting him like enough to keep applying open wounds. Like many times he's losing his open wound status and he's starting to regenerate. That's obviously changing the results quite a bit here.
What about prevent monster heal?
I have prevent monster heal.
Oh, you do?
Something's wrong with him. I don't know what it is. Prevent monster heal is on the armor. Yeah, he's TZ'd right now. We might have to go somewhere else. It's obviously messing with it. I don't know what stats he has when he's TZ'd. Maybe his stats go up. We can go to Arcane Sanctuary instead. We'll try it there. Yeah, he is. The other monster wandering over definitely messes with it. 100%. That's why I redid several of the tests, because a random monster would just walk over and start beating the crap out of us. Stop. Stop. What the hell are you doing? Stop. Just randomly walks away. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here. Let's cozy up together.
And it was like the only doorway in the place.
Straight to the doorway. I think I see what's happening. It's because he's moving out of the way. It's because what's going on is he moves out of the way of my mouse, and then what happens is I guess because the mouse is clicking, that I'm clicking in that direction instead of clicking on him or something. I don't know. It shouldn't do that though, because normally when you get a name lock on a target, it doesn't matter where the target moves or what's going on. As long as you hold down the button, usually you're fine and nothing changes. But I guess there's something weird going on. So we just gotta make sure he doesn't move, that's all. And that there's no monsters nearby. And that he's a punk. Okay, the last one we don't have to, but I like to say that. Because he's a punk. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Click and switch and... Are you gonna let me click? Are you gonna let me click? Click. Okay, there we go.
Oh, timer.
Got it. Click button. What are these? Click the button. Gonna click the button. Tell me what to see. Clicking the button. Button. Gonna click it everywhere for me. Pom 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 pom. I mean, we may have to, like, if we're doing these magic arrow characters, you might have to end up using some guided arrows anyway, just to regenerate your life. Because if you're running a very high level of magic arrow, you're not going to get very much leech back.
I'm not focusing on my bow skills. Sitting at 50-50 right now on my damage, and it's actually working out pretty nice.
I keep seeing him regenerate every now and then. I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm watching his HP, and then he just regenerates, and then he's... So 1 minute 30 is pretty comparable to the magic arrow. That is very comparable. So we can put down guided 1 minute 30 with 35% CB. So 35% CB is comparable to the 15% CB magic arrow, but it's quite a bit higher than the 35% CB with magic arrow. You're talking about like an extra 24 seconds. Let's try strafe next.
I'm gonna let you have fun with that. I'm off for the night, Ginger. You have a good one, sir.
Alright, see you. Gotta do my empirical testing, con. Alright, so next is strafe. We almost ran out of arrows. Interesting. 1,000 arrows might not have been enough. It was like just shy of 1,000 arrows. That's kind of crazy when you think about it. Alright, let's see how strafe works. I mean, I like strafe. I think it's a fun ability. I think strafe probably will do very well. We'll see. Can you get off the
with
portal?
a bowl or a pole arm? Strafe.
Hmm?
Strafe is with a bow or a pole arm?
Yeah, strafe is a bow skill.
Oh.
Strafe is where you fire like 10 arrows in quick succession really fast.
Oh.
Apparently I ain't got enough mana leech to keep freaking strafe going. Look at my mana dropping like a rock.
Yeah.
I mean, this test doesn't really tell us anything if we can't keep the ability running.
Yeah.
Does that mean guided arrow is unblockable? No, guided arrow is definitely blockable. I think if guided arrow was unblockable, I think the result would be much better. Much better.
It is an honor to serve you.
I don't know how to take care of this mana leech issue. Unfortunately, we're like stuck in an odd situation. There's no mana leech on anything. I mean, technically I didn't need mana leech for this build, so I never really cared. I mean, we could switch out the Bull Cathos for another Surge, which would give us more mana. Lose life leech, but who cares for the test. And then, Unfortunately, we can't lose plus the skills. Actually, we could lose plus the skills. I don't think it really matters for those. Because technically... it doesn't really matter. Because the plus the skills don't matter that much for the way that this functions. And we can drop the CB since these have 8. We can drop this down to like the 25% pair. That'll give us a comparable result. I think just that much amount of leech should be enough. Another Soge for the pyre. Hopefully that'll be enough leech. I mean, it's only a 11 mana cost per shot. It's not that big of a deal. It's definitely still going down. It's going down much slower, but it's definitely still going down. Will it last? It seems to highly depend on whether or not I land the hits or not. Like, that's what seems to be going on. Like, am I actually going to land the hits? If I don't land the hits, then it doesn't work. I mean, I guess I could maybe chug one of the mana pots. Yeah, let me switch this back and I'll have to manually control.
The pleb way of doing it, huh?
Yeah, manual plebness. Stupid
Actually have to
plebs.
play the game
Oh
with your
God,
fingers.
why do I have to do it this way? This is for plebeians. Peasantry. So strafe with basically the same stats. 115. Only downside is like I have to have mana leech for that. I hadn't like budgeted any mana leech into this build whatsoever. So strafe. What is my CB percentage? It's not 35%. It's 33%. And what did I say it was? I just brain farted. Was it 115 or something?
Yeah, it was 115. You said.
I mean, comparatively to the level 49 35% CB, it's still slower. But my assumption is that there's something going on with strafe not being able to hit the same target with all the arrows. I think like even though it fires 10 arrows, I think the problem is that it doesn't actually like hit the target every single time. I think there's like a brief period of time where like one arrow hits the target and then the next one can't because it's in the next hit delay state. And then the next arrow after that hits, so like 1 out of every 2 hits the target. So instead of it being like 10 arrows, it's more like 5, I think. But it's still a lot of the arrows, so you're still hitting the target like 5 times. I did see a lot of X's though. I mean, it's not a terrible option, and if you can deal physical damage, it seems to work. Obviously, I could put more points into it, like if I wanted to max it out or whatever, and try and get everything succinct. I don't know. I kind of want to try out one of these others just for lulz. Like, what about Cold Arrow, as an example? I mean, I know he has relatively high cold resistance, but we could always give it a try, just to see. I'll have to respec.
You have to get the synergies too for it. I saw there was like some ice.
So you don't
arrows.
have to get the synergies, but it does help with the overall damage. Let me make sure I had 20, 21. Okay, I remember pretty much what it was. So 70, 15. 115. Alright, so 20 points there, 20 points there, 20 points there, 20 points there, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 1, 1, 1. So in this particular case, we get 100% conversion at 49 too. Why do we suddenly not have level 49? What changed? Oh, that's right, I took off the gloves. Alright, so we're gonna put the gloves back on. Let's go back to the 15%ers. Like, I'll just do the base test. I was thinking about putting this energy in. You know what we could do? I think it'll make a good test. So let's test to see how much this energy actually adds. Like, second-wise. Like, what does it reduce off the total? You know what I mean? Like, if we add this energy versus not adding this energy. Like, what is that 20 seconds actually going to buy us in the grand scheme of things for, like, killing an Uber Diablo or something?
Do you need 1,000 arrows too?
Yeah, for this one, probably going to need at least 1,000. I seem to be able to do it in under 1,000, though. I mean, that's promising. I wonder if there's a mana cost problem with this ability, too. Oh my god, yes there is. Holy crap. Yeah, this ability sucks some mana straight down the drain. Okay, then. That is some high-level suckage. I think we're going to have to do the test manually on this one. Just going to have to bring in a whole bunch of freaking mana pots. I'll just bring like a whole freaking stack of mana pots. If I can't do it with one full belt of mana pots, then I guess I just can't do it.
How may I help you?
Alright, not to redo it. Because of course he's already been damaged. That doesn't help the test. I mean, I'm getting the results I'm looking for. I'm trying to see like whether or not crushing blow actually makes a difference. Even though it's not visually like apparent that one is going way faster than the other, obviously we can see that it is going faster. So like we are decreasing the overall time to kill a boss by having crushing blow. So, I mean, having some CB on my character is certainly not going to hurt things in terms of killing bosses. Apparently having poison damage does, though. Alright, I'm going to have to start the timer before I fight him, since I'm going to have to actually do it manually like a pleb. Alright, and I'll just have to chug the potions right at the point when I'm about to run out. Gotta get them blue Smurf lips. Come home from the bar and your wife just knows you've been making out with a Smurf. I told you not to be making out with them Smurfs. He's dirty. Well, this is going extremely slow. I can't say that this method is really all that much great. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if it's because he's still blocking the attacks. It doesn't seem like Cold Arrow is unblockable. Like, I'm looking at the number of X's that are appearing on the screen. You see the number of X's? And I know those are not all misses, so he must be blocking, like, the majority of the hits that I'm making. I just lost a $50 bet that you would be streaming Monster Hunter. Is the new Monster Hunter game any good? I'm really not a big fan of Monster Hunter. I don't know why you make that bet. Like, mechanically, I think Monster Hunter is really cool, but I've always felt like Monster Hunter lacked a soul and had, like, no real, like... I don't really know how to explain it. It's like duty sex. You know what duty sex is? It's like where you, like, make a... Or, like, your wife has sex with you because it's part of her duty, and she's, like, not into it at all. and she just, like, lays there like a cold fish. Like, part of our contractual marriage agreement is to have duty sex. Today is for duty sex. I will lay on the couch and not move. You can have your way with me.
At least it's not the other duty.
Like looks angry at you the entire time. Like, sighs. Like, are you done yet? You know what Monster Hunter reminds me of? Monster Hunter reminds me of Transformers. You know about the story behind Transformers, Con?
No.
So when Transformers was being developed, they had a comic, or they had an idea basically, and they had the names of the Transformers, and they had like the leader and all that other stuff, and like they didn't really know what they wanted to do exactly, but they kind of had like a rough outline of the story and like what they wanted to achieve. But they sucked at making toys. So they contacted Takara. Takara was the company that made the Transformers, the actual toys. Then they took their story and they matched it to the toys, right? So one company that was really bad at making toys but good at writing stories got together with the other company that was bad at writing stories but was good at making toys. So I couldn't kill him even with like a full bevy of potions. That's unfortunate. And essentially they ended up making a masterpiece because like one was really good at one thing but not the other, and the other one was really good at one thing but not the other, right? Well, the thing is that like I feel like Monster Hunter is very good at the mechanics and making the game work, but they're just really bad at the story, and they need to get together with like somebody else to write the story. we need somebody else to come in. Like Elden Ring is basically Dark Souls, but what's his name wrote the story? George R.R. Martin came in and helped them write the story. Like that's basically what happened. That's why Elden Ring changed. That's what Monster Hunter needs. Monster Hunter needs somebody else to come in and write the story. Maybe that's what the new game is. Maybe somebody else came in and helped them write the story for the game, so it actually has some kind of story to it. Now, but they got really cool weapons in that game, and there's cool armor, and like, and then you just spend most of your time just going outside of town hunting monsters, and the monster hunts are boring, by the way.
Tell me your troubles.
I never had a boss fight before where the boss like didn't want to stand still and fight you. Like, imagine if you were in a Final Fantasy game and there was a boss, right? Like, I don't know, like Bahamut or something, right? And you go to fight Bahamut and he runs away. And then you go hunt him down and you try to fight him again and he runs away again. And then you try and find him again and he looks at you and attacks you a little bit and then he runs away again. And you have to like go find him and like tie him down to the ground just so you can fight him. And man, the fights in Monster Hunter are so boring because of it. Like, you literally just spend most of your time just running around the jungle trying to find the boss monster to fight. And then once you actually find the boss monster, he fights you for maybe like a minute or like 60 seconds and then immediately decides to run away because you're not worth it. Either that or he's just so overpowered he just like stomps you into the dirt, one side or the other. I didn't really have much fun in Monster Hunter. I understand why people enjoy it. I wish there was more to it. I wish there was more soul to it. Like it had a like it wasn't just like poopies. Poopies. Oh, okay. So Cold Arrow is not at 100% conversion at level 49. So that's the problem. So apparently it needs one more skill point to hit the maximum conversion level, and I don't have it. So does one more skill air bring me up to 100%? It does. So Cold Arrow takes level 50. Well, that's terrible. I mean, we could maybe try this one more time now that we're at 100%. Just to see if it is indeed unblockable. It might be unblockable. There's a possibility. I think we're going to run into another issue, which is where I'm going to run out of arrows, though.
Oh. Gotta get rid of your cube.
A lidless wall and a CTA. Huh. I mean, you're right. I gotta get rid of my cube. Okay, so if we try this again, let's try this one more time. That was a very disappointing showing from Cold Arrow, so...
Yeah.
Hopefully this makes a bigger difference now that it's at 100% conversion. Actually, now that it's 100% conversion, it's going to cost even more mana. Because I'm not going to be able to leech anything anymore. No more leech. We don't know leech. You want the leech? No, we do not have leech. Leech is for people who want to leech. You are not a leecher. Trust me, I know leechers, and you are not one. You are what they call a squid. Not a bright or smart squid, but kind of an ugly, like brownish goo kind of a squid. Like the kind that you will catch and then immediately throw back and say something like, ew, what is that? I can't believe I caught an ugly, nasty squid. His face is really twisted and it's quite ugly. I'm trying my best to like tactically use the potions too so they last between the runs. So I'm not like wasting any of the juice. I don't want to waste the blue juice. Don't waste the 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 juice. A lot of big names streaming it tonight, and I argued you would be there only because you're pretty ditto on with trying new stuff. Still love you anyway. I mean, if you send me $50. Alright, Jep. If you send me $50, I'll go buy it. And then I'll play it. Okay? Then you win the bet. And you can get the $50 back. See? See? Now this is a transaction. Either way, you're going to lose the $50. Alright? But I can spend 50 of that dollars on snacks for Kubus. Kubus said, I like snacks. I either lose $50 or break even. Well, yeah, technically, if he sends me 50 and then he wins 50, then he breaks even. But if he loses 50, then, yeah, he just loses 50. So you either break even or... Yeah. I mean, we still got an hour and 24 minutes. Alright, so it definitely is a hell of a lot better with the level 49, so it does seem like the Cold Arrow is also unblockable if you hit 49. Still, the mana cost is insane. It's like 2 minutes and 59 seconds, though, and like we're nowhere near like close to killing him. I'm pretty sure it has to do with like really high resistances to cold, most likely, which is yeah. Okay, let's try with the synergy now because we didn't have the synergy. So I think without the synergy, it's pretty much garbage. So let's just go ahead and put 20 points into Ice Arrow, which is the synergy for Cold Arrow. That gives us a pretty huge bump in the cold damage that's being added to the attack. So it just adds a huge amount of like raw cold damage in. Let's see if that's enough. What's up, Bart? How's it going? Let's take a look at this new Monster Hunter game. Monster Hunter, what is the new one called? Is it called Wilds? Monster Hunter Wilds. I can almost see upper coochie. Dang. You know they did that on purpose. That's not how a lady should ride her horse. Or chupacabra, or chocobo, or whatever the hell it is. Cody, quit whining. It's weird. Yeah, it looks like a Monster Hunter game. There's a pig. There's a cat. Mm-hmm. Looks like they tried to add a story in. I got it muted, by the way.
All right. Good night, Ginger.
All right, good night, Con. Says the story is about 15 hours long. "15 hours isn't a particularly long story, but there's a story there at least." Interesting. I doubt it. This game plans to unlock in approximately 1 hour. Oh, so it's a midnight launch? Midnight launch. Stay up all night playing Monster Hunter Wilds? What? 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 I mean, I'm seeing a story. Like, that's what I'm seeing. Like, I'm trying not to spoil myself like crazy, so I'm not really paying much attention to it. But it looks to me like there's like a thematic story, which is kind of cool. Like, it's not just run around and find monsters and try to kill them like the previous versions. Like, it feels like there's more to it than just that. I don't know. It could be fun for a couple days. 15 hours. It's like 2 streams. And we're done. What's up, nostalgia? All right, so who's paying for it? Come on. I ain't got the money to pay for this game. Who's paying for it? Let's do this last test real quick. I need to do the cold arrow with the synergy test, so we're going to try it with the synergy this time. I don't know if the synergy is going to really make so much of a difference, but we're going to try it with the synergy. You're doing some LK runs. Nice. Hope you get something really sweet. Pew, 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 pew. We going to fire our arrows at him. He's going to wish I didn't do it on a whim. I'm gonna keep on firing all day long while I sing a stupid, crappy song. I mean, as far as safety is concerned, there's definitely an element of like slowing him down, making it so he's attacking me less often, which is definitely there. Mana cost is like through the roof, and of course the fact that it converts all physical damage into elemental damage also means that I'm not getting any leech. No life leech, no mana leech, which could make it potentially very difficult to actually kill anything with. I'm using a testing armor Tomac specifically for testing out DPS. I'm trying to check and see if I can check and see the things, and I can't do that if I am running from the fire. So I put an armor on my Amazon for testing purposes to see if it can work. And if it does, then I know that this is better than that. And I just need to make Diablo go splat. Think about it like this. If you're trying to test out DPS, then survivability is not part of the equation. So if you remove survivability as part of the equation, then you can effectively test the DPS of something better, easier, more effectively, right? Later, you put survivability back into the equation after you figured out which one is the superior DPS. So essentially, I made an armor that takes survivability out of the equation so that I could do the testing properly. I think we already have our answer on Cold Arrow, is that Cold Arrow is doing relatively no damage to him. I think if we had negative cold resistance or something like that, it could potentially work, but there's very few sources of negative cold resistance that we could use effectively here. I don't even think we're going to make it to kill him completely before we run out of potions, unfortunately. I mean, the way I figure it is if I run out of potions, that's pretty much the end of it anyway. That's the last of the potions. That's the last of the potions. That's the last of the potions. That's the last of the runs. Let's switch over to Magic Arrow, see if we can finish it off. It's still like 3 minutes. It's almost like a 4-minute declone kill, so Cold Arrow is doing really poorly. Yeah, it's like 3 minutes and 45 seconds, and we switched over to Magic Arrow at the end, which is just embarrassing. So I don't think Cold Arrow is really worth it. I mean, the cold length is 62.8 seconds, which doesn't really last very long on Uber Diablo because for some reason or another he's mitigating like almost all of the cold length. But I'm assuming that if we use this on like a regular monster, just as a oh, of course, first monster we find is immune to cold. You know what? Your mom's a hoe. How about that? So we should be able to like permanently chill pretty much everything. Chill. 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 I mean, it's a really long cold chill, as you can see. Like, hit a target with it, and the target's just like chilled forever. This guy's cold enchanted, so he does have high cold resistance. It wears off like really fast on him. You know, for like a full minute of chill duration, it certainly doesn't last for a full minute like it states. I mean, it is really long, but that's what she said. These guys have high cold resistance. Hold on, let me go to another. There we go. There's some good choices. So, how long do you guys stay chilled for? 10,000 years. You getting beaten up by like a trash skeleton. I hope you know that. That's a trash skeleton. He came out of the trash. Huh. I mean, even as a chill duration in hell difficulty, it doesn't last long enough on the targets to really be all that useful. Doesn't do nothing to Mr. Cold Immune. Okay, so I think I can pretty much determine that I don't want to build Cold Arrow or Fire Arrow for this then. Maybe if Cold Arrow had the synergy with Freezing Arrow instead, but it doesn't. So, I don't know. I mean, that's another potential option, is that I could just put 20 points in a Freezing Arrow, and I could just... I can have Freezing Arrow, which is not terrible to have for, like, safety reasons. I mean, the Freezing Arrow is very nice, just simply to lock down targets. It wouldn't be helpful for killing bosses or anything, but... I mean, just as an option here, like... Like, let's pretend we did it like this. So 20 point, 20 point, 20 points, right? Then you would have Freezing Arrow on the right click, Magic Arrow on the left click, and you'd be in a situation to do some interesting damage here. Of course, now we're out of points and we can't get our Valkyrie, but let's go play with it real quick just for fun. So we got some cold immunes, so we just ignore Freezing Arrow for those. I mean, the Freezing Arrow is level 50 too, because we're running such a large number of plus skills, and it's not exactly hitting for low amounts of damage. I mean, we just weave in a Freezing Arrow every now and then. Like, we're not using it as our main damage output. We just weave it. So, we fire off a Freezing every now and then into the pack, and we just keep firing with Magic Arrow. Freezing, Magic, Magic, Freezing, Magic, Magic, Freezing, Magic, Magic, Freezing. And we just kind of keep that synergy going. I mean, honestly, it works pretty darn well, and since Magic Arrow requires no mana, it doesn't really even matter. It doesn't sound like a terrible way to run the build. I mean, do I even really need the points in Cold Arrow to make this work? I was kind of thinking about that. I mean, yeah, I miss out on a lot of synergistic damage, but... pew, pew, pew. So you got a big pack right here. It's like a bomb that you could just throw off it every now and then. Like, it doesn't have to be your main ability or anything. It's just a freaking freezing arrow bomb. Like, oh look, there's a big old pack of maggots right here. You're just like, it's definitely useful for interruption. I mean, I don't hate it. It's useful for killing those big packs of like small monsters too, which I don't know. I mean, obviously, if there's immune to cold monsters in the pack, it does make it relatively useless, but yes, Kubus the monster dog. Say my name is Kubus and I'm a monster dog. And I got to go outside and I drop a log. He said, I do gotta drop a log. He said, I gotta go number 2. I gotta go do DOS. Cody, you gotta go do DOS. You gotta go poopa-doos. You gotta go do the poopas. He said, yeah, poopa-doos. What's wrong with poopa-doos? Poopa-doo-doo, poopa-doos. Oh yeah, that's how you feel about it? He just told me. He said, you're making fun of me and I don't like it. Pew, 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 pew. I don't know. It's an option. There's a lot of options. Another option I was thinking was a completely different option, which is just ignore entirely any other skills, and I could dive into the Valkyrie. I don't think I'm gonna dive into the Valkyrie enough to be like in crazy levels, but I mean, if I respect, like, let's just go ahead and respect real quick. So, why aren't you working? Hang on. All right. Oof. Those last 3 points are useless, aren't they? Another way I could do it is max out Valkyrie, which is a pretty good option, to be honest. And stack that, of course. Still 1 point wonder. Oh, actually 2 point wonder those. 1 point wonder those. Obviously, I could also grab like more points in dodge, avoid, and evade. Throw a couple extra points at Pierce because it does make a difference. And then just run like a super duper ridiculously tanky Valkyrie. Maybe not like the best Valkyrie in the world, but still a very tanky Valkyrie. I imagine this Valkyrie would be strong enough to take on Uber Diablo. See if we get one. There you go. We got Black Spear. Okay, that's exactly what we need is a Black Spear. Strafe build with a bow that fires magic arrows. I wish that worked. It's cute. I wish that did work. That does not work, unfortunately, no. That does not do anything at all. I want to do one more test with the Valkyrie. I want to see if the Valkyrie can actually survive over Diablo and how much she helps me with the time. It'd be very interesting to see. Am I not in hell difficulty? Like, did I already do it? I think I might have already killed him in this one. Let's go to another one. Okay. So we're just going to do another base test, but this time we're going to add in the Valkyrie into the mix. I don't know how much damage the Valkyrie can actually add to the equation, or if the Valkyrie would even add anything to the equation. But I think it's worth a try, at the very least. So let's give it a try. So, yes. We'll go ahead and summon our Valkyrie. We need to get like one with a black spear. That's the most important thing. Red armor is good. Ooh, we got red armor and black spear. Okay, that's exactly what we need. Let's swap off of that. We're also going to throw in inner sight this time too, because we do have like level 11 inner sight, so why not? Let's see if we can actually do anything. Like if my Valkyrie dies immediately, or like what occurs. Come on, let me start the timer. Come on. So this is just adding the Valkyrie in. Can she survive? How long does she actually live? What does she actually do for us? Obviously, we could also resurrect her, like, relatively easily. So, I mean, at any time during the fight, we could always recast her. Granted, she wouldn't always have a black spear, though. I'm gonna take you out to go poopies after this, okay? We're gonna go doodles. Using me, we're gonna go doodles. Doodles, we're gonna go doodles. We're gonna go doodles. But it's the doodles. He said we gotta go doodles, Dino. Oh, there goes the Valkyrie. 1 minute, 4 seconds. We're close to our time. Like, it's not like we're that far away from it. We got 20 seconds, or like 28 seconds to kill him. $24, $25, $26, $27, $28, ball, 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 $35, $36, $37. It's like dead on. I don't think the Valkyrie made any difference whatsoever. I'm just gonna say that the Valkyrie made no difference whatsoever. That's what it looked like to me. No difference. I mean, I think I've learned just about everything I wanted to learn today about this. I mean, if we look at our testing, let's go ahead and save this under like Magic Arrow. So we look at our testing, I think it's pretty obvious that level 49 arrow is actually really important. Because if you compare level 49 Magic Arrow with 15% CB to level 48 Magic Arrow with 15% CB, the difference is pretty drastic. On top of that, even like the cold arrow seemed to benefit from the unbreaking. Like, we also tested like level 48 with 75% CB, and it did like decently, but comparatively to the 75 CB level 49, it was a lot slower. In fact, I think that one run was like a little bit poopy compared to like probably what the average would have been. I mean, so crushing blow definitely helps. Level 49 really does seem to be important, but it's kind of hard to reach. This crushing blows like increased effectiveness seems relatively dubious. Like I don't know if having large amounts of CB is necessarily worth it. I mean, even at 75% CB, we didn't even really gain that much time over like 35% CB. Like if you even if you take the 65% CB number as the actual number, and you say what is that 66 seconds minus 47, we only gain 19 seconds for what is that 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So like 50% extra crushing blow reduced us by 19 seconds. I mean, that seems relatively not worth it. Yes, we got a decrease in time, but was the decrease in time actually worth like getting 75% crushing blow for this character? It doesn't really seem like it. It seems like our best area is somewhere around like 35% is what we're probably looking at. It seems if you don't have level 49, then 75% CB is better. So level 45, level 48 with 75% CB definitely worked better, yeah. The problem with that, though, is that getting 75% CB is like next to impossible. It's kind of crazy, like, with the way that this works. Like, getting level 49 requires some very specific pieces of equipment. You need, like, +2 skills on your armor. You need, like, plus, like, I think actually Mist Bow is easier because Mist Bow has 3 and 3. That's actually one thing I did kind of want to check, was I wanted to see, like, how good Mist Bow was comparatively to Faith Bow. Obviously, we're going to attack a lot slower. Kind of curious. We can always give it one try. One single try. Let's give it one try with the Mist Bow. I'm just curious to see how it goes.
Hello.
This is a brand new one, right? Yeah. All right, we're gonna give it one try with the Mist Bow. I just want to see like how the Mist Bow holds up to the Faith Bow, if it's even close, or if it's just like not even in the same ballpark. Mist is obviously cheaper, which is very nice. It also has the added benefit of not requiring any points in Pierce, which is also nice. The other benefit of Mist Bow is that you need less plus to skill equipment. So because Mist Bow has +6, whereas Faith Bow only has +5, and that's only if you actually roll +2 on the Faith Bow. If you don't roll +2 and you only roll +1, then you might then only end up with +4. So there is kind of like a downside there to the Faith Bow in terms of like plus the skills. I'm not exactly sure how much better Mist Bow or worse Mist Bow would be than the Faith Bow, though. Obviously, it seems like we're slower. You know, we don't have Fanaticism. Concentration Aura still kind of makes up for the loss of the damage increase. So, I mean, there's that. I mean, so far it seems comparable. We still got 20 seconds left. Don't need arrows for magic arrow, Phantom. We don't need arrows for magic arrow. We don't need arrows for the magic arrow. Bum, 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 bum. So understandably, the speed increase that comes from Faith Bow, the Fanaticism aura, just like makes the Fanaticism or makes the attacks so much faster. I mean, we're already looking at around like 206, 207. So 207 with the mist bow. I can put mist 49, 15%, 207. I mean, it's a pretty big increase over 138, even if we take the slowest time with the faith bow, but I mean, it's not like that big of a difference. Once you start adding in other things, like a little bit more crushing blow, it might work out okay. But that, of course, is with the level 49. Which, if you only have level 48, it's probably going to be a hell of a lot slower. That would be my guess. Alright, I gotta take Cody out to go peepaw doodos. I will be right back. Peepaws doodos. Cody, you gotta go peppa doodles. Cody, you gotta go peppa doo. You gotta go peppa doo. You gotta go peppa doo. You gotta go do the peppa. Gotta go peppa doodles. I'll be right back, guys. My mama is 75% CB. Because when she sits on her head, it's definitely going to be a crushing blow. She going to sit right on your head, too. And she going to fart. She going to sit, and then she going to fart. In that order. It's going to be like a blast cannon. It's going to go right in your ear, too. Wrath rune word. Why would I want Wrath rune word? Isn't that literally the rune word that has 0% physical damage? Yes, it's the rune word that has 0% physical damage. Why would I want to make a 0% physical damage bow? This does not increase the physical damage of the bow. This does not increase the physical damage of the bow. Wrath is a 0 physical damage weapon. Z DPS. ZP DPS. It's a ZP DPS weapon. I don't want a ZP DPS weapon. A ZP DPS weapon is going to completely prevent me from being able to do any damage whatsoever. Magic Arrow converts physical damage to magic damage. That's how it works. So if I have 0 physical damage, then I also have 0 magic damage. So I now have a 0 physical damage bow. And that 0 physical damage bow is going to do 0 magic damage because I have a 0 physical damage bow. This is a crap bow. Nobody should ever make this thing. It's basically garbage. Cannot be frozen. Can be gotten in 1,000 other places. Prevent monster heal. Can be gotten in 1,000 other places. Crushing blow can be gotten in 1,000 other places. I could put on a witch wild string and put 2 burr runes in it for the same price as this thing, which has a burr rune in it. And I could get more crushing blow than literally what this bow offers and actually still have some physical damage left. Yo, dude, I saw you on YouTube. Finally caught one of your streams. Your YouTube videos have really helped me out. Well, I'm glad they helped you out, Ziebler. I stream like every single day, by the way, so you're more than welcome to come by and hang out with me on YouTube, on Twitch, on Facebook, on Twitter, on all sorts of things. You know why you've never seen the Wrath rune word dropping totes? Because it's garbage. It's hot garbage. It's stinky, sweaty, like hot garbage. Wrath would never be a great bow unless they actually give it some physical damage. It has no physical damage, and because it has no physical damage, it doesn't do any damage. 375% damage to demons and 250 to 300% enhanced to undead do absolutely nothing if the base damage of the bow is garbage. You have to have on-weapon enhanced damage to make the bow actually dish out real physical damage output. And if it doesn't have physical damage, then it's garbage for the majority of builds out there. The only other builds that want bows with 0 physical damage are builds that require large amounts of plus to skills. And it doesn't have plus to skills either. So it basically has nothing to offer. Do I need to do like a quick schooling for you guys so you guys can understand how this works? I mean, let me do a quick schooling for you guys. Let's see here. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so I'm going to do a quick schooling for you guys, and I'm going to teach you the difference between on-weapon enhanced damage, even though I have a whole video on this, and off-weapon enhanced damage, okay? Alright, so here's my damage output with Zeal. I'm punching things. Got 113 damage output with Zeal. Woo! If I put a regular mythical sword on that has no enhancement, I have 657 Zeal damage. Alright? If I take 511%, this is 511% off weapon enhancement. 511% off weapon enhancement will bring me from 657 to 954. practically garbage. Okay? If I take a weapon that has on-weapon enhancement of 511%, which is not the same thing as off-weapon enhancement, the on-weapon enhancement will increase the minimum and the maximum of the weapon by a specific amount. In this particular case, 511%, which increases the damage of the sword from the measly 40 to 50 to a 244 to 305. When I put this sword on, I go to 3,549 damage. Okay? On weapon enhancement is 10 like trillion times percent more important than off weapon enhancement. Now, the interesting thing is that off weapon enhancement does in fact increase your damage tremendously, but only if you have on weapon enhancement. So if you do have on weapon enhancement, then you add off weapon enhancement, and blam! Now I go from 3,549 to 5,148. A huge difference. However, if you don't have on weapon enhancement, if your weapon has 0 on weapon enhancement and you add 511%, you get basically nothing. Okay? So Wrath rune word, which is a rune word that has no on weapon enhancement on it, is a 0 physical damage weapon. It has no on-weapon enhancement, and just like this little mythical sword that has no on-weapon enhancement on it, when you add large amounts of off-weapon enhancement, which is what this is, demon damage is always considered to be off-weapon. Undead damage is always considered to be off-weapon enhancement. So this 300% undead is off-weapon, and this 375 demon damage is off-weapon enhancement, which means that the Wrath Bow, like many other weapons in the game that have no on-weapon enhancement, have basically no physical damage when compared with something that does have on-weapon enhancement. Like, the difference between those two damage numbers is insane. You're talking about the difference between 657 and 3,549. And you can actually just divide those. So take 3,549 and divide that by 657. What do you get? Roughly 5.4 times more effective than off-weapon enhancement. So your on-weapon enhancement is 5.4 times more effective than off-weapon enhancement will ever be. Which is why your weapon has to have on-weapon enhancement, or it doesn't work. It's not worth a damn. There's tons of weapons in the game that fall into this category. Voice of Reason falls into this category. Lawbringer falls into this category. Wrath falls into this category. There's even more of them. I'm sure I'm missing them. There's tons of weapons that have this like massive amount. They're like 350% damage to demons, 300% damage to undead. But it doesn't actually enhance the base of the weapon. And because it doesn't enhance the base of the weapon does nothing. Then they give it fun things like Frozen Orb and Ice Blast, or they give it Decrepify procs, or like Light App procs, or things like that. But if it's not actually increasing the physical damage, then it doesn't do any damage. Now, you can use these weapons like Voice of Reason for proc builds, which is where you don't really care about physical damage, and you use them just for the purposes of proccing the effects on the weapon. But you do this with the understanding that the weapon doesn't do any actual damage. Pride is also one of them. Pride is a really big one that people love to make for some reason, and I've never really understood why people like to make Pride, because it's basically a garbage weapon. Let's talk about Pride real quick, because Pride is actually one of these weapons that people actually do create on a regular basis. Pride doesn't have any on-weapon enhancement either. So, as you can see here, there's no on-weapon enhancement on this item. It also sucks for physical damage. It has a huge concentration aura. Concentration is, say it with me, off-weapon enhancement. So concentration acts as an off-weapon enhancement, but it doesn't have any on-weapon enhancement. So anything that you put this weapon on will immediately become neutered, essentially. They will now no longer do any damage output. Your Merc, your Act 2 Merc, when you put this Pride weapon on them, doesn't get any real damage output from this weapon. It has the base damage, and then if you happen to make it an ethereal polearm, you get a little bit of a bump from the ethereal status. But since there's no on-weapon enhancement, it doesn't matter if he has might aura and concentration, and maybe you're throwing him fanaticism aura, he's still going to be doing relatively nothing by comparison to what he would be doing if you put something like an obedience on him. And it's a very clear distinction in damage output. So when you put this on your Merc basically becomes useless. Now, he does, of course, have an aura that he's providing to everybody else, but he's not going to be able to defend himself anymore. There is one reason to make a Pride, which is actually kind of fun. It's this 25% chance to cast level 17 Firewall. I like to make it, put it on a Sorceress, fully synergize it, and then run around getting beat up, and then Firewalls are spamming all over the place, which I think is hilarious. And then there's just like level 17 fully synergized Firewalls like all over the place. And this was actually used in the Pacifist build for Sorceresses to clear Uber Tristram. They basically just sat in the middle of Uber Tristram and just got beat down and then every single time they got beat down, they would spawn a Firewall, and then the Firewalls were just all over the place, and eventually they managed to kill the Ubers with like Firewall spam, which I thought was kind of hilarious. I don't ever recommend making a Pride, to be honest. First off, like most of the people who would use this, like the Summon Necromancer, Infinity is better. And if you look at the price of Pride at Cham, Sir, Io, Low, with literally 1, 2, 3 high runes in it, you can probably make an Infinity for the same price. Especially early ladder where low runes have a very high value by comparison to others. And Cham runes are very good for a lot of other things, but your Sir rune there is worth half a burr, your low rune's probably worth half a burr. So you got like 1 burr rune in this already, and a little bit more than that. Like Chams end up being around a Vex. It's a very expensive rune word for something that other rune words do better. And that's not all of them. There's more in here. Like I could go over some more of these, but like Edge is also one of them. Edge has no off-weapon enhance or on-weapon enhancements. Edge is designed to give you an aura. That's what it's designed for. Again, it has 320 to 380% damage to demons, and it has 280% to undead. There's a bunch of these items throughout the game where they put a bunch of off-weapon enhancement on them that was supposed to be in place of the on-weapon enhancement, and it just didn't work. And it never has worked. These numbers, it could be 1,000% increased damage to demons for all it matters. It doesn't matter. It's not going to do anything. And that's really the biggest issue, is that when you have a ZP DPS weapon and people don't realize that it's a ZP DPS weapon, they're just hurting themselves. They're like, oh yeah, I'm using an edge bow and it's doing pretty good. It's not bad, and it is. It's really bad. It's actually quite bad. Now, if you want to use this for the Thorns aura, that's a whole different thing. Or if you want to get the 15% vendor prices decrease, that's a whole other thing. But like using it as your actual main bow on like a physical damage character is terrible. I believe there's a couple others. One that nobody uses, I think it's Venom. Yes, Venom also has no on-weapon enhancement. But then again, Venom was designed to be a poison item, so like it has a large amount of poison damage on it. It also has poison nova charges and poison explosion charges, and like it has prevent monster heal. It's designed to be a poison item, but at the same time, it also has no on-weapon enhancement, so Venom ends up being terrible as well. Also requires a Malrune to make for something that is just awful. I don't know why they got a Malrune in this rune word. It's not worth a Malrune. Maybe because it has ITD, I suppose. It's like maybe the only reason I could think why it has a Malrune in it. I'm trying to think if there's any more that I'm forgetting. There might be like 1 or 2 others that I'm forgetting. Lawbringer is one of them too. Lawbringer is amazing. Like, don't get me wrong, but it should never be used by itself. Lawbringer has Decrepify, which is great for enhancing physical damage. The weapon doesn't have any physical damage. It has level 16 to 18 Sanctuary Aura, which is great for reducing physical resistance and increasing physical damage against undead. But again, it doesn't have any physical damage to actually increase. It does have a large amount of elemental damage, which is interesting, and it could potentially be used as an elemental damage source, but it doesn't actually provide any physical damage. It does, however, enhance physical damage. So when used in combination with something like a Grief or like a really nice secondary weapon on a Barbarian, it works amazing because it's a very good support weapon, but it's an absolutely awful weapon to use in your main hand. There's 1,000 better weapons to use. If it's like, if you're a paladin, for instance, and you're doing zeal or something like that, there's 1,000 other weapons that would be better than this weapon. I said it real quick, but that was like 30 minutes, wasn't it? So is a Bowmerk with Faith plus Treachery plus Delirium out? I mean, you could potentially use the Mist on yourself and the Faith Bow on your Merc, but I mean, that assumes that you're going to get access to a rather large quantity of of runes. Faith is already expensive. I mean, Mist is the budget item. Like as far as I'm concerned, it's definitely a budget choice. You could potentially make a Mist relatively easily early on in the ladder. It would definitely be a lot harder to make a Faith, but making both of them is definitely going to be difficult. If you did make both of them, I mean, you could put the Mist on your Merc and the Faith on you, or you could put the Faith on. I mean, it's kind of hard to exactly choose. I'm not sure which one I would do. I hate to say it, but and I don't like making Pride, and I just smack talk Pride like a whole bunch, but physical damage enhancement, off weapon enhancement is really important for the Magic Arrow build. So you need a large amount of on weapon enhancement, and then you need a large amount of off weapon enhancement too. And like a Act 2 Merc with a Might and Pride could potentially be an interesting option just to increase the Magic Arrow even more. I mean, I don't necessarily need the Merc, and having him gimped doesn't really matter as long as he stays alive, which hopefully he would be able to stay alive. Um, because having might and concentration at the same time would be very powerful for Magic Arrow. And Infinity doesn't do any good because Infinity doesn't reduce magic resistance. So there's also that. I'm just copying back over my single player saves. I think I kind of want to do some farming. Let's see what the TZ is. Maybe I'll do a little bit of farming. I mean, that's another option I haven't considered is that since I don't need amplify damage, and since a lot of the other curses are now no use to me on that particular build, I suppose I could potentially roll with I don't know. I suppose I could potentially roll with like a confuse or something. Yeah, I mean you're not wrong. Having like a delirium on the Merc to spam confuse or various other curses could potentially be useful. Boy, Stony Fields, that's a good place for us. I'm gonna go run a little TZs. I kind of want a little break from the magic arrows on for right this second. Look at all the skeletons. Bom 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 bom.
Not enough mana.
Have a heal. Bow, 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 bow. I wish I had a Soj so I could get an Annie. But I don't have one, not to sit on my fanny. Man, I must have tried for like 3 days to get a Soj and that thing never fell. 4 days, maybe? I don't even know. It's more than that, I think. I mean, I could go back to it. Keep making live streams until I get a Soj. Stop it. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Poor little demons, look at ye. I'm gonna punch you right in your pee-pee. It rhymed, okay? Still gonna punch him there, though. Gotta go with this all. Superior Great Halberd. The no pants armor. 8% enhanced. So 4 socket, 8% enhanced armor. Yes, poopies. It is the poops. It is the poopy doops. I do not like the poop doops. Because Jennifer, she poops at the parties. I do not know why the Jennifer poops at the parties. Why does she poop at the parties? When I poop at the parties. Nobody knows because I poop in the bathroom. Does she poop on the floor? Does Jennifer poop on the floor at the parties? Because that is gross. No wonder everybody knows Jennifer poop at the parties if she poop on the floor. I do not understand why Jennifer is the party pooper. Why does she poop the parties? Why does she do this? Do not poop the parties. Do not do the party pooping. I find out that Jennifer poops at the parties and I don't like it. We have to talk to Jennifer. We need to have an intervention. She needs to know that pooping at the parties is not acceptable. That's an old video from like 1,000 years ago. I'm sorry if I date myself. It's like from the beginning of the internet meme world of the internet. Love that video. He's like, I do not understand. Why does Jennifer poop at the parties? It seems like a very bad thing to do. Do they not get mad at Jennifer and throw her out for pooping at the parties? I poop at parties all the time. How do they know that Jennifer is pooping at the parties? How do they know she is doing this?
Do they follow her into the bathroom? They never know that I am pooping at the parties. Ooh, a bone visage. A one-socket bone visage, you suck it. Suck it! Always with the one socket, man. Whenever you see anything good, like, ooh, a Thresher, one socket. Ooh, a Becta Corbin, one socket. Ooh, a Cryptic Axe, one socket. Ooh, a beautiful lady, one socket. That's a horrible joke. I bet you guys got it, though. You don't want the beautiful ladies with only one socket. You don't want the beautiful ladies with one socket. This is bad. Almost as bad as when Jennifer poops at the parties. I forgot I turned off my music. Music back on. Let's go. What happens when she's got 6 sockets? That's scary. Moo. Moo. Oh yeah, I got a carried win now. I get to shoot off little twisters all over the place. I love it. Have I seen the show Common Side Effects? I have not. What is it about? Oh, your beautiful lady's ethereal? Well, you better put a Zod rune in it. Does she got enough sockets? Breath of the Dying? Just gotta throw a Breath of the Dying in there, homie. You'll be alright. Put a little Zod rune in it. Make it indestructible. Die. Punk that. Make you pay for this past you paid. I don't think Ogre Axe can roll 5 sockets there, RJ Panak. I think that one's like limited to 3. 3 or 4, I can't remember. It definitely doesn't go to 5. Now, Cryptic Axe can. Ogre Axe does not. Yeah, ogre I'm pretty sure is 3. Max 3. Unfortunate. Pomp, pomp, pomp. Pomp, pomp, pomp. Pomp, pomp, pomp. Pomp, pomp, pomp. Pomp, 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 pomp. One, 2, 5. Saint Antioch's holy hand grenade. Read the instructions. We're going to read the instructions for the holy hand grenade of Antioch, guys. And Saint Attila raised the hand grenade up on high, saying, O Lord, bless this thy hand grenade, that thou mayest blown thine enemies to tiny bits in thy mercy. And the Lord did grin, and the people did feast upon the lambs, and the sloths, and the carp, and the anchovies, and the orangutans, and the breakfast cereals, and the fruit bars, and the large chalupas. And the Lord spake, saying, First thou shalt take out thy holy pin, then shalt thou count to 3, no more, no less. 3 shall be the number thou shalt count, and the number of the counting shall be 3. 4 shall not count, neither shalt thou count 2, except that thou then proceedeth to 3. 5 is right out. Once the number 3, being the third number, be reached, thou lobbest the holy hand grenade of Antioch towards thy foe, who, being naughty in my sight, shall snuff it. We need a Lord's Antioch holy hand grenade for Diablo 2. Needs to be a unique item. Thy holy hand grenade of Antioch. I love me some Monty Python. Come on. Who doesn't like Monty Python? Probably you uncultured swine. That's who. The uncultured swine don't like Monty Python and the Quest for the Holy Grail. I freaking love that freaking movie. What is your quest? To seek for the Holy Grail. What is your favorite color? Blue. What is the square root of the hypotenuse of the triangle of 7? I don't know. Ah! Kaplunk. Into the lava. Holy hand grenade of Antioch. Throw it at thine enemy. They used it to blow up a bunny rabbit, by the way. I mean, he was a mean and dangerous bunny rabbit. He was very aggressive, and the teeth, and the look at all the bones. So many bones. The Holy Grail is on Prime right now. Faulty Towers, that's pretty good as well. Oh my god, did you see the crazy story in the news? About, oh, what was his name? They found him and his wife and his dog dead in their house. Gene Hackman. Gene Hackman, his wife, and his dog found dead in his home. I mean, he's pretty old. He was going on 95. I feel like he did pretty good with his life. I mean, that's... And obviously, he robbed a cradle there with his wife because she was only 65. Like, god dang, that freaking age difference is nuts. What is that? 65, 85, 85, 95. That's literally like, no, that's 3, right? 65 to 75, 75, 85, 85. It's a 30-year difference between the two of them. No external trauma. Carbon monoxide poison was ruled out. Bunch of crazy stuff. Apparently their German Shepherd was dead 10 to 15 feet away. That big old mansion they were in too. They were deceased for a while too. They've been dead up in the hills. Dead. Oh, an unearthed wand. Ethereal. Couldn't have been a beautiful poison wand. Faulty Towers is really good. I like Faulty Towers. Boom, 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 boom. So what do you think, guys? Should I play some Monster Hunter Wilds? What do you guys think? I got, what, 100 of you people in here today? What's the verdict? Yes, yay or nay? Are you guys interested in seeing some Monster Hunter Wilds? Am I not into PoE 2? I played PoE 2 all during launch. I played it for like 31 days. Then I got banned. Then I got unbanned. I didn't do anything wrong. Y'all always be like, ooh. I ain't doing anything wrong. I don't like how single player it is, Steve. I think it's very boring because it's single player. It really sucks to have a bunch of friends that you want to play with, only to realize that you're better off not playing with them. I think that aspect of the game sucks, and they need to do something about it. I mean, and that's literally the mentality of the people who designed Path of Exile and Path of Exile 2. They were probably solo players, people who played solo on Battle.net back in the heyday of like D2 and Classic and D2 LOD. They probably never played in a group in their entire life, and it shows. I mean, I like playing solo too. I'm doing it right now, but like, I don't want to always play solo. I want to play with my friends every now and then. If my friend logs on and I want to play with him, like, I don't want to feel like I'm being punished or that I'm punishing my friend for grouping up, which is exactly how it currently feels. What do I think about the new goblins coming to D4? There's new goblins? I didn't hear about it. I've been lost in some D2 land over here. I mean, what does it matter if the groups are better in drops if you're dead? Because you can't see the ground. The game was designed and balanced around the idea of a single person demolishing the entire game with impunity. And most of the time, that's exactly what happens. Even when you're in a group, there's usually just one person who's just clearly superior to the rest of the group, and the rest of the group can do nothing but just like run behind that person. It's not fun. I get it. If you're mainly a solo player, you don't understand. Like, and I understand that you don't understand because you don't play with other people and you don't see the issue. But for those of us who do play with other people and who do see the issue, it's an issue. I don't understand why Path of Exile is an online game. I don't understand why it's online, and I don't understand why there's a group play at all. Like, why am I allowed to group with anyone when it feels like I'm being stabbed in the dick every single time I group up with my friends? Right in the PP. That's right. I said it. Right in the PP. Right in the no-no spot. I mean, you running in and murdering somebody else's boss while they stand in the corner and try not to die isn't really group play. It's not really group play. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of things I liked about Path of Exile. And maybe I just burned the game too much. I played a lot more than I think most people played in a very short period of time. Like, every single one of my streams for 31 days, literally, for like 31 days straight, were 12 hours. Some of them, I literally went for like double that. I had like 13, 14, 15, 16, some of them 24-hour streams, like in the same day. And I would go to sleep for like 4 or 5 hours and I would wake back up. Like, if you take an average of like maybe like 16 hours a day and you multiply that out, I spent like nearly 500 hours playing Path of Exile 2 within the first month. I mean, basically what I came to the conclusion of is the game is fun. It's fun if you play solo, if you play by yourself. I mean, you can trade items with your friends, but you don't really play with your friends. You can do the campaign with your friends, which is not really all that much. I mean, it's like a day. Like, if you spend like a whole day together, you can easily like do the whole campaign in a day. And then once you're out of the campaign and you're into the like the maps, it's completely and utterly pointless to group up with anyone. Like, you're sitting there trying to hunt down the citadels, you're trying to make money, and you group up with your friend, and now you're not making any progress on your map, and you're not making any progress toward your citadels. On top of that, like, if you die during the map, you get to sit in town and wait like an idiot. I mean, I have a video on it. I literally made a video that multiplayer sucks. It literally is titled Multiplayer Sucks. You should see my thumbnail. It's great. I love my thumbnail. I'm not even like breaking the surface. There's so much more to go over when it comes to Multiplayer Sucks. This is literally my multiplayer sucks thumbnail with kangaroo balls. I've got big blue kangaroo balls on there because it sucks kangaroo balls. I mean, I intend to go back and give it a try eventually when they do like a maybe a league reset or something. They really need to do a league reset like already. Like they should have done one like a month ago. The game is currently in just a really bad state with all of the duping and everything that's currently going on. All of the freaking temporalises that got freaking like not duplicated but like exploit farmed by using that one method, and they basically flooded the market with temporalises, which are supposed to be like an exceedingly rare item that only a handful of people actually have access to. And they need to plug that hole that people are exploiting through the Chalupa Monk that allows you to essentially bypass like the one-shot mechanic from the thing that actually gives you a temporalis. I mean, there's a lot of various things that they really need to work on, and the economy is like completely and utterly like effed over because of it. I mean, yeah, if you got like super rich early on from finding like a crazy unique item, then yeah, you're probably not worried about it. But for most other people, the economy has been crazy, like up and down, left and right, like a friggin' like loopity-loo twisting teacup roller coaster ride. Oh, it changed? What did it change to? Ugh, Spider Forest, yuck. Isn't PoE 2 early access? You know what I got to say to that? Bullshit. That's what I got to say to that. B-U-L-L-S-H-I-T. Ain't no such thing as early access anymore, and anybody who falls for that gimmick is stupid. They've been using that gimmick ever since the beginning, and maybe there were some games in the beginning that were actually early access, and they actually had, you know, a lot of development time left to go through. But Path of Exile 2 has been in development for 6 years. The average development time for a game is 6 years. Path of Exile 1 has been out for a lot longer than that, and a lot of the problems that are in Path of Exile 2 are literally still in Path of Exile. Yeah, a lot of problems that are in Path of Exile 2 are literally problems that existed in Path of Exile 1 that they should have fixed from Path of Exile 1. So no, I don't give them that credence. There may be some games out there that classify as early access or beta, but Path of Exile 2 is not it. And you guys need to stop letting them have that, because all that does is insulate them from criticism, and they shouldn't be insulated from criticism for a game that's 6 years in the making. If it was 2 years in the making or 3 years in the making, then I would agree. If it was actually in a beta state and they came out and like only had like 2 characters and like only like 3 weapons or something, and the game was obviously like broken up and the graphics weren't properly calibrated and there was a bunch of missing textures and missing files and missing descriptions, then I would agree. But the game's been in development for 6 years. Path of Exile 1 has been freaking out for, what is it, like 12 years? And most of the problems that are currently in Path of Exile 2 existed in Path of Exile 1. They're literally carryover problems from the first game. I don't like that people using the early access as an excuse. I don't like the developers using it as an excuse, because they've been using it as an excuse for way too long. Did I click on the wrong person? I clicked on the wrong person. Where's my sorceress at? I'm going to do some Nightmare Andy runs. Maybe I'll get lucky and actually get a Sode. I really could use an Annie. And Annie would be absolutely great. I don't have an Annie. I really could use an Annie. It would be nice. It would be nice. Oh, not that way. Okay. I mean, this is nightmare difficulty. It's not really that big of a deal. I don't want to have to resurrect my Merc like 18 times, though. Ugh. Your issue is the trader base? What do you mean, the trader base? I couldn't care less about the loot filters, guys. I couldn't care less about the loot filters. Never used one for Diablo 2. Couldn't care to use one for most of the games I play. I don't think Path of Exile 2 needs a loot filter either. The only game I ever played where I felt like the game actually needed a loot filter was Last Epoch. I never played a game that had so much loot spam, where 99% of the items that fell on the ground were basically just garbage and nobody wanted them. Like 99% of the equipment that drops in Last Epoch is garbage, and nobody wants it. Path of Exile 2 isn't really the case. Every single white, every single freaking blue, every single freaking rare can be super valuable. Like, you can pick up an item off the ground that's white, craft it, and roll it, and it could end up literally worth freaking 15, 20 divines. Like, I don't understand the reasoning behind running loot filters in Path of Exile 2. Like, what is it specifically that you're filtering out that's so important to filter out? I mean, with the exception of, like, low-tier bases that you might not want to see, there's not a lot in the game that's don't, like, ever see this. Most of the blues you pick up and you identify them and you take a look at them and see if they have, like, 2 good stats on them, and maybe you, like, throw some crafting mats at it and see if it rolls really good. And there's every possibility that that item that's a blue that rolls with 2 really good stats could end up with a god tier assortment. Like, you could literally just pick up a blue, craft on it, and end up with something that's worth multiple divines. I've never understood why people want to use a loot filter in that game to begin with. Except for maybe just to, like, change the color of, like, divine orbs or something so they're easier to see, but I mean, who doesn't see the divine orbs when they fall? I mean, the way people are doing their loot filters is, like, really, like, stingy, personal kind of loot filters, which is weird. Because I don't know why you would do your loot filter like that anyway. Like, okay, I'm a warrior, and all I want to see is warrior items. And you're like, okay, but wouldn't you want to see other items that could potentially be valuable besides warrior items? Like, the other things that can be worth multiple divines? No, I just want to see warrior items. That's it. Oh, okay. Alright. I'm gonna bump this up to P8. A little tanky. Hey, we got a salad bowl. Let's check and see if it's better than our salad bowl. I'm just vehemently against loot filters in general. Like, I just don't understand the need for them. I could go over my reasonings. and talk about them. But you know what it really comes down to? I feel like any game that needs a loot filter, and you can argue with this me till you're blue in the face, which is why I'm going to say it this way. Any game that needs a loot filter, like NEEDS, any game that needs it, doesn't need a loot filter. They need the game fixed so that you don't need a loot filter. Like, I feel that way very strongly about any game where people are like, oh, this game, such and such, like XXX game needs a loot filter. All right. I would then immediately reply with, no, XXX game needs to be fixed, so you don't need a loot filter. And that's literally how I feel about it. Like, I feel like any game where you can argue that it needs a loot filter, I would immediately come back and argue then the game needs to be fixed so that you don't need a loot filter. What we got? That's a poopy. That's probably poopy. That's a poopy. That's probably poopy. That's a poopy. Whole bunch of poopy. That's what that is. Lots of poopies. I don't think it is different strokes for different folks. I'm trying to point out that if a game requires a loot filter, then it's flawed in its design in a way that causes the user to try to fix that flaw. In other words, if you are playing a game that you feel like requires a loot filter, then the game is flawed and needs to be fixed. So I don't believe it's different strokes for different folks. I'm trying to state unequivocally that any game that requires a loot filter is badly designed. Like, full stop. There's no argument for it. The game needs to be designed better, so you don't need a loot filter. That's as simple as it goes. I think I've already got, like, several spectral shards. I'm pretty sure I do. Don't need another one. I'll take that to sell for gold, though. I like to think of World of Tanks. I'll use World of Tanks as an example, okay? In World of Tanks, the mod community was very heavy. And although there's not anything like a loot filter in World of Tanks, because there's not any loot, there was, however, a large number of mods that would eventually get added into the game. Now, when the developers saw that mods were being added into the game, they didn't just stop and let these mods exist. What they did was they took a look at the mods and they said, huh, okay, we like this. We want to add this into the game as a feature. Okay? Then they took that mod that was really popular that everybody was using and they added it into the game. They literally built that mod into the game as an actual feature, right? And the World of Tanks devs did this a lot. And over the years, many mods ended up becoming part of the game. Like, it was a general process of, like, okay, the mod community has made this mod that does this particular thing. Do we want this in the game? Do we think this is cheating? Do we think this is legitimate? And they would go through the process of looking at these mods and deciding whether or not they would make a worthy addition to the game or whether or not they were not welcome. They banned the mods that were basically cheats. They started to work on the process of adding essentially any mod into the game that was good for the game. And over time, you went from requiring these mods to play the game to eventually it got to the point where you didn't need the mods anymore. The vanilla client became so close to the modded client with all of the good mods, and they banned all of the bad mods, that eventually it got to the point where you just didn't install any mods anymore. And honestly, that's a good thing. That's exactly how it should probably always be. Is that like the game developers should take a look at the mods that are being added to the game, think to themselves like, okay, why is this mod being added? What can we do? Now, if they could fix the game so that the mod wasn't required, then that's what they did. They would fix the game in a way that prevented the mod from ever being necessary. I can give you some examples in Diablo 2 of this. So the community at large had added timers for the world bosses and like locations for the chests and a bunch of other things on like external websites. Over a couple of patches in Diablo 4, eventually it got to the point where the timers and whatnot were on the map for everyone to see. So you would open up the map and there would be the timer for the next world boss spawn or the next, you know, like Helltide or whatever. And so over time, as Diablo 4 progressed, they started to incorporate a bunch of those mechanics into the game itself, which made the websites obsolete. A little bit sad for the websites because, of course, they were making revenue and they were a part of the community, but like that's a good thing overall. The game is incorporating those mods into itself. Diablo 2 and Diablo 1 did the same thing. I'm not sure if you guys realize this, but back in the old days when Diablo 2 was originally first coming out and Diablo 1, there was a very heavy mod community in the game, and the mod community was actually like in contact with the developers. And a lot of the modders actually got their names put into Diablo 2 as like NPCs and mercenaries and things like that because they were so integral in the like process of making the game and getting it developed. I don't need another one of those. I don't need that. Oh, that's ethereal? What is that? An ethereal blade bone? I don't know if I have an ethereal blade bone. That could be good for my ethereal collection. I don't necessarily need an ethereal blade bone, but my thoughts on automatic gold pickup. I didn't like it, and when I heard that Diablo 2 was going to have automatic gold pickup in the game, I was very against it. But that was when I was thinking of like Diablo 3's automatic gold pickup, which was like a Hoover vacuum. Like if this room was filled with gold on all sides, you could like take one step and like all the gold from the entire room would get sucked up like a Hoover vacuum. And that was what I was against. I was against like the Diablo 3 style of auto gold pickup. But in Diablo 2, that's not how it works. Like when they added the auto gold pickup, you have to actually like walk over the gold. And it doesn't just automatically pick up. Like, you know, you have to there's like an actual action of going over and picking up the gold. And if you don't actually go over there and do it, it doesn't pick up. Like I can stand pretty close to the gold and it still doesn't pick up. Like I have to go over there and actually like walk on top of it for the most part. And I think that's fine. Like when D2R first came out, I was a little upset about the auto gold pickup, and then when I saw what they did with it, I was pleasantly surprised. I was like, okay, this is fine. Like you have to actually still go over there and you have to still pick it up. It's not like Diablo 2 style or Diablo 3 style where it like sucks up all the gold on the screen and you can't even see the gold and it's still sucking up gold. Like, there's a pretty big difference between the Diablo 3 style and the Diablo 2 style. I think the gold pickup radius in this game is more akin to what all games should be. The Diablo 3 radius is just insane. Especially when you started beefing it up. Remember, you could beef up the gold pickup radius in Diablo 3 to the point where, like, you were picking up all the gold in all the world, pretty much. And then there was that whole, like, every time you pick up gold, you got, like, EXP or something, and people were exploiting that with it. We got the ring, and the ring is the boobies. It is the boobs. I still question people that use loot filters on D2. Like, I can't figure out what the hell they're using their loot filter on. Just about every single rare item in the game can potentially be amazing. There's very few blue items that can't be, like, absolutely incredibly amazing. Like, frickin' +3 circlets or diadems and things like that with, like, really good secondary effects. White bases. There's like 1,000 white bases in the game, and a lot of them have good usefulness across the board for a variety of reasons. Even at low tiers, white bases are extremely important. So unless you're only farming high tiers, then like there's not really much reason. I mean, yeah, you could filter out like arrows and bolts if you're not an Amazon, but if you are an Amazon, you gotta have arrows and bolts on the table. Like, there's a couple various things that you could filter out, in my opinion. Like, you could filter out the throwing potions. I guess if you're an assassin, you could filter out the keys. You could go through the process of trying to filter out every single, like, bad unique item and bad set item that you don't want to see anymore. But it's not as easy as that because there's so many items in the game that are still extremely valuable. Like, 4-socket ethereal man catchers and like 5-socket ethereal cryptic axes and you know, like pretty much every single elite base armor, if it's ethereal with the right number of sockets, can be highly valuable. And on the other side of the equation, like the non-ethereal elite bases are usually pretty valuable too. There's even like low-level dueling items that are so valuable that you could literally pay for your entire like ladder start with them that people would filter out. Like, are you gonna filter out like low-level dueler items? How are you gonna add those into the filter system? The low-level dueler items are things that you have to pick up and you have to check. You got to check every single one of them because you can literally pick up a low-level dueler item that can be worth like 40 burr runes or even more. And it's going to be like a piece of crap item that you're not even going to think is worth anything. So you're just going to filter out that too. I mean, I think about it from time to time. I'm like, what are people actually filtering out? Like, are they filtering out items that could potentially be worth like hundreds of burr runes because they don't know better? I mean, if you don't pick up every single item in D4, you just end up running out of materials, pal. Like, I don't even understand in D4 a loot filter. I mean, yeah, toward the end of a season when you're, like, pretty much done with the game and you've got, like, 5 characters and you don't need any more materials. I mean, I guess. But it's been my experience through just about every season, with the exception of maybe Season 7, because they had, like, a loot overload in Season 7. But for the majority of the seasons, if you don't pick up all the items and destroy them, you usually just end up running out of materials for upgrades later on. Iron fragments, leather fragments, pretty much everything that you would ever need to do your upgrades with, and it's just, it'll be, well, you just don't have any. I can't count how many times I would go to upgrade one of my items and end up with not enough materials, and it was because I was leaving items on the ground. Season 7 might be an exception to that rule, because in Season 7, like, it felt like they had too many items falling. And they even got complaints about it, because it was just, like, ridiculously large amounts of equipment. But that hasn't been the case in previous seasons. I don't like all the uniques dropping in D4. I think they spam the uniques way too much. I mean, I understand what they're trying to do. They added variants into the uniques, and they made them more difficult to find the higher variance items, which is the entire purpose. I understand, but it's stupid. Then you just end up flooded with unique items. I think the only people that don't have problems with the materials in Diablo 4 are the people that don't make multiple characters. As soon as you start making multiple characters, you get into like a barbarian, that's sorceress, you do like a necromancer, you start getting all the different upgrades, and you start doing all the equipment that you need. Like, you're going to run out of materials real fast. What's my opinion on gem and rune stacking? Are you talking about in Diablo 2? It would mess with the item count, which is one of the major ways that the game actually distributes items and loot. I don't necessarily think it's a good idea unless they can somehow isolate it from that system, which I don't know if they can. Which might be the reason why they've never done it. Like, total item count is one of the major variables that the game uses for just about all of its calculations. And if you start adding in stackable runes, stackable gems, it's going to completely mess up the item count in the game. I already know for a fact that when you have runes inside of an item, it counts the runes inside of the item. So like right now for item count, this shield counts as 5 items because it's 1 shield and it's 4 runes. So it counts as 5 items for the count. If you allowed runes and gems to stack, there's a very good chance that the runes and gems would count as multiple items and completely screw over how the item count system works. In other words, what I'm saying is it would inadvertently and very seriously change the way that the game works. Like, at a core level underneath of the surface. I don't think I need any more Arathos, but I'll check. You can get like every single Uber unique in the game in Diablo 4 right now, Sneeve. Like, they're pretty much... if you spend like 2 weeks in the game and you do any kind of serious farming, you'll have pretty much every single Uber unique. And they almost always now give you one way to get one Uber unique guaranteed every season by basically giving you ways to grind out sparks, which you can use to craft Uber uniques. So you end up with a guaranteed Uber unique every season, no matter what, as long as you put in like a modicum of work. Boom, boom, boom. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. I think PoE 2's got some potential, but they gotta fix a lot of things. And I don't know if they're going to. I hate to sound like a pessimist, that's not what I'm trying to be. But I've seen the way the developers act and the way the developers kind of like behave when it comes to certain things. And they're very much so sticks in the mud when it comes to certain aspects of the game that they don't want to change. Even if that aspect of the game is hurting the way that the game works entirely. They're very much so going to be over there like, no, my precious. Like, I know they got to be aware that the group play mechanics in the Path of Exile 2 are just absolutely horrible. Especially after the video I made. Got a lot of views. And a lot of people, like, I think more so than the views was the comments. Like, so many people agreed with me on the comments. Like, it was literally just, like, hundreds and hundreds of comments. I don't know how many comments it ended up getting, but, like, I know it was at least over 300. Let's take a look. So, 392 likes, 5,780 views, and, 201 comments. 201. Come on, Soji Poji. Did I play Vessel of Hatred? Yeah.
Not here.
I played, like, every day for multiple days. I'm gonna fight you guys. People show up and they say the silliest things. They're like, oh my god, I can't believe I finally caught you streaming. It's the first time I caught you streaming in like 7 years. And I'm like, I haven't even been streaming 7 years, but like, and I laugh a little bit because I'm like, dude, I stream every single day. Like, like every single day, bro. Legit every single day. Like, I literally stream every single day. Every single day. That is the worst string of ears I think I've ever seen. 11%, and it has only a 13 on the MDR. It's awful. I hate to say this, but yeah, that's staying right in the dirt, and it's gonna go poopy. Oh, you were asking a Powell if he played the expansion? A Powell is in the kinship. I think he was there. I can't remember. I mean, how do you determine what's valuable and what's not? Who's making those like assumptions? How are we coming to those conclusions? A new player doesn't have the ability to configure their loot filter. They wouldn't know what to keep and what not to keep, and they wouldn't know why they were keeping them. Interestingly enough. Ugh, those stupid gloves. I don't know if I have a pair. Like, maybe I should pick them up just so that I have a pair, but they're so yucky. I don't want them. I mean, I've actually talked about this before, like with a couple people, and one of my biggest complaints about loot filters is that I feel like new players download them and install them. And I think that's the worst thing that you can do. Like, if I wanted to use a loot filter as an advanced player who knows what I'm doing, like if I know what I'm doing and I know what I want and I know what's good and what's not and what's valuable and what's not, right, and I have like an advanced knowledge of the game, then I could configure a loot filter pretty accurately to loot out, you know, root out like the stuff that's garbage and the stuff that's not, right? So like I'm able to do that. A new player's not. They don't know what's valuable, they don't know what's not valuable. They have basically no idea what the hell they're doing. And they're more often than not just going to like shoot themselves in the foot when it comes to stuff like that if they try to configure the loot filter themselves. Then if you download a pre-configured loot filter, you're trusting the person that pre-configured the loot filter to get everything right. Did they get everything right? Did they leave out items that they didn't know were valuable? Like, what's going on with this loot filter? And then I see people like, they're like, oh yeah, that loot filter wasn't very good. You know, it filtered out some of the items that I really liked, so I had to go and download like 2 or 3 others until I found one that I wanted. I mean, a lot of people aren't gonna know like what's valuable and what's not valuable. Even if the loot filter is configured properly, they're still not going to know. But if they accidentally filter out the items themselves by trying to configure the loot filter, then that's even worse. Because then they're just going to filter out items that are highly valuable like idiots. Like in D2, for example. Let me give you a D2 example. Like, oh yeah, I downloaded a loot filter, and man, I turned off all the blue items. He goes, you know, none of those blue items are any good anyway. Like, every time I ID them, they're always crap. So, you know, I'm just going to go ahead and turn off the blue items from now on because, you know, those are stupid. There's no blue items that are worth anything. No blue items that are worth anything, boys. Not a single one. How many blue items do you guys know that are worth something? They're worth real money. Like trade, like really good trade items. I know a lot, but you know, I've been playing this game for a million years. Are you aware of all the blue items to pick up? I mean, J-Mod Shield, that's one of them, yep. 1540 joules. Circlets with +3 skills and other secondary stats. Also, really good blue claws are also extremely valuable. Not just for game, but also for dueling. There are some, like, highly valuable dueling claws. +3 skills, 20% IAS gloves, although you can shop those. Ethereal Hawkmail. Do I have an Ethereal Hawkmail yet? I don't know. Have to go check. A fun little item for a low-level merc. Do charms count as blue items? Yeah, if you filter out all blue items, you're also going to filter out charms, which... yes. Just checking to see if it was ethereal. Oh yeah. The beautiful PvP javelins that everybody's always looking for. Those are amazing too. Totally forgot about the PvP javelins. Good call, good call. Also crafting materials. So it's another little thing. People don't know what the good crafting materials are when it comes to like crafting caster belts, caster boots, blood belts, blood helmets, etc. And if you filter out all those, you won't be picking those up as you go along. What's going on with my controls? I'm over here trying to dodge attacks, and I feel like I'm just like smacking the wrong buttons. Got my hand out of place? Dude, I love me some 45 life passive grand charms. You kidding me? I will totally make a passives on and throw them bad boys on there and be OP as all get out. That's half the fun. Dude, passive skillers are insane these days. I love how cheap they are too. People don't realize just how good they are on Amazons. More critical strike damage, more AR. You also get higher level Valkyrie. You get more pierce. You get more dodge, avoid. You get more evade. You get more inner sight. You get more slow missile. It's all quite beautiful, to be perfectly honest. I think I already have an ethereal warhead. I can always double check though.
So the defensive pally one is pretty useless, but there is a party pally that uses them. It's a fun little build that we came up with. It's very powerful for parties. The party pally makes the party go round. I don't even know how to explain the party pally to people. Just think about like every positive bonus that you could potentially have for a paladin, and just stack them all onto one character. And as soon as the paladin like enters the group, like they have everything. Like everything that you can possibly have on a paladin shared with the entire group. Like massive regeneration, like multiple auras of all very goodness. Yes, many goodnesses, many good auras of many goodness. Poopies, poopies. Check the razor bow. That is the poopies. Will I ever get a Soj, my friends? Will I ever get a Soj? I've been farming for like 60 years, and I've never got a Soj, my friend. I still have my fears, but a Soj will come. I think I've only found 2 Soges in my entire time that I have been playing. Only 2 Soges, son. That's all I found. It's really hun. I wish I had more than one, but I don't have none. I still don't have a single Soj on my single player account, yo. Please let this be the Soj. Please let this be my Soj. I found a unique ring and I don't know what it is. Could it be a Soj? Let Kane figure it out. He's gonna ID the Soj and then pocketed it and then give me a Nagel. A 30% Nagel. Wow. Okay. It's better than my 29% Nagel. Found a Soj in PD2. They have a Soj in PD2. Oh, PD2, the mod game. Yeah. I don't like playing PD2. Feels too much like cheating. I just want one soldier. I mean, I still haven't gotten a third one. Like, in 24 years, I haven't gotten a third one. I've done so much farming, so many Andes. I played so much of this game. I've gotten one Soj from, like, terrorized Duriel out of all places. That's where my Soj dropped. Terrorized Duriel dropped me a Soj out of all the monsters in the game. Meanwhile, back on planet Namek. I just want one little tiny stone ring of Jordan, but you will not give it to me, you are Borden. You are green like the cheese. Cheese. Wait, cheese isn't green. I already have a Tal's Amy. Could use the Tal's armor, that'd be great. Cletus. Oh no, not Cletus. They are hard to come by, and yet people still sell like 150 of them to the vendor to spawn D-clone somehow.
It don't make any sense to me. It's kinda crazy way. I don't understand how they do it. So many soldiers in the to it. It's like they have the formula to farm them whenever they frickin' want to. Or maybe they are freaking duping. I don't really know what it is that they are doing, but they got so many soldiers they's doing. We got Saigons, a bunch of poopies, a lead crow, poopy belts, a bunch of poopy dupes, nothing good. Take some of these mana pots. Or spam refreshing that funny gold website. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Come on, Andy, give me a Soj. I just need one single Soj. It's okay, you can do it. I believe in you. I don't believe. There's no belief. An ethereal maelstrom wand. A rogue's bow. Oh no, that's endless shale. Do I already have an endless shale? I don't know. I think I do. Or endless hail. I always say endless shale. I don't. So they should have put a space in between those two words. It's not my fault. That is not my fault. They should have put a space. Every time I look at it, I read it as endless shale instead of endless hail. Because they put the words too close together. I'm pretty sure if you go to my video on that bow, I actually do call it the endless shale. And people in the comments are like, bro, it's endless hail. What's wrong with you? And I'm like, it says endless shale. They're just the words are just too close together, okay? It's not endless shale. So many freaking Andario kills. I just want a freaking Annie. I don't even want to use the Soj. I just want one little blue stone. I just want an Annie. But you won't give me one. I just need an Annie. Why you gotta do me like this, son? It could be the worst Annie in the world. It could be a 10-10-5. I just want an Annie so I can freaking frack and survive. Why won't you give me an Annie? Why don't you give me one? And Ginger say Stygian? What's wrong with the Stygians? You don't like Stygians or something? What, you got you racist against Stygians? Racist. That's okay, hibbity hoobla. We know you's racist. Racist against Stygians. I gotta say it as wrong as I can. Gotta make sure. Bunch of poop. I mean, wouldn't most developers take loot filters as an insult? I mean, I know I would. If I spent like 6 years building a game and the first thing you did was change my game I'd be kind of upset with you. I'd be like, so wait a minute, I spent like millions of dollars and tons of effort to build this game from the ground up, and the first thing you gonna do is slap on a filter that like hides half of it. Them's fighting words, my friend. Them's fighting words. Wow. These are terrible moves. Those are like so bad. The main problem and the main reason why loot filters exist in the first place is because they make items obsolete. When you make items obsolete, you create a situation where the item is no longer valuable and people no longer want to see it. Right? I mean, let's take Diablo 2 as an example, and let's say, you know, like I picked up this reflex bow. Alright, a reflex bow is not a particularly high base. It's a very low base. And even if this rolled like at the best possible stats that it could possibly roll at, it's still the wrong base. Like, it's not going to be any good for me. In Diablo 2, they fixed that. They made it so that you could upgrade an item from one base to another. So that the normal, nightmare, and exceptional or elite quality items are basically all interchangeable so that you can take a regular piece of crap and you can turn it into a high tier item. They removed that from the game. So like when you're looking at items, like even if an item falls on the ground and it's not, doesn't seem like it's a very good item for you, like a short sword falls on the ground and you're like, ooh, a short sword is like a normal quality sword, right? Then you ID it and it has really good stats. In Diablo 2, you can upgrade that item into a Gladius, and then you can upgrade it again into a Falcata so that you can get the elite version of that particular item and you can have something that's worthwhile. The thing is that a lot of the games don't do this, and so instead of making it so that those items are useful across the entire game, they have these items like a kite shield, and the kite shield just has no usefulness at end game because it cannot be upgraded to any other quality. And that honestly is a very poor way of doing things because now you've isolated a large amount of your items and you've said, okay, well, anything that's of normal quality is garbage because the only thing that anybody wants to use at the end game is elite items. And anything that is exceptional quality, like this cudgel, is also garbage because nobody wants to use exceptional items at the end game. They only want to use elite items. And by allowing you to actually upgrade the items in Diablo 2, they went a step further and they essentially isolated that issue and fixed it. Now all of the items are valuable. Now when a rare item falls on the ground and it's something stupid like a wrist spike, which is a low-level item, if it did roll with really good stats, you can upgrade that item to the exceptional and the elite status, making it actually worthwhile toward end game, which is one of the reasons why loot filters are stupid, because if you can upgrade pretty much any item to elite status, and if you happen to find like a really good low-tier item, why would you filter those out? Well, because people don't know better. Like a lot of the times that's the answer, is that these loot filters are usually configured by people who don't know better. They don't know that you can take these items and convert them into something extremely valuable. Like, one of the things that people look for on a regular basis is ethereal crystal swords and ethereal dimensional blades. Because ethereal crystal swords and ethereal dimensional blades can be upgraded into a phase blade, which allows the phase blade to be now indestructible and ethereal at the same time. Which is the only way to obtain an ethereal phase blade, is to upgrade an ethereal item into a phase blade. So people look for these absolutely godlike crystal swords and absolutely godlike dimensional blades so that they can use the recipe to convert them up into a phase blade and actually have something super duper valuable. Like really good, like Fool's Cruels, like phase blades can be ridiculously powerful. Especially if they roll with all the right modifiers, which is why you should always pick up every single crystal sword that's rare and every single dimensional blade that's rare and check and see if it is ethereal. If it's ethereal, then you Look at the stats, and you identify it and take a look at it. If it's not ethereal, drop it back in the dirt because it's probably not going to be worth anything. But you don't know that until you at least check to see if it's ethereal. If you don't at least check to see if it's ethereal, then you're doing yourself a disservice because that could be an extremely valuable item. Something like this. Like this Viper Fang Phase Blade with 138 to 225 damage. Amplify damage on striking, 40% increased attack speed, 200% enhanced max damage, and Fool's Mod. And it's also ethereal with 2 sockets. I mean, that's like probably the best modifiers that you could ever get on it, but absolutely insane. And it has 2 sockets, so you can throw in like low runes or ohm runes or 1540 joules. Not even sure you would need the attack speed with the phase blade, but I mean, they're rare. That's what makes them so valuable. It's a rare find. And when you do find an ethereal crystal sword or phase blade with the right mods, couple of runes, upgrade it to a crystal sword or dimensional blade, upgrade it to a phase blade, and maybe throw some sockets in it if it doesn't already have sockets. Holy crap, Gymnasium. Thank you for the raid, my friend. 108 viewers? 106 viewers. Playing some D2, or are you hopping on the Monster Hunter Wilds train? I was looking over there. I wasn't sure if I wanted to play it, but I was looking at it. I haven't been a big Monster Hunter fan over the years, though. Ooh, did I get Soj? Did I get Soj? Another 30% Nagel? What are the chances of that? Two 30% Nagels. No Soj, but 2 30% Nagels. Well, welcome to the stream. I am a YouTuber. I've been doing YouTube for a long time. Most of my videos are over on YouTube. There's my YouTube channel. I got like 93 people watching me on YouTube, and now you guys are outnumbering the YouTubers at 134. That's pretty awesome. I appreciate you hanging around. I've got tons of informational videos. My bot is set up for like commands, like you can type in things like Hodo, and it'll give you the recipe for your Hodo and stuff like that. There's tons of commands within the bot. If you want to take a look at the commands, there's like a billion of them. I don't even know. There's a command to look at the commands. That's how many commands there are. I do live streams like all the time too, by the way. Like every single day for the most part. Like 365 days a year for the I literally have a scorecard from Twitch for last year, and it literally said 365 streams for that year. And I was like, oh man, I mean, I know I took some days off, but I guess I must have had multiple streams on like the same day, so it like counteracted my days off. Right now I'm trying to get myself a Soj for my single player account. I have still yet to find one. This stupid thing is proving to be one of the most elusive items in the game for me right now. I've only found like 2 Sojas ever in my entire time playing Diablo 2, so good luck, I guess, to me. A non-ethereal Ginther's Rift. You always want these ethereal if you can get them ethereal. Was that a chieftain? An F, a chieftain? I'm not hanging on to an F chieftain. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Let's do a little variable swapping. Biom, 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 biom. Biom, 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 biom. Andy is a stingy hoe, and that's all I know. I even wrote a song about her being a stingy hoe. 'Cause she a stingy hoe. No enhanced damage. Boobies. Not ethereal. Not worth checking. So what was Gymnasium streaming before I came in? Let's go take a look. One to Uber NG plus Pally speed run. Nice. Wow, look at that arrangement in there. Is he crafting up? Is that his repair for his teleport staff? That makes sense. He's got like teleport staff repairs just like set up in advance. Makes sense. Did you manage to beat the speed run? I'm gonna I watch it at the end. I get to sneak a peek. I get to peek the sneak. New Game Plus is a shared stash, so you can like prep up in advance then. I see. I always find Ubers to be relatively hard to speedrun because the key drops are so random. I always hate the like the randomness of the key drops. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get very unlucky. I mean, I've had like 10 or 12 keys in a very short period of time, and then like there was one day I literally had 12 straight hours. I streamed for 12 straight hours, and I farmed keys nonstop for 12 hours, and I did not get a single key. Not one key. I was very depressed that day. I was like, holy Jesus. I mean, not even one key? Not even one. Not even, just not even a singular key. Okay. I felt like I was cursed or something. Like they just would not fall. No matter how hard I tried, the keys would just not fall. It's like, okay, all right, I see how it is. It's picking on me. The next day, however, after I went to sleep and woke back up, oh, cow level's on TZ. We should go do cow level. I woke back up and literally I had like all the keys that I needed the next day. Alright, we're going to stop this for a little bit. I'm going to go do TZ cows. I think I need to steal a couple items from my paladin. The belts. The Maras. I think that's it. I think it's just the belt and the Maras. Let's go get our Javas on and let's go do some cows. Jab, 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 jab. I don't know if she's capable of like P8, but we can at least do P1 cows. She's still a baby. This is a single player account and we're still trying to farm everything, so it's going to take some time. She's only got Titans, Spirit, Amaras, which I was lucky to find Amaras. Rock Stopper, Skin of the Viper Magi, String of the Ears, like nothing. There's nothing really fancy here. It's all super not fancy. Good enough to do cows though. Let's go get some cow leg moo. I don't care about you. You guys are immune to lightning. I don't like you. You guys aren't immune to lightning. Wow, 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 wow. Everybody's immune to lightning in this freaking dojang. Cause everybody's immune to lightning. And I'll stab you right in your face. I do not care. You're not frightening. This isn't easy. Let's just move on. I haven't rescued Kane yet. Sorry, Kane. God, I didn't know. I thought I had rescued you already. My bad. My apologies, Kane. Totally just neglected Kane. He's been in the gibbet for like forever. Poor guy. I mean, at least in single player, you don't gotta hunt down the summoner, so... I mean, there's that. Thank you for rescuing Kane. Here, have this piece of crap ring. This ring is so bad, even my husband didn't want it. Oh, wait a minute. Do I not have a Valkyrie on this character? Everybody group up. Group up for the photo shoot. Say cheese. So many dead cow. Ow, you guys hurt. There you are, Spirit Rend. Magic resistant, extra strong. Alright. I do not have my Valkyrie. I do not have a Valkyrie. Okay, this is not the same character I was playing earlier. I do not have a Valkyrie. Sam I am. I do not have one green eggs and ham. I do not have a Valkyrie in the plane. I do not have a Valkyrie on the main. Okay, no Valkyrie. I don't even have decoy. Get over here, Merc. Stop dying. Uh-oh, extra fast. There's the Cow King. What's up, buddy? You come to wreck my day? Yeah, a Valkyrie would be really nice. A decoy would be really nice. A lot of things would be really nice. A T-strokes would be really nice. Alright, Spirit Rend, you're next. Ow! Come over here. Everybody group up. Everybody group up, say cheese. Dude, Spirit Rend teleported out of that. Did you see that? He said, Masakus! I just gotta isolate the Cow King. I'll kill him next. No, my potion. I threw out a potion by accident. Cow King's immune to lightning. Cow King is frightening when the Cow King is immune to lightning. I don't like it. It's scary. There's so many elites in here too. It's not just the Cow King. There's like 2 other elites in here. They gotta be all grouped up.
You know, a Valkyrie would fix this stats. If only I was smart enough for that. Alright, let's go repair. Let's grab the merc and we'll kill the Cow King. What's up, John M? I'm breaking my rule. I should only be using magic arrow. I could go get my magic arrows on. She's not in hell difficulty yet, though, unfortunately, so she can't do hell cows. When hell cows is on TZ, we go to get hell cows. You don't stop for hell cows? You don't stop everything you're doing for hell cows? I know I do. Up a lab, boy. I want the loot. Alright, girly. Let's get to work. We gotta work on the railroad here. I've been working on the railroad all the little long day. I've been working on the railroad just a chopping and hacking away. Cow can gonna slap me down right in my ugly face. Solo self-found? No, I'm on single player, which is a solo account found is what I'm currently doing. There's a big old difference between solo self-found and solo account found. Slowly whittling the Cow King down. That's right, boys. Fear the eventual death of many pokes. The eventual death of many poke. Many poke. So many poke. I'm not done poking you. Alright, single hell bovine. You're not worth my time. Come over here with the rest of the hell bovines so I can kill you guys in good fashion. In big packs, like you're supposed to be killed. Many cow. We need many cow. There, many cow. Get out of the middle of the many cow. Of course, my merc dies immediately. Let's stand in the middle of the cows and get our butts murdered. Let's stand in the middle of the cows, oh my dear lord. There's so many cows everywhere. Let's stand right in the center of them. And we die, oh my lord. Why did we die? Maybe because you stood in the center of the cows. No, that can't possibly be it. The cows are my friends. They give me milk. And they are good to me, and they are nice to me. They are the moo cows of life and love. So many moo cow. Oh yeah, my javelin broke. How do you carry around a stack of javelins anyway? 180 javelins sounds like a lot of javelins to carry around with you, like on a regular basis. Like, where do I got them janks stored at? Like, are they just hanging on my back? Like what am I? How am I doing this? I'm actually really curious. Like, I want to know how you would carry around that many javelins. Do you just got like a satchel of javelins, like just like a big old satchel that you wear on your side of your shirt? You got like one on each side so it doesn't like unbalance you. You got like one satchel on one side, one satchel on the other with like, what is it, 40, 50, so like 5, 6, 7, that's like 90 javelins per satchel. Oh yeah, I got some steak, if you guys want some steak. It's a little bit sizzly, but, you know, that's how they do it in the, that's how they do it at the
the slaughterhouses anyway. They always give them a nice tase first before they kill him. Keeps the meat nice and fresh. Gotta tase them. I'm just tasing them, okay? It's not a big deal. Alright, let's go down this way. Everybody gather up real nice tight. Come on down and make a pike. You gotta gather up real nice so I can throw a javelin in. You gonna get a javelin, sir. Everybody gonna get a javelin herd. That's right. Nice and tight. Nice and tight. Keep it tight. Tight. Tight formation. Tight formation. Anything good in there? Can't see. There's a jewel in there. Ow! Stop trying to eat me. The bigger the pack, the better you show them in the face. Yeah, right in the udder. Actually, you know what? I throw it in the udder. I throw my javelins right at the udder. You get better damage that way. The milk conducts the electricity. How come all the cows in here have horns, but all the cows in here have udders? I thought female cows didn't have horns. I thought that was mainly just the bulls. I mean, a more important question would be like, why are they carrying halberds, and walking upright? But you know, those are questions for another day, right? Those are complicated questions. Like we want to know the easy questions first. Ooh, a Balrog blade. We need to check that. Look here, you evil little cows. Try and check this Balrog. An Aegis. Balrog blade. It's ethereal. Ooh. What's the max sockets on the Balrog blade? 4? Could make a really nice oath, I guess. Decent oath base. Like that war sword. Could be upgraded. Enhanced damage is low. It is kind of nice, but the enhanced damage is just too low. No, not enough on-weapon ED. Come together, evil cows, close to me. You herd them up real nice, and then you throw a javelin in, and then the cows die because they hit it in the spleen. Ow. I need a couple good bases, actually. I need a nice elite base with 4 sockets for an insight. Could use a couple different bases. Alright. Any more cows over here? There's a couple over here, isn't there? Alright, follow me this way. Not that way, but this way. This is the way you follow your Amazon. Follow your Amazon. Follow your Amazon. Troll belt, partisan, vampire fang belt, bunch of garbage. Superior longbow with no sockets. A superior feral axe. Don't think that's really worth picking up anyway.
Not enough mana.
No. Ooh, a mana potion. I must swoop in and grab the mana potion quickly and agilely and slurp it down with blue lips. The bluest of lips. Lips so blue that people often think I just ate out a Smurf. It must have blue lips. I often wonder what the hell they put in the potion to make it blue. Like, ad time. Wind Fury, why are you paying for ad time? You big silly goose. Well, you heard him, folks. He paid for ad time. He paid 10,000 for that too.
What you need?
Bow 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 bow. Alright, there's not many enemies left. Let's get the Merc back for like the 70th time. Pew, 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 pew. Merc, will you stop running? She just ran straight in and died. That's what she did. She just ran in straight and died. She just straight in to her death. Like no hesitation. No, I think I got a suicide Merc. I think I need to replace her or something. She just straight up suicided in. Like I don't. Ooh, a Berserker's Axe. A white Berserker's Axe. Not really sure what I would use that for, but... I mean... Unfortunately, they just don't really have good durability, so... Usually you want to make like a exceptional... Maybe a beast. I could roll it for sockets. Could be a good base for a beast. Can you train my warrior or my rogue not to run directly into the cows? Maybe she just thinks they're cuddly pets or something. Maybe she's like, oh, cows, I love to pet the cows. And just runs in and starts petting the cow, and the cow looks down at her with the big halberd and just like slaps her in the back of the head. Like, no touching. Do not touch. Do not do the touchy touch. You do not do the touch. Do not touch. We do not appreciate the touch, so no touch. We are angry cows. Angry. The angriest of cows. A blade barrier, 2 sockets. 147. I can't remember if that's high or low. Would make a halfway decent rhyme shield for somebody. I do like my rhyme shields. My magic fine rhyme shields are good. I like them a lot. Boom, boom, boom. Superior Hydra Skull. Ooh, a cryptic sword. 1 socket, of course.
Boobies. Boobies. How boobies? Very boobies. That's what it is. Extremely poop. All the poops. What's that war sword? +1 barb, no enhanced damage. It's useless. War socket, Martel Day Fur. Is that Ogre Mole? What's that? 5 sockets. Can you put in a 5-socket Ogre Mole? Not really sure I want to do any kind of like... Obedience doesn't go in an Ogre Mole, does it? I don't think it does, and I don't think I'm going to use it even if I did. Probably end up using something else instead. I think we're moving on to the next one, boys. Oh, I'm on Players 8 too. I didn't even realize I was on Players 8. This whole time I was struggling in there. I could have been like rolling through it. Let's bring it down to like P3. The speed was a little less than desirable. I definitely did not like how slow I was killing the cows by comparison to what I probably could have been doing. Maybe that's why my Merc died like 16 times. She's like, are you sure these are P1 cows? Yeah, these are P1 cows. Doesn't seem like they're P1 cows. One of them has sliced my arm off. Look, I said they're P1 cows, and they're P1 cows. Turns out they totally weren't P1 cows. They totally were not P1 cows. They were P8 cows. I'm going to avoid Griswold. He's a punk. Am I rocking an insight merc? I am, but she don't stay alive, so... She don't stay alive. She deaded, is what she is. Deaded. Maybe she can stay alive in P1 cows? I don't know. We can give it a try. I'm afraid I'm going to waste another 50k on her. Oh, there's a level. Nice. Holy Jesus. There's so many cows. It's a lot of cows. It's many cows. Immune to physical. Mind White the Grim. Hey, come here to the wall so I can throw this at the wall and it bounces back. Ow. Why do you always got friends? Amp plus it hurts a lot. Stop hitting me in the face. My face is already ugly enough. I look like William Dafoe. The Dafoe is on. What am I going to do with all those cows? You want some, Sneeve? I will gladly share them with you. You gonna help me cut them up into some meat? I gotta make some steaks. And then we can use the Napoleon Dynamite line. So all you do is sit in my house and eat my steaks! Yes. Mini steak. Group 'em up. You got to corral all of your cows and bring 'em all together in a nice little circle. And when you do, you find a nice spot and throw the javelin ins and they do the twirkle. And when you get it right, they die super fast and you may be light. What's up, Mr. Immune to Physical, Immune to Lightning? Seasmall, come on, buddy. Like, what come on, buddy. What did you, are you like a direct counter to me? That's just rude. I'm gonna take that legend sword, though. 2 sockets? Ugh. My javelin's about to break, so let's go repair it, and I will be right back. Any reason why I'm running an Act 1 merc over the aura? I mean, the aura doesn't really do much for me as a Javazon. I'm lightning damage. I mean, I could use, like, Holy Freeze. He just runs in there and dies, though, which, I mean, my girl's just running in there and dying, too, which is also not great. I was actually trying to farm some equipment up for a merc, specifically to take on the cows, which didn't really work out in my favor, so... Still trying to get my hands on a nice shaft stop. Maybe an ethereal one if I can get one, because that'd be great. And I can't do any damage to this guy because he does like all the elements fly and that's stupid. And I can't do anything to him. And I think he knows I can't do anything to him because he's picking on my merc. So what we're going to do with a monster like that is we're going to drag him over to the corner. Then we're going to teleport away and we're never going to come back. Because he is immune to both of the elements of damage that I deal. Not just one, but both. He is immune to my very soul. And so we run away and we don't come back because he's a turd and he looks like a cow. I'm pretty sure he is a cow. Oh no, my merc has died yet again. Sad javelins. Oh no, classic. Classic mode. Let's go, naked butt. We need all the cows all nice and grouped up in a circle. Come on down, Mr. Cows, you can do a twirkle. That's where I get you all in a nice big circle. And then you do the twirkle. We gonna do the twirkle. Come on down and you can do the twirkle. We can do the twirkle together.
The twinkle, my friends. So many cow. So many twinkle. They look so aggressive. So many dead cow. That's right. You know this boogie is for real. One cow survived. CV, a 2-socket CV. Yuck. A 3-socket Aegis. What's that worm hide in there? Ethereal 2-socket worm hide. Could make a good smoke, I guess, for a merc. I guess a merc for a smoke. Smoke for a merc. Close. They almost closed in on me, boys. Superior rune bow. It is the poop. It is not very good. It is a kind of poopy, sir, and I don't know what to tell you about it. It's the poop. Here for the moves? Well, you are here in the right spot at the right time. For many moves will you hear. Many moves. Moves of anguish. Moves of pain. Moves of happiness. Moves of struggle. All the moves you shall hear. Deep within the moo territory of Mooland. This used to be their crowning moo-pocalypse. But now it is nothing more than a sad moo in a sad place. The saddest of moos. One moo. Such a sad moo. Two moo. That's a sad two. Back to Corbin. $209% enhanced? Wow. Does it have anything else on it besides 209? It's not ethereal. It doesn't really have the other good modifiers like Life Leech, sockets, Fool's Mod, Cruel Mod. 209 is a little low. It's close, but no cigar. Did I accidentally kill the king in there? Like, well, I could have sworn the king was in that pack. Oh, there's the king. Good old king. Ow, that's my face, King. Zoom, 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 zoom. Zoom, 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 zoom. Cow King is spicy. That extra fast gives him quite an edge. I think we're gonna drop him off in the corner. Come back with a full bevy of potions and maybe a merc to help me out. See if we can do it. Bow, 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 bow. Ooh, there's a Kraken shell. I didn't see that. 468. That seems a bit low.
It's locked.
What's this hiding in here? Hyperion Spear with 2 sockets. Bunch of crap. Just gotta stand your ground and fight. And have a little backup. A little bit of jabby jab. A little bit of stabby stab. Stab, 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 stabby, 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 stab, stab. Ow, he hurts. My face. Stop being mean to my face. I need that face for facely things. Oh, you didn't even drop me anything good. Poop. Poop, 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 poop. A bunch of poop. Yeah, I hope you get poop in your poop head as well. Poop man. Alright, time for the big cow pack in the castle. But watch out, rogue, or you're gonna end up dead just like those ones on the stick. Yep, there you go. Dead like the ones on the stick. A Knout. What is that? Horizon's Tornado? Basil's Vortex? I can't remember which one that is. I think it's a terrible one. Yeah, Basil's Vortex. I don't think it's like even worth taking back to town. I don't know if I have one yet though. That's the problem. I don't know if I'm trying to collect like one of every single item. Ooh, Aspired Helm. Could be ethereal, could be 3 socket. Could be ethereal no socket. Also could be ethereal 1 socket and ethereal 2 socket. It is non-ethereal 2 socket. It is terrible. It is the poopies. Very poopy. It is very poopy. It is a high quality poop though, but still poopies though. No, my javelin's broken.
I need a key.
I'm still so torn on whether I should try out Monster Hunter Wilds. I don't know if it's gonna be any good. I'm not like excited about it or anything. Maybe that's my answer. Ginger, if you're not excited about it, then it's not good. Don't do it, Ginger. It's probably gonna be the poopies. Da poopies. I got several Vex runes now. I wonder what I can make. I still need so many bases to really make anything worthwhile, though, unfortunately. I think I cleared this one already. Well, most of it.
It's locked. It's locked.
You know, I should probably put up here is yeah, that's not bad. Stab, 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 stab. He's a minion. A minion of what? Like, well, oh, a mat spear. +3. +1. It's the poopies. I haven't really been getting much out of these runs. There's been a lot of poopies. Many poop. Select the next one. Grab that Kraken shell, sell it for money. The spear build? What do you mean? Like melee spear? Melee spear is really fun. Ever since they fixed dodge, avoid, and evade, which, you know, wasn't always the case. Dodge, avoid, and evade, unfortunately, were very bad for a long time for melee builds because you couldn't do anything really. Like, if you were using dodge, avoid, and evade, and you were in melee range, like, it would just get you killed. Very well, too. It was a very effective way to get you killed. Oh, chain lightning is very good. They even buffed it up recently where you can cast multiple of them at the same time now. So they actually stack on top of each other where they didn't before. They used to interfere with each other, which is what the problem was. And because they interfered with each other, they would often starve each other out. Until they just got one-shotted with that amp. That was beautiful. That was like poetry in motion. Griswold just came up and slapped me out of existence. He said, boy, you look pretty good in them jeans, boy. I'm sorry, Griswold. I won't do it again. Okay? Please forgive me. I'll take this great Hallberg, though. Okay? Thank you. Resocket 395. That is terrible. That is like god awful. Yeah, so anyway, Lightning Strike is super powerful these days. You definitely want to add it into your repertoire because Lightning Strike is what they did to it is it used to have this problem where when you cast it, it wouldn't stack on top of itself because of the way that it functioned. So if you use Lightning Strike on a target like this, it travels in between the targets, and if it starves out of targets, then it stops and it doesn't continue on its merry way for its 30 hits. However, if you cast more than one Lightning Strike at a time, What would happen is, well, they would interfere with each other. So, like, you'd have multiple lightning strikes going, and one lightning strike would starve out the other by consuming all the nearby targets and causing it to be a kind of a big issue. The thing is, however, that now that they changed it, the lightning strikes will still interfere with themselves, but not other lightning strikes. So if you cast a lightning strike on a group of monsters, you can actually have multiple lightning strikes going inside the group of monsters until eventually you've got like 10, 20, 30 lightning strikes, as long as they're not starving out themselves. So like take this pack of monsters right here. I'm going to go ahead and group them up like I normally would for my main attack. But instead of using my main attack, let's use lightning strike. And if you do it properly, which does sometimes require some effort here, you can have multiple lightning strikes going inside the pack all at the same time. And you can actually build a really strong lightning strike attacker that does like massive amounts of damage. Is it going to do the same amount of damage that Javazon does? No, but it's extra damage, and you can easily just tap one monster or two monsters at the beginning, let that thing cycle through the pack, and it doesn't do terrible. I mean, it's not awful. If you continually spam it, by the way, in a big pack, which I can't do because I'm not strong enough, it'll just keep bouncing forever, and you'll have like an infinite number of them going in between targets to the point of like absurdity. Usually what I like to do is I like to find a cow at the edge of the pack and just kind of like spam the lightning strikes on that one cow at the edge of the pack, and then the lightning strikes will go into the pack. You have my respect, sir. That hurt a lot. Fanaticism with extra strong. Coming at you, gonna hit you with thong. As a lumroon over there. Already got like 73 of them, but that's okay. All the lumroons is gonna get used, or I'll transmute them up. Okay, there we go. I do jinx down. Now I might be able to kill him. Let's go. Vipers. Ow! Holy crap, he hits hard. I looked away for 1 second and all my HP disappeared with the second. +2 martial arts. You know what? I'm going to leave you up here by yourself, Mr. Fanaticism Boy. I don't like you. He's rude. He's not very nice. You see what he did to my face? Right across my face. Now I'm going to have a scar for the rest of my life. If I wasn't wearing this rock stopper sallet, if I wasn't wearing my salad bowl, ow. Is a champion in there? Yeah, possessed. Ooh, those guys are nasty. They always have so much HP. And they hit so hard. I think Charge Strike would work on him better. Ow, ow, ow. Why are you so mean? I'm just a little baby Zon. Why you gotta be so rude? Yeah, I don't have a Valk yet. I set this girl up for cow kill, and I didn't really set her up for anything else. I guess a Valkyrie would be nice. Would be nice. These are TZ cows after all, so they're a little bit more spicy than the regular cows. They got that Cajun seasoning in them. That extra spice on there. I do not have a decoy or Valk yet. Put all my points into the synergy for Lightning Fury so I could get the damage up high enough to do this. I'm only level 83. I've got other levels. I got levels. Oh my, an Eisenhart's helmet. You shouldn't have. Drop that on the ground because it's garbage. And I don't want it. Yeah, decoy works pretty good for pulling them together. You're right. When you're right, you're right. Shame the streamer, shame him. Yea, who does not have the decoy or the Valkyrie. Shame shall be thy name until the end of time. Deep within the forest of life and death, your shame shall be known for all, written on a plaque for all to see. GG Mentor did not have a Valkyrie or a decoy when doing a terrorized cow. Shame him thusly. Shame, shame, shame. Stone me and feather and tars? Dang. Tar and feather? I don't know. I don't know about that. It sounds like one of the worst things that could ever happen to a person. To get tar and feathered. Like, I don't even want to know what that's like. That just sounds awful. Sounds deadly, actually, and probably, yeah, probably deadly. But also excruciatingly painful. I was watching a movie where they tarred and feathered a guy. It was that, like, HBO special or whatever on, the second president of the United States, not the first president of the United States. So not George Washington, but, what was his name? Adams, I think? Was the second president Adams? Why am I blanking on who the second president is? Anyway, they like tarred and feathered a guy like right there in front of him. He was really mad about it too. That was where the famous quote comes from that democracy. You know what? I don't want to get it wrong. Let me just look it up. That'd be easier. White Etanax. Keel hauling was very rare, and I don't even think they kept doing it even in like any kind of modern times. I think it was seen as so barbaric that like I don't even know. I think that died out really fast. For those of you who don't know what keel hauling is, I'll explain. And you can grimace gruesomely. as I explain it, because it's very gruesome. So, keel hauling is the process by which a boat, generally a wooden boat, grows barnacles on the underside. You guys ever seen barnacles on the underside of a boat? So, barnacles on the bottom of a wooden boat. So, if your boat goes out to sea for a particularly long period of time, the bottom of your boat would often look like this. That is not what I clicked on. Open image in the window. There we go. So the bottom of the boat would often look like this. Those are individual barnacles. For a close-up on what barnacles look like more detailed, like barnacles can cover pretty much everything on the bottom of a boat, and they're pretty sharp and they're pretty evil. If you ever cut your foot on like some barnacles or something, if you walked on them the wrong way, I mean, yeah, it can get pretty bad. So keel hauling, you might be wondering why the hell I'm talking about barnacles. Well, barnacles are part of keel hauling, okay? So if you have a ship with barnacles on the bottom of it, what they would do is if you were particularly bad, they would tie your hands and your feet together with a rope. They would put the rope underneath of the boat. So they would have somebody swim under the boat and carry the rope to the other side. They would either do it left to right or front to back. It really kind of depends. But essentially, they would just simply put this rope underneath the boat. They would then tie one part of the rope to your hands and the other part of the rope to your feet. They would then proceed to pull the rope, and you along with it, along the boat, and you would go underneath of the boat, and you would rub along the barnacles on the underside of the boat. That's what keel hauling is. And it's an absolutely like barbaric practice. Suffice it to say, you wouldn't survive very many runs through keel hauling. I believe they did some keel hauling in the show Black Sails. I watched that a while back. And yeah, it's pretty awful stuff. Very, very awful stuff. The quote from that movie. That's right, before I forget, because my brain is spastastic and I'll totally forget. I can't find it. It's in the movie though. If you watch the or the HBO special, if you watch the HBO special, it's in there. All right, guys. Quick question. Okay, Vex rune. Is it a penguin holding a stone, or is it a man in a canoe? This is important stuff. A penguin holding a stone, or man in a canoe. Canoe man. King Vicious says canoe man. Sneeve says canoe man. That was a mythical sword. Spirit Shank the Buttface. How long it takes to kill anything that's not like... that hurts so bad. I don't wanna be sliced in the face by you, Spirit Shank. Stop shanking my spirit! Yeah, I don't like skipping stuff. I don't like doing that. I like to find ways to deal with it. I like to figure out methodologies and like counter tactics and stuff, and I like to be able to kill just about anything in the game. I don't like getting to a monster and then being like, "Oh, I can't kill this," and then run away in tears like a little baby girl. I mean, eventually I'll figure out many different tactics for this girl to be able to kill stuff. I just don't have any set up right this second. She's not, you know, obviously fully geared out. She doesn't have a lightning thunder and like a T-strokes and, oh dang, she got me. Freaking OP. I need more HP. That's what I need. I'm just going to go ahead and dump some stats. I've been holding on to them in case I found some other equipment that I needed to wear, but I think it's time to move on and get some HP. If I'm dying to one-shots on these little baby monsters, I mean, how am I even going to hope to kill some of these higher level ones? The ones that hit harder, like the extra strong, fanaticized amp monsters, I'm just going to get annihilated from existence. I think this the TZ's over anyway. It went to Chaos Sanctuary out of all places. Yeah, I got an infinite gold trick, so I'm not necessarily worried about it. Infinito gold trickio. It's super easy to do too. You can do it online, you can do it offline, you can do it everywhere. Ginger, why do you still play Diablo 2? What is it about this game that has you playing? I don't know, it's the best ARPG that ever existed. It's the best ARPG. I don't know why you don't think this me. What is it? I have a video on it going over it in detail, but basically it involves the grinding mod. So this is an axe that has the grinding mod on it. I'll show it to you real quick. So the grinding mod is a modifier that increases the damage of a weapon by a large degree. The damage of the weapon is a direct proportional increase to the damage, or sorry, to the value of the weapon. So as the damage of the weapon increases, the value of the weapon increases as well. Ideally, you would want, I believe the stiletto is even better than this item. But basically, there's a specific set of items in the game. They're exceptional level items. And the exceptional level items have a higher value, essentially, when they are in your hand versus when they are in your inventory. I'm going to go ahead and waste some gold here real quick because I don't even need any gold for this trick to work. There's more to the trick than that. I'll explain. Alright, so as you can see, I'm pretty much out of gold, right? Alright, so we're going to go over to Halbu over here, and I'm going to empty out a space in his inventory. I do need to have an empty space. So we're going to go ahead and empty out this space right here. Alright, now we're going to switch to the classic game mode. You have to be able to switch to classic game mode for this to work. Now, when you take the item and you look at it in your inventory, you'll notice that the grinding axe has a relatively low value. It's only 8,292 to sell, so it's basically worthless. However, if you put the item in your hand, you'll notice that the item has a value of 35,000 gold. 35,000 gold is very high. Now, if we sell this item to the vendor, we don't get 35,000 gold for it, because the problem is that when you sell it from your hand, it still gives you this value right here, 8,292. So to circumvent this and to actually get the full price of the item when it's in your hand, you have to use this sell icon right here, and you sell the item for 35,000 gold from your hand. When you go to buy it back, you buy it back for 16,584. You then repeat this over and over and over again. And as you repeat this, your gold will rise. Instead of going down, your gold now goes up. Depending on the item, you get different variable levels of profits. In this particular case, I believe I'm getting 20,000 and 2 gold per sale, which means that in 5 sales I have 100k. In 50 sales I have 1,000,000 gold. In 100 sales I've got 2 million gold, and so forth and so on. Like, it basically just balloons out relatively quickly. When you fill up on gold in your inventory, it'll start pouring onto the ground. I actually had to like set up a little macro. It was super easy to do. Just set up a little macro and just have it like buy and sell stuff. And I just had like a pile of gold sitting on the ground like miles high and covered the entire freaking game. It only works in the OG graphics, yes. According to what I've been told by consoles, there's a button specifically to sell an item from your hand, and it works with that. Hey, it's the Stingy Ho song. Alright, so now we're full, and we're dropping gold onto the ground. You can hear it in the background. She a stingy hoe. She a stingy hoe. She a stingy, she a stingy, she a stingy hoe. I mean, you can use it to gamble. You can do whatever you want with it. Another 840k in the bank. I wonder if we can gamble the stiletto. Let's see if we can. Let's use this money and see if we can gamble it. I need a grinding stiletto, please. This is what I want. The grinding stiletto. Stiletto. Grinding. Grinding stiletto. Just want a stiletto. There is my stiletto. We need a grinding stiletto. Do, 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 do. One little grinding stiletto, please. And I can make about 1 million, please. And spend it on anything that I want. I need a grinding stiletto taunt. And that's crazy. Holy crap, that's crazy. Look at that, it's crazy. Holy crap, that's crazy. 30% increased attack speed with 267% enhanced and a 195 to attack rating. That's like insane. And it even has repairs durability. What the hell is that? That's nuts. Found myself a sick dagger. I can upgrade that to higher quality too.
Upgrade. I can do the upgrade. That's how what we do. We do the upgrade. 241% enhanced now with +1 necromancer and bone spear charges. The hell is this craziness? I'll put him on a mule. I don't really care. That one's the poopy. I just want the grinding mod on the stiletto of amazingness, but you don't give me what I want, and now I'm kind of mad at you because you suck. What are you trying to hit on the stiletto? The grinding mod. So every single base is a slightly different profit margin on the sale of the grinding weapon. So like if you do it properly and you get a really good base, the better the base, the better the profit margin, to the point where you can get even more money out of it. So the whole entire goal is to go to the like extremes and get the highest profit margin per sale, so that you don't have to sit here and do this forever like some sort of zombie. Because obviously if you can, fill up your inventory in like 10 sales instead of 20, or 20 sales instead of 30, then it makes a huge difference, right? Because you don't have to sit here forever just like grinding gold. So I always look for the like highest ratio item. It works on online as well. Works online, it works offline, it works on ladder, it works on non-ladder, it works everywhere. I've actually just set up accounts on ladder where I just go into like a game, like a ladder game, and I just put a password on it, call it like Gold Fountain, and put like a password on it, and then just all my like kinship mates will just come in and just fill up on gold from the ground. Because I'll just keep doing it so long that the whole ground is just like covered in gold. How am I getting more gold, though? I literally just explained it. I literally just explained the whole thing. Tushar John Wall. I went through the entire thing, and I just explained everything. We'll fight all of you to the death. Well, we're gonna be doing ladder this season, so if you want to join us on the kinship, we'd be doing a really nice, fun ladder start. We're gonna be doing an 8 Amazon ladder start, and then we're also gonna be doing, basically, like group kinship clan ladder. The grinding mod increases in level when it's in your hand versus when it's in your inventory. Notice it's 8,292 gold there and 35,000 gold there. When you sell it from your hand using this button right here, you get 35k for it, and then you can buy it back for 16k instead of the normal price. If you sold it from your inventory instead, it would be 8,292, and then you would get back 16, which is a loss. Or you have to spend 16 to get it back, which is a loss. You don't want to do that. You sell it from your hand, you get 35k instead. The grinding modifier is the key, and the level of your character is the second key, as well as doing it in this particular manner is what gets you the bonus. And then you have Infinite Goldeoso. Infinite, infinite.
You actually get more gold if you go to a different vendor, too. If I did this in Act 1, I'd get more gold. There are specific vendors that give you discounts and stuff over others, and Charcy is actually the best one. Charcy gives you the most gold per sale out of everybody. Which, ironically, Geed gives you the worst gold out of everybody. Softcore. Always softcore. Never hardcore. Never the hardcore. Always the softcore. No, I just passed right by a slow. Dang it. Poop, poop, poop. Hawkeye. That one is based on character level, but that's not the one we're looking for. That one doesn't work. I tried. Are we running classic mode till level 70? No, we just play the game. We don't do those tricks. We just have fun playing the game. We just have fun playing the game. We think that kind of stuff is really lame, and we don't do it. We don't do it. We don't do it. We don't do it. Aren't fire druids pretty good now? They're okay. I wouldn't say they're the most amazing thing in the world, but they're alright. Let's go to Charcy. She gives better money. She gives better doll hairs. I get a better conversion ratio from Charcy than I do from Halbu. Oh, thanks for the follows, guys. Saswaldo. Gotta get rhythm going. Oh, no, I lost my rhythm. I had to say something, didn't I? Gonna get the rhythm of the bang on mambo. Gonna get the rhythm of the dang on Congo. Gonna get the rhythm of the bang on bongo. Gonna get the rhythm of the dang on bongo bang. A diddly dang. Boom, 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 boom. Zoom. Boom, 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 boom. Ba-da-da-da-dum. It's always so fun running around with a big old axe. I know it's not a very good axe, but man, it's fun running around with it. You look like you're about to chop something real good. You're like, look at my big old axe. I'm gonna chop everything good. Can't tell me not to chop, 'cause that's what I'ma do. And I'm a chopping with his axe. I'm be chopping. Come on, Stiletto. Where the hell you at? Poop, 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 poop. Poop, 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 poop. If you want to join us, you have to join not only the Discord, but you have to join the clan. If you want to join the clan, there is a set of clan rules you have to go over. And the instructions on how to get in are in the clan rules. The Fool's Stiletto of Gore. Fool's mod does work, but it's not as good as the grinding mod. I have to check it and see what the conversion rate on that is. What's up, Carl Sagan's Ghost? What am I doing here? Infinite gold, that's what I'm doing. Infinite gold. Wow, 105? It's got to have the grinding mod and the other mod together. It's the only way it can have that much freaking doojanks on it. Fortunately, it's just a blade. Could be upgraded. I don't think it would have enough, like, oomph to it, though. I have no clue. I mean, it's worth checking, at least. What does it take to upgrade into a blade? I mean, a stiletto? I can't even remember. Upgrade. Rear weapon 1. Ort Sapphire. Okay.
Impossible.
I've never seen an item with that much maximum damage on it. It had to have rolled with Fools and the other mod together, which could be very interesting. Or it could mean absolutely nothing. I don't know. Unfortunately, when it's a rare item, sometimes it messes everything up entirely. Let's check it, though, shall we? First, let's check it as it is. So 20k and 6.7k. So it's roughly got a profit of 14,000. 7.3 and 25. So that one roughly has a profit of, what is that? 7, 8, 9, 10. So like 17k. Okay. Mine that I'm currently using has a profit of 20,200. Or 20,002, which is better than this. Let's try upgrading this to an elite base. I'm so kind of curious about this, whether or not it might work for this particular purpose. So we need Ort P Sapphire. Alright, so now it is a Storm Edge Stiletto with Grinding Mod and Fool's Mod is what it looks like to me. It currently has a sell value of 30,000, so the value is too high. And it sells for 35,000. Unfortunately, that just won't work. So the problem is that it's rare and it has a bunch of other mods. So it has like lightning damage, poison damage, knockback, fire. Like, it's too valuable. It's what the problem is. So you don't want something that's too valuable like this. You want something that's not valuable like this. The lower the value, the better. And in this particular case, because it has too many mods on it, it's just too valuable. So it just sells for too much, unfortunately. That's so unfortunate because it's like I was like almost there by the barest degree. You try again. I've never seen one roll with grinding and Fool's Mod on it before. I think that was the first time that happened. That was a lot of max damage. What the hell is this music? Skip. More stilettos, please. The silly thing about this is that finding one of these weapons is actually pretty easy to do. Finding one that has like the optimal like sell to buy ratio is a little bit more difficult. But you can actually just shop these from the store for the most part. I actually got this one, the grinding ancient axe, just by shopping in the store. I just kept running in and out of town over and over again and eventually ended up finding it. I've actually found a bunch of these. I hand them out usually for new ladders and stuff. I go shop them and then I hand them out to everybody. I had to stop in here and let you know I'm really enjoying your real life Shaco, and I indeed found a heads up penny today. Wow. Wow. That magic find's already working for you there, buddy. It's impressive. I am excited for you. Did you put an ist rune in it so it gets even more magic find, or are you just going with the unsocketed? Still gotta grind out your socket quest, I guess. Well, I appreciate it, Too Sharp. Glad you enjoy the videos. It's always nice when you guys give me good feedback. I get lots of bad feedback all the time, so so it's nice to get the good feedback every now and then. Like, oh, Ginger talks too much. He's such a loudmouth, and he talks a lot, and he's so long-winded. I don't know how he can talk for 30 minutes on a snake cord belt. Like, well, you know, I'm sorry. I mean, who's the bigger fool, though? The guy who made the 30-minute video on a snake cord, or the guy who watched the 30-minute video on the snake cord? Who's the bigger silly head? Not me. Not me. I just spent 30 minutes making one video. That was it. I moved on with my life. I mean, honestly, it doesn't really invalidate the, you know, the barbarians. They still find item very well. They can focus on find item instead of, you know, like gold finding. So that way they're just spending the majority of their effort, you know, on magic find as opposed to lem runes and weird things like that. Let me blemmy runes. Let me blemmy runes. Let me blemmy runes. Ba-boom, 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 ba-boom.
We got 1 and a 2 and a 2 and a 1. A 1 and a 2 and a 2 and a 1. A 2 and a 1 and a 3 and a 2. I can't count, but I can toe poo. Gamble bamble. I'm just trying to find one grinding stiletto. That'd be great. One little grinding stiletto. That is all I need. 292 cruel. Wow. That's impressive. 292 cruel. That's a grinding stiletto, but unfortunately it has other mods on it, which means it probably won't work. Sale value is 16,629. Subtracted from 35k is roughly what? 15. It's like, it's not quite enough, unfortunately. I think sometimes if you blow the enchant charges on it, it can like change the value. I don't know. I'd have to check that one. Like blow the enchant charges and see if they see if it changes the price. $279. Cool. Hey, what the hell is with these like ridiculous cruel items? These are crazy. Let's try blowing the enchant charge and see if it changes anything. I really doubt it will, but... Okay, all enchant charges are gone. Alright, so... 16... what is that? 16,629? No, 35k. Okay, hold on. Sell. Oh, no, buyback is 30k. Okay, so that's... I'm making like a whole 5k off of that. That's terrible. Let's get rid of it. So the other thing is that this is actually better the higher level you are because of the way that the grinding mod works. So the higher level your character, the better you can get with this. The goal of this is to find an item that basically has no value. And that when the grinding mod adds the max damage to it, the value goes up like exponentially. And if you can find one that has a low enough value and then be high enough level, like level 99 for instance, you can make something basically sell for nothing, or sell for 35k and you buy it back for like nothing. And of course you can use this in all myriad of things. You can use this for rezzing your merc, buying potions. You can use it for shopping for items. You can use it for gambling, which is really nice. I was using it for quite a while just to gamble up Soges. I never did gamble a Soge, but I gambled a bunch of other things. I'd really like to get like a super optimal stiletto before I like commit to maybe doing like some other kind of stuff, which is what I'm trying to do.
So getting one that can give me almost like a 25k in return would be the optimal, and then I could get a lot more return, so I don't have to sit there and, you know, sell as often. Hey, it's a storm spike. Hey, it's a storm spike. That'd go right in the trash. Right in the trash. That'd go in the trash where it belongs. Gamble circlets, get a griffin. Yeah, it could eventually get a griffin. Do I have a Geeds? I do have a Geeds in here, don't I? Makes it a little bit more in my favor. It doesn't increase the price because you can't increase the price past 35k, but it does decrease the purchase price, which increases the overall value, which is really nice. So what are we making now? 35k, sell 12,179 buy. That's what? 22k, 32k, that's 20. 22. It's like 22,000 and some change. Get that profit just a little bit higher. The piles will tell us. The pile on the ground will tell us exactly how much the profit is. $22,821 is the profit. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get better than that. That's the general scheme here. We want to get better profit than 22,821. Let me put my Geeds back here so I don't accidentally sell it to the gamble vendor. It's a blade. Doesn't have enough sell value. Man, out of gold already? I can't believe it's not bottoms. How many full inventories of gold have I spent on stilettos so far and still not come up with the stiletto that I need? I keep resummoning the Shadow Assassin. Will his equipment change or moves change? What do you mean? The equipment changes every single time you resummon them, yes. The Shadow Warrior just simply copies your moves. So whatever you have on left click and whatever you have on right click, they just use your moves. But yes, their equipment does change if you're using, like, when you summon them, so they gain various equipment. The warrior doesn't have very good equipment, though. It's like magical equipment. You know, but there is every possibility that they could end up with something good, like a cruel claw or something like that, which is pretty neat. $13K to... Actually, I don't know about this one. I'd have to see what the buyback price is. We could always go check that one. Let's keep going. The fact that it's slightly under 4K or 35K is interesting. At the other vendor, it might be more. It's my favorite class and build. I really like the Necromancer, the Paladin, and the Amazon. They're all really powerful. I like them all. I like them all. 20K buyback. I don't like 20K buyback. That's terrible. Am I looking for a base and to make what? I'm not looking for a base. I'm looking for a specific item for gold exploiting. So I'm currently like using this particular gold exploit to exploit tons of money. I'm gambling a specific item that has a better ratio for gold sale so that I can more easily make gold whenever I want to. The general gist of it is that like as you use this technique, you have to do this so many times, and obviously it's a little painful to sit here and do this technique. So anything that makes the technique faster and more efficient so that you have to do it less times and less often is better. So I'm basically just trying to find a slightly better version of what I currently have so that I can use that instead of this one, and in the process have to like do this less often. More than 35K in the bank? I mean, I wish. You can almost, if you do everything right and you get the right item, you can almost get like exactly 35K back, like per sale, which is really freaking good. It does take a little bit of effort. Why you always click on the sell button, Master? Because to use this particular exploit, you have to sell the item from your hand, and the only way to do that is to use the sell button. If you don't use the sell button, it doesn't work. The exploit doesn't work unless you do it the right way. But if you do it the right way, then the exploit do work. I mean, I was always a bit partial to the freezing arrows on for farming Trev. I think the freezing arrows on might be my absolute favorite. Granted, there's no bodies left when she's done, but you basically just go in and you just annihilate. You just freezing target, annihilate everything. Freezing arrow freezes everything. They get frozen. They don't move anymore. I find that the monsters can't heal each other if they're frozen. And the amount of damage that it does is kind of insane when you hit a small pack of monsters all nice and tightly grouped up. The more tightly grouped up they are, the more damage it does. So you just go in, you fire a couple frozen arrows, and everything shatters into oblivion. It is pretty satisfying. The white mobs can't do anything. They're just immediately frozen, and they can't fight back. The elite monsters get chilled. They don't get frozen. But they can't be healed by their minions because their minions are all nice and frozen. So you basically just go in, fire a couple frozen arrows, everything shatters. Maybe one or two monsters still alive at the end of that if you're unlucky or if they were outside of the cluster. It's a pretty satisfying run. I found my Necro tele-stomping on top of them was also pretty powerful. You dropped a jaw? I've dropped a couple jaws. Couple burrs. Couple Zods. Couple Chams. I've had a pretty good run online. I think my luck's been better than most. Grinding Stiletto of the Bats. Unfortunately, it has a second mod. The second mod may have ruined it. I finally got what I was looking for, though. Even if it is slightly ruined. I hope the bat modifier hasn't completely messed up the ratio. We're about to go find out, though. Let's see. Alright, so it is 35,000 to sell, which is good. 16,758 to buy back. What is that a difference of? I think the bat modifier ruined it. 16,758. So it's not a bad item at 18,242, but it's not better than the axe that I'm currently using, which is currently 22,881. So it's shy by about 4,000. We'll keep it because in case I accidentally lose this axe for whatever reason, like if I sell it to a full shop like an idiot, or like it kind of crashes, game crashes while I'm in the middle of selling it or something, it'll be good to have a backup weapon. So close, yet so far.
Almost got what we were looking for. Would have been almost like a 25K in the bank, like profit, if we got the right one. I'm gonna stow this one away for a rainy day, just in case I run out of funds at some point. That's actually a pretty good one. It's not terrible. I mean, 18K profit isn't like awful or anything. I've actually grinded out with worse profit ones than that. Some people on here give up and they only find like a 4K profit and they just sit there and grind 4K profit ones all day. I'm like, no, don't do that. You can totally get a better one than 4K profit. Those are awful. I just want a plain grinding dude. Jank just to give me one of the plain grinding ones. I don't need all this fancy crap. You can take it right on back. Just give me what I need. I will give you all the gold you need. I got infinite gold hacks and I'll let you know about them tracks. Infinite gold hacks. You can use them on Charcy. Infinite gold hacks. You can use them on Charcy. Charcy don't know no better, son. She gonna take this axe and bring it home, and we making all them do-janks here, cause we don't really care about them rules. Money, 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 money in the bank. Money, 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 money in the tank. Got the gambling cash, gonna take it down. And I'm gonna give you a pass through town. We're gonna take it. We're gonna make it. Boom, 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 boom. That's right. I am a stupid person. Congratulations, you have watched a stupid individual for a many hours. And now you have the luxury of knowing that he is a dumb. He is not a very smart man, but he is determined. He has determination. Much determined. Much determinates. So much determinates. We could be gambling for something useful, like, I don't know, a Soj. That would be fun. We could go gamble for a Soj. I do have a character already set up specifically for gambling Sojas. Unfortunately, he has not successfully gambled a single Soj the entire time, but we could always give it a try. I'm going to keep that lower resistance one, and we just gambled another stiletto. This one's a grinding stiletto that has +1 max damage on it. I don't know if that ruined it as well. But we can always see. Charcy, 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 I got some jank for you. Look at this jank, is so freaking fly. What you gonna give me for this jank? You got the 32,768. And then we're gonna check it to the calculator. See if she gonna give us something better later. And I don't really know what to say. So we're gonna punch the numbers in and see if we get paid. Oh, 91,000. That's pretty good. 9,188 minus 9,188. That's a profit of 23,580. We just beat the grinding axe, boys. We just beat the grinding axe with that dude jank. Now we're getting better money from that poo jank. Look at all the magic money's coming in, flowing in the monies for the win. Now we got the optimal stiletto of grinding. Gonna let you know what was binding, cause we got the money and it's flowing in. Look at all the money just coming right on in. We got the gold hairs and the doll hairs and the money. 4 days. Now we gonna have to take our money down and see if we can get paid. Soldiers from the gambling shop, don't tell me I'm gonna rot. Gonna take it all downtown and fill up all our stashes and go away. Do 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 do. Stilettos of justice, stilettos of pain, stilettos of justice, stilettos of pain. Do 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 do. Keep on going. Don't stop. Don't stop, won't stop. Now we got like the high doojank. This is actually really good too because, and I'm gonna explain the magic here, that this actually has room to grow. So as you level up, you increase the amount of maximum damage that the stiletto gets. So if it's at 35,000 gold to sell, then that means that there's no wiggle room up top for it to get higher. But with this particular stiletto, because it only sells for 32,768, that means there's still wiggle room up top, which means as I level, it will actually get even better. And the higher level my character goes, the more money I will make from it, to an exceedingly large value. So until it gets to 35,000 gold, which it will top out at. So if we take the 35,000 gold top out and we run the calculation with that instead, you take 35,000 gold and you subtract that from the value of, what was it, 9,811? Oh no, 9,188. That means that I have a maximum profit of 25,812 gold per sale is what I'm currently looking at, if I can level up my character a little bit and obviously make my character the more optimal level for doing this. But 25k a sale is pretty darn good, especially when I was only getting like 20k from the axe before I grabbed the charm. And the charm was only giving me like 22k, so that's an extra 3k per sale. That's not bad. I like to just sit here and keep selling it until I have like a giant pile on the ground underneath my feet. Boom, boom. We're gonna take it over to the Stone of Jordan gambling mule, and we're gonna go ahead and see if we can gamble a Soj. He's the right level, at the right place, at the right time. I haven't leveled him up past his Soj gambling level because I haven't really been like playing around with that. Alright, how big is the gold pile on the ground, guys? We're about to find out. It's not bad. It's not bad. Got my grinding stiletto. Alright, let's start dumping money in the stash. There's another 840,000. There's another 840,000. Man, the efficiency on this is amazing. That was over 2.5 million, and that didn't even really take me long. That is great efficiency. amazing efficiency. That's right, it's gold time. How many freaking, I was just thinking about this. It's like, what, 50k a gold per ring? 2.5 million per stash. So 7.5 million. Can sit there and gamble some rings. What is that, like 20 rings per million? At least try and gamble something. I've only gotten Nagels and Mantled Heels the entire time I was gambling Sojas last time. Alright, we know we need a lot, so let's just keep going. We're gonna fill up all the stashes, and then we'll go over to the Soj Mule, and we'll see if we can gamble. It's actually my find item barbarian. Wah, wah, wah. My hand's cramping up. Dang. I got the cramping hand, boys. The cramping hand. I guess the cramping hand. Alright. I think I'm done. Let's go to the mule. And gamble some rings. So we got 5 mil, a little over 5 mil. I haven't been on him in a while. He's probably like way down here. Thor, the level 45 Burberden. The mule I set up specifically for gambling and no other purpose. He can hold 40 to 45,000, 45, 450,000. Do I still have my edge bow specifically for? Yes, I do. Alright, speed gambling, boys. Oh, wait, hold on. Isn't speed gambling done faster in Classic? Come on, the Sojly Soj. That is not a Soj. You did not give me a Soj. I'm very upset. Here, let's just do this. That way we can gamble more rings. Alright, speed purchase. Come on, Soji, Soji, Soj. Come on, Soji, Soj, Soj. Come on, Soji, Soji, Soj. Come on, Soji, Soj, Soj. I don't like selling them to him directly because I'll end up selling something really nice to him, like the Soj, which would be very sad. I'll be honest, if I sell a Soj to the gamble vendor by accident, I'm totally gonna just like hack myself a Soj in. I'll be like, look, alright, look. You know I ain't mean to do that. You know I ain't mean to do that. You know I ain't mean to do that. One little Soji Soj, two little Soji Soj, three little Soji Soj, please Soj. One little Soji Soj, two little Soji Soj, three little Soji Soj, one, two Soj. I need a Soji Soj, give me a Soji Soj. Just a Soj for me. If you could give me one, I need a Soji Soj, give me a Soj for me. One little Sage Soj, two little Soj Sage. One little Soj for me. Give me a Soj and I need a Soj. Need a little Soj for me. What the hell was that? Oh, it's lost. That thing was like 100 some odd mana and like a 28% magic find or something. Wasn't it? Well, the vendor is full. Oh, an angelic ring. That's so kind of you. One little, two little, three little, four little, five little, six little, seven, eight little, nine little, 10 little, 10 little, 12 little, 12 some. Let's get some more gold. More gold. Gold, more. 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 I should just admit that I have infinite gold and just give myself infinite gold. But like, look, I have infinite gold now, okay? I obtained the stiletto. I have the stiletto of infinite gold. The goose that laid the golden egg. Why struggle when I could just be free? I'd be more careful with my like instant selling stuff to the shop. You know, let me go through it first before I sell everything. Look for the Soj, just in case I'm an idiot. Which, I mean, I often am. So, I mean, that is the thing. Like, I often am an idiot, so. I'm not even, like, pretending. I know. Like, this is information. We've already got this information. And it's been so long since I've done anything like this. I don't even know. I was just thinking, like, I could go back and I could grind some more gold, which, you know, I totally could do that. But I was also thinking that instead of grinding gold, I could just lock my gold at 1 at like 50k or something and just gamble infinite rings for the fun of it. I mean, I have infinite gold one way or the other. Been a little while since I've done anything like this, but if I still have Cheat Engine installed, yes, Cheat Engine. I don't even know if I still have it installed. Cheat Engine can lock basically lock the gold at whatever value I want it to lock at. So I can potentially just say, okay, look, I have infinite gold. Here's my method. I'm running a logic trap basically inside my own brain. So like I have infinite gold. It's really easy to do. I just put this here. Then I go over here and I do my little thing, right? And to save myself some time, instead of like bothering with the whole infinite gold thing, I could just, you know, just give myself some monies. I'll sell some of these diamonds. I don't care. I need enough money to clear a space. This is also very important for this to work. If you don't clear a space, you can lose your item. Because if you don't have a space for the item to go, you also generally want to use that space that's like right next to the sell window, so you don't have to worry about it. I don't even know if I have Cheat Engine installed. I could show you guys how to do it. It's been like ages since I actually cheat engined anything. I don't think I've cheat engined anything since before I was a YouTuber. I used to have a hacked phone, a jailbroken phone, and I used to cheat engine everything. Like, you know those apps that would have all those, like, in-game transactions? You could use cheat engine on the apps that had in-game transactions, and then you could just, like, have infinite stamina or, like, infinite resources. Never had to worry about it. Alright, so I'm gonna see if I have it installed, and if I do have it installed, I'll show you guys how to do it here. So you can save time, just like me. I just want to gamble for Sojas. I don't want to spend all my time like getting money, I guess, if that makes any sense. Do I even have it installed, though? Let's see. I do have it installed. Look at that. Okay, so the first thing you have to do is you have to select the process. So we're going to go to Diablo 2 Resurrected. Alright. The second thing you have to do is you have to input the value of the gold that you currently have. So we're going to go ahead and pull out all this gold. Because what you're going to look for is you're going to look for that specific value of gold. That's what you're going to look for. So we're going to look for 92944. That's what we're going to look for. So we're going to search for 92944. And then you do a first scan. This is the first scan that it's going to do. The first scan is never going to give you the result that you're looking for. It just simply looks through the memory and it finds the gold value. Now what we've got here is we have 4 values. Some of them are just simply the display value. Some of them are the actual value. Some of them are fakes. Like, they basically don't matter. So what we need to do now is we need to take 1 gold. Alright, just 1 gold. And we're going to drop that 1 gold on the ground. Then we're going to take another look at this and we're going to see, did they change? So all of them changed. So what we're going to do is we're going to assume that all of these values are linked. And we're going to change them all at the same time. We can also do what's called locking them as a specific value. So let's do this. Let's add all of them to the list. And I can't remember how you lock them. Let's try that first. There you go. See, now the value is locked. So see how every time I purchase something, the gold doesn't change? So now the value is locked. Now, locked means that it will never change, either up or down, actually. Alright, so we are just going to... and I crashed the game. Okay, so I think I know what happened there. Welcome to the Thunderdome. It did not like me messing with the gold. That was hilarious. You reap what you sow, sir. It did not like me. Messing with the goldies. He does not like me messing with the gold. Come on down and you can get the mold. And you can get the moldies. I think it was the selling of the items that it didn't like. So many ring. Is it the same value or like... I can't remember if I have to redo it or not. It's probably not the current list. Yeah, it's not the current list. So 8. So the problem is that we can only hold 450,000 gold in our inventory. And we're over 450,000 gold in our stash, which I believe is the problem. So what we need to do is we need to take like 450,000 and shove it in here. And then we need to take, that way we have less than 450,000 there, and that should fix the issue. So we run the scan again, and we run a 436,943. Elite hacker boys. Elite hackers. Alright, so we know that there's no tomfoolery when it comes to this stuff, so let's just add all the modifiers back in, lock them again, and let's try again. Let's see if it crashes. I think as long as we have below the amount of gold that actually goes in our inventory, so 450,000 is the maximum gold you can have in your inventory, I think we're okay. Let's see how many inventories. Nope, we are totally not okay. Crash right back to the desktop. Okay, I guess we can't do it that way. Did Billy Mitchell teach us this trick? I don't know. I was looking up something at some point, and I was trying to have some fun in a specific game, and I think I figured it out, but like, I can't even remember. Like, Chi-Engine is it's not working. It's making the game too unstable and it's crashing, so it's not worth it. It's not worth it, my friends. It is not worth. It did not do the worth. Man, I am like starving up here. I need food. Red Warrior needs food. Red Warrior needs food badly. My girlfriend like had no clue what the hell I was talking about when I started saying Red Warrior needs food. And she said, it's really weird for you to refer yourself as Red Warrior. She goes, that's a little strange. And I said, babe, it's a video game arcade. Like, that's what they say in the video game arcade, is they say, like, when Red Warrior is gonna die, they say, Red Warrior needs food. I'm trying to think of a way I can, like, cheat my gold in and actually, like, not crash the game. Okay. I think I know how to do it. It's been a little while, but I think this might work better. Okay. So, first scan, 450,000. What was that? 1, 2, 3. Okay. Done. Alright. Now. Take out 1 gold. Alright. Take out 1 gold. Put 1 gold into here. Then we do a new scan for the number 1. And we take out 1 more gold. And then we do a new scan for the number 2. And then let's just take out all the gold. So 3522. Alright, now we have the address of the other set of gold. Change record value 2500000. Now we have the record for 2 of the shared stashes, but not the third shared stash. So to get the third shared stash, we need to subtract some gold. We can then change this record back to 2500000. Alright, then we new scan. 840,000. Why are there so many 840,000? That's odd. Let's pull like 1 gold from that. Change it to 8399. Okay. Change value 2500000. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know if the values stay the same between characters, but if they do, I should be able to like very easily edit them. It looks like they do not, so the values have all changed. Huh. That's okay. We got 2.5 million gold now in all the stashes, so we can have a little bit of fun with that. And that took less time than gambling with the stiletto, so I mean, pretty much the same thing, just slightly quicker. Alright, Geed. I need a Soj, okay? All this effort, I could just hack myself a Soj. But I don't want to. I want to get it legitimately. I have infinite gold. That's not an issue. But do I have infinite time? I don't like reading the text in the old version. It hurts my eyes. Come on, Soj. Just one little Soj. One little Soji. Just one P. Give me that Soji. I need one. Come on, little Sojis. Give me that. One little Soji. One little Soji. Give me one. I just need a Soji run. No, no, no. Poopy, 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 poops. He don't wanna give me nothing good. I think he's got that good stuff under the hood, and I don't think he even cares that he be ripping me off, and I got no hairs. Ripping me off. Ripping me off. It's a jerk face. So I wonder if I go back to the paladin, do the values stay the same, or if like, because I'd rather not have to research for the values every single time. But if that's what I got to do, then that's what I got to do. But if I could just switch back to the paladin, and instead of having to redo all the values every single time, that could be easier. I don't know. Maybe the values are the same on the paladin, but not the same on the barbarian. I don't know. Alright, Soj. Come on, give me a Soj. Just one little Soj. That's all we need. One little stone ring of Jordan, please. That's all we need, and I give you fleas. Why you gotta do me like this, bro? I just need a stone of Jordan, yo. Come on and give me just one. I just need a stone of Jordan, huh? Come on, baby, don't hold back. Give me like 17 stone of Jordans, yeah. You keep giving me all these blues, and I think you have some too. Alright, what we got? Poop, poop, poop. Just one little soldier's all I need. If you will give me one, please, I'll be on my way with all my cash. I know that you sell that hash. So you better be nicer. I'll report you to the drug dealers at the shoe. You know what? I got a better idea. Instead of all this hacking, and whacking and playing with cheat engines and stuff, and messing with all these gold things and wasting my time, I got a better idea. I got a much better idea. I got an idea of ideas. I got an idea so strong and so vivid and so powerful. This idea is better than any idea I've had so far. This is the great idea of idearness. What do we do? What do we do, sons? We're gonna make it so that we don't have to spend money. That's what we're gonna do. Why bother with gold when we can make it so that we don't have to worry about gold? Why should we have to worry about gold? That's just silly. So we're gonna take a charm, and we're gonna grab any charm. Doesn't matter what it is. Let's just go into the miscellaneous pile, grab a random charm. Small charm, doesn't matter. It can be a poopin' charm of poopiness. There you go. Small charm of strength. Look at that. Then we're going to edit the charm. We're going to go into the magic category. We're going to look for a category that gives us reduced vendor prices. That's what we're going to be looking for. Reduce vendor price. Where is reduce vendor price? I don't even remember where is it. Extra? Extra gold from monsters, level requirements, light radius. I don't even remember where this is in the stats. It's been way too long. Where is it? It wouldn't be in by level. I don't even know what the value is. Hold on. The easiest way to do this is just to import a Geeds, and we can just copy the Geeds value. So we'll go to unique items, charms, Geeds, okay, and then we'll edit Geeds. We don't want to use Geeds because Geeds is too high level, so we can't actually use Geeds. That's part of the problem. Reduced prices. It is in category extra. Okay. Extra reduced prices. There it is. 127%. He will owe us money. Okay? He will owe us money. That's how much the reduce of the prices will be. He will owe us money. We will try and sell something to him or buy something from him, and he will pay us to take the item away. That is exactly what will currently happen. He's gonna be like, "Oh man, do you want to buy that? Oh, okay. Here is 5 gold," and I'll be like, "Oh, wow, 5 gold. Okay, I like that. I like 5 gold." We got gold everywhere in your hair, and come on down, gonna hit you with the gold town. And then we're gonna be able to infinitely gamble soldiers. Let's go. Close that stupid thing. We don't need you open. We don't need you, stupid cheat engine. Your mom's a cheat engine. How about that? No. Cheat engine, look at you, hot. Cheat engine coming up slot. I don't care, 'cause you suck. He said, "Oh, whoa, whoa." Oh no, wow, 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 wow. I was singing with you, bro. I thought we were singing together. I was singing with you, you were singing with me. That is pretty much all. I was singing with the 127 reduced vendor prices. Boys. The ring cost 500 gold, boys. Let's go. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, I just see, I knew I was gonna do that. I knew I was gonna do that. Redo. Redo. We need a redo. He just sold it straight to the vendor, too. You guys didn't see that, okay? You guys didn't see that. Don't clip that or anything. You didn't know, you didn't see that, okay? You didn't see that. You did not see that. That was not something that you saw. You totally didn't see me just sell my cheated item straight to the gamble vendor. You totally did not see that, okay? Didn't happen. It didn't happen. Oh. We gotta put a buffer zone. We need a buffer zone to prevent me from accidentally selling it. I need a buffer zone. I just need a buffer zone. Just a little bit of a buffer zone. I just need a little buffer home. Come on down and get some buffer zone. Okay, there you go. It's surrounded with a moat. Hopefully I won't accidentally sell it this time. I'm calling it right now. I'm probably going to accidentally sell the Soj right back to the shop. Be like, oops. $10,000 years later. Next stream is just going to be a stream that's literally just labeled, I'm gambling until I find a Soj. I'm just going to never hop off until I find a Soj. Like 7 years later, I don't know, still no Soj. I'm not stopping streaming. I don't care. No Soj, no life. Guess I'll just die. No water. Vision going blurry. Dog pooping on the rug. Definitely dog pooping on the rug. Looking for a sake? What kind of shake? You looking for like a chocolate and vanilla? Like peppermint? I know what. Pistachio. That's the one you're looking for. You're looking for a pistachio shake. Yeah, the pistachio one. Exactly. You don't want the doo-doo brown chocolate one. That's for sure. He don't want the doo-doo brown chocolate one because it's down and it's got the doo-doo in it anyway. He don't want the doo-doo brown because it's really kind of brown. And I think it's not okay. I think it's funny how one of the most delicious things on the planet is literally chocolate, and like especially well-made chocolate, not slave chocolate. But like those Easter bunnies around Easter, I call those slave chocolate because they're usually made out of like horrible chocolate. I was like, you can taste the like salty tears of the slaves who made that chocolate. But it's brown, like doo-doo. Doo-doo brown chocolate. What is the best item for gambling? Gambling is about trying to get something specific. So, I mean, there's a lot of good things you can gamble. Rings and amulets are really good. They're lucrative because you can get some really good rolls on the rings and amulets. You get a nice dual leecher ring with like good mods on it. attack rating, etc. It could be highly valuable. You can also try and gamble for like a Griffin's Eye diadem. You can gamble for all sorts of stuff. Is there a community on Discord playing off ladder? Most of the time people don't really play on non-ladder, Elena. Most of the community is playing on ladder. I mean, there are some people who play non-ladder. But for the most part, if you want to engage with the majority of the community, it's on ladder during ladder resets. Ladder resets are something that only occur once every certain number of months. The next ladder reset is going to be on March 7th, if you'd like to join. If you type in !Discord, you can find a link to my Discord. We have a community, we have a clan, and everybody in the clan joins up on ladder day, and we all have fun with it. Support each other, help each other out, share items, get everybody leveled up, give advice. I wouldn't necessarily recommend ladder starts for like brand new players, but if you have a firm understanding of what you're doing, you're more than welcome to come join us. And even if you don't have a firm understanding of what you're doing, you're still more than welcome to come join us. It just might not be as fun if you have to learn as you go. Compared to, like, you know, a more leisurely start. Been playing on and off for many years. Well, you're more than welcome to join the community. We got a lot of brains you can pick for information. Some of them are a little old and moldy, but you're more than welcome to ask questions. I don't think anybody new has ever been, like, messed with. We've had a couple people who, like, I don't know how to explain it. We've had a couple people show up in the Discord who were very assertive about their wrong information. And it's quite interesting to say it that way, because that's exactly kind of what happened. So, like, they joined the Discord and then, like, they had certain preconceptions about how the game worked, and they weren't exactly the correct assumptions. And most of the Discord, you know, like, members would try to help educate them on, like, the correct way that the formulas work and, like, you know, how certain things work. And, yeah, they didn't care. Like, they would just keep telling everybody in the Discord, like, the wrong things. And no matter how many times we would talk to them, like, hey, you can't be spreading misinformation like some sort of propagandist. I'm like, that's not how it works. And they're like, yes, it is. And I'm like, that literally all the websites disagree with you, buddy. Like none of them agree with you. I don't agree with you. Eventually, I think that person ended up getting banned because they just kept trying to convince everybody about the weirdest and, like, most or craziest theories on how things functioned. I mean, other than that, like, we've banned very few people in the kinship at all, really. I've had a couple people leave from, you know, disagreements, but for the most part, there's, like, no real conflict within the kinship. Just a bunch of people having fun and learning about the game and sharing items and farting and pooping and eating beef jerky sticks. And we got people that have been playing Diablo 2 for freaking decades. And the game has changed a little bit, of course, but we really just have fun playing with each other, you know? Like, I'm playing single player right now, but I'm really only playing single player because ladder is, like, nearly over. And when ladder gets to the point where, like, it's, you know, almost over, like, nobody really plays. Because nobody wants to put in time and effort on a ladder that's about to reset. It's just not worth it. So I'm in a logic trap here. ASAF1S. I have a glitch that I can use to get myself infinite gold, and instead of going back and doing my glitch to get infinite gold, which is costing me a lot of time. I mean, I literally have infinite gold. I can get as much gold as I want. So I decided that instead of sitting there wasting my time and you guys' time by grinding the infinite gold trick, I would just allow myself, through cheating, to be able to just purchase the items instead. That way I can save everybody's time on watching me endlessly grind gold, which is super duper easy, by the way. I got it up to like almost 25k a profit, like per sale, which is really good. I can like fill up my entire inventory with gold in a pretty short amount of time, but it's still tedious to go back and fill up my inventory with gold and then come back here and then transfer it all over and then gamble and then go back and then get my gold and then transfer and then gamble and then go back and then get my gold and then transfer and then gamble and then go back and then get my gold and then transfer and then gamble and then go back and then get my gold and then transfer. You get my point. So I'm skipping the middleman, so to speak, and I'm just allowing myself to use that infinite gold, which we can we can all agree that I have access to. Whoa, Sneeve, you weren't paying attention? Well, I'm not repeating myself. What do I do with all my items? On single player, I mule them off and I start to collect them like a holy grail. Every single item. Try and get like one of everything. I think it's fun to collect all the items. Plus, they're actually really useful, and eventually when you get like a specific build that you're trying to set up and you need like a specific item, you can, you know, you have that at your advantage, at your fingertips. Boy, I tell you guys, there's probably so much gold on the ground right now. Oh, you mean after ladder? So when ladder is over, your characters shift over to non-ladder. So they become non-ladder characters, and you can play them in PvP with them and stuff if you want to. I mean, granted, they're no longer ladder characters, but doesn't necessarily mean you can't still go have fun with them and like farm stuff if you want to. Most people don't really play non-ladder except for like PvP. Sneeve said he actually only non-ladders? That's crazy. Ladder's much more fun. so many little things that you do in ladder that you can't do in other places. So many little things to do in ladder that are fun and happen to. Monsters are a little bit smarter. They don't lick paint for breakfast, and the monsters seem to attack better. There are ladder only rune words that you can only make on the ladder. And if you're not on the ladder, then it's very hard to obtain. Do 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 do. Like the mosaic rune word, or some of the other cool ones. It's definitely something that you might want to consider. I mean, the journey to get to your character into its maximum state is half the fun, Elena. I mean, many people over the years have kind of like understood this. Is it like the journey is the fun part, not the actual being at the maximum level? I mean, once you have all your stuff and once your character is all decked out, it's not as fun. I mean, when we play ladder together, we share items and we help each other out. So for the most part, like, it's really easy to get our characters decked out and geared. And we usually do what's called swap games. So during our ladder seasons, we have these big swap games where basically everybody just drops everything on the ground, and you can just walk around and pick up whatever you want. It's like take a penny, leave a penny. You guys are too attached. You guys need a break free. You guys sound like kids that don't want to leave their parents' house because it's a scary world out there. The process of leveling up your characters with your friends on a ladder start is more fun than anything you will ever do in this game. It's like a Super Bowl party, or like freaking going to like your best friend's wedding and having fun and sleeping with a bunch of bridesmaids. I mean, like, I don't know how to explain it to you guys and make you understand. Y'all are missing out, and you're missing out big time. You don't understand. You got your hand, you're like a raccoon with your hand clutched around like a ring that you found like 5 years ago, when there's like 70,000 more of those rings that you could be finding if you just hop online with your friends. Yeah, but what's the point of that? I could give you perfect items for days that come from ladders. Like, there's people that are able to completely perfect their characters on like a 3-month ladder. And I mean, yeah, if you have enough time, like infinite time, you can pretty much make any of your characters perfect on one ladder. But I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean that you have to stop doing that. Like, I don't think you understand. When you play on ladder, everything that you gain in ladder goes to non-ladder. So if what you're worried about is non-ladder, you literally get to keep everything that you get in ladder and bring it with you to non-ladder. So if you're trying to max out your non-ladder account, your ladder characters go toward that account at the end of every season. So even if that's your goal and you don't care about ladder itself and you just want to have some fun on ladder, you still get to take everything that you find on ladder back with you to ladder when the season ends. If your off ladder characters are full, then all you got to do is pick a character, take the equipment off of that character, delete that character, and make it on ladder. And then when the ladder season ends, you give the character back its equipment, you check it against the new equipment that you've gotten from ladder, you pick the best pieces of equipment, and now you have an even better version of the character that you had before on non-ladder. Because you get to combine the equipment that you find on ladder with the equipment that you find on non-ladder, and now your character is now even better than they were before. And nothing is lost. Nothing. Why you no Gib Stone Ring Jordan? Stone Ring Jordan. Me want Stone Ring Jordan. Ladder does have better finds, actually. There are specific items that only drop in ladder. I don't know if you were aware of that. Sounds like you were not aware of that. There are specific modifiers and things that only exist in ladder. There are incentives for playing ladder. There's a bunch of them. Ladder is just the superior version of the game. One of the biggest incentives for playing ladder is the lack of cheats and bots at the beginning of a season. So I know you're clutching all of your beautiful items on non-ladder and you think that they mean something, but after a long period of time, non-ladder becomes absolutely and utterly cluttered with such a large number of duped items, cheated items, items that literally have no value because there are so many perfect items within the realm, that when you start a new ladder, one of the best things about ladder is that nobody has anything. Like, a lot of you guys seem to be so tied up with the idea that you won't have anything. But what you don't realize is that nobody has anything. And that puts everybody on an equal playing field. And that's what makes ladder so much fun, is that nobody has anything. Not you don't have anything. You're too focused on I don't have anything. Focus more on the fact that everyone doesn't have anything. Imagine you walk into a room naked and nobody else is naked. Well, then you're just an idiot and you're a fool. And now you walk into a room and you're naked, but everybody else is also naked. You see how the situation changes, and now it's not so much about you as it is about everyone else, because everyone is naked and not just you. Okay? You have to think about ladder start as a community-wide start where everybody is equal, at least at the very beginning of the ladder. And everybody has fun grinding up the items and looking for the equipment and doing their best to obtain a, Shaco or a Soj or whatever other items that they particularly want for their character. And if you look at it that way and you understand that everybody is starting from scratch and it's about a community effort for everyone to gear up and have fun together, then you realize it's much more fun than just simply, oh, somebody took all my items away and everybody else still has all of their items, because that's not how it works. Nobody else has any items either. Everybody gets their stuff taken away. It's my opinion against your opinion. I don't really see it that way. I feel like most of the time when people tell me that they don't want to play ladder and they give me like some superficial reasons like you guys are giving me, basically all I'm hearing is that you guys have never actually played ladder. That's what I'm hearing. I'd be like if I walked up to somebody and said, hey, do you want to try this Oreo? And they're like, no, I hate Oreos. But deep down inside their soul, they know that the real answer is they've never actually tried an Oreo and that they don't actually want to try an Oreo because they're scared of trying Oreos. But if they did actually try an Oreo, they might actually like it. But deep down, they know that they're not going to ever try it. So they just make up an excuse and say that they don't like it. And 9 times out of 10, 99 times out of 100, like when I talk to people who tell me they don't like ladder for whatever reason they make up, it's always they've never actually given ladder a real honest chance. And you can't tell me that you don't like something if you've never tried it. With a group, with other people, not by yourself. Like in a clan or a kinship, is also very important because otherwise you're not having in a communal effort. You're just in a room by yourself. 3 min damage, 73 AR, 2 resistances. That's actually not bad. Still no Soj though. What's up, Zavazi? I think all the crazy stuff that we've been through playing ladders together, and I just can't help but laugh. Like Mr. White Monarch guy. Oh my god. We had this one guy. We were doing a ladder start, and he picked up a White Monarch shield. You know, people like to make spirits in the White Monarch shields, so, you know, this was a pretty big deal. Like, if you're like day 1 of ladder and you find a Monarch shield, but this wasn't even like day 1 of ladder. It was pretty late in the ladder. It was like 4 or 5 days in, and Monarch shields were becoming increasingly more common. So anyway, we did a swap game, and at some point or another, it was opened to the public. And after it got opened to the public, for some reason or another, somebody in the kinship shouted for the swap game again. And as soon as it popped up, I made sure to let everybody know, like following that post, I was like, hey, this swap game is already been open to public, so be careful about dropping items in there because somebody may take them. So Mr. White Monarch guy goes in there, and he was holding his shield in his hand. For those of you guys who know what I'm talking about, like you can hold an item in your hand and you can exit a game with it. And he joined the swap game with his White Monarch that he had just found, and he was so pleased with himself. And he dropped it on the ground because he was going to rearrange his inventory and put it into his stash because he didn't have any inventory space to pick it up. That's why it was in his hand to begin with. Well, as soon as he dropped it on the ground, it was immediately snatched up by one of the other players. And, oh my god. It was as if somebody had stolen his firstborn child from him. And he was beside himself. Somebody stole my Monarch. My Monarch. Oh, my dear Lord Jesus. So, you know, like, we're a kinship, and we look out for each other. And despite the fact that, you know, it was a public swap game, and we tried our best to make sure that, you know, he knew in advance. Everybody kind of came through. Like, immediately, you know, 2 or 3 people had their hands out with a white monarch shield and was like, hey, no big deal. Like, you can have mine. And I remember at one point, like, we literally came into the game where he was at, and we dropped like 7 or 8 white monarch shields around his feet. And boy, oh my dear Lord Jesus, like, he wouldn't take any of them. Not a single one of these white monarchs would he take. He got so upset. So upset. Like, oh no, you don't understand. It's the principle of the thing. Like, I need to figure out who stole my white monarch shield, and I gotta punish them. He put out a PK bounty on the white monarch shield guy. He put out a PK bounty of like 5,000 gold. So I had a talk with this guy, and I was like, "Come on, man! Like, it's just a white monarch shield. It's not that big of a deal. Like, I mean, and I hate to say this, but you're the one that made the mistake. Like, it was a public swap game, and like it got swapped by somebody in a pub game. Basically, I was like, we made sure that everybody knew it was a public swap game before we said anything. I mean, it's a white monarch shield. Like, it's not really that valuable." He's like, "You don't understand." He goes, "They're super valuable at the start of ladder." And I'm like, dude, we tried to give you like 7 of them. Like, we have plenty. He's like, "What you don't understand, it's the principle of the thing." He goes, "They stole my monarch." Oh, my dear Lord Jesus. So I told him, I said, "Hey, look, I get it. Like, you're upset." I was like, "But you got to drop it. Like, that's stupid." I was like, offering a 5,000 PK gold bounty on somebody's head. I was like, and I thought you were joking, because 5,000 gold is basically nothing, and I could like sneeze 5,000 gold out of my anus. I was like, but you were actually serious. You're trying to do like a 5,000 gold PK bounty on somebody for stealing your white monarch. And he's like going back on the stream, like frame by frame, to see who picked up his white monarch. And I'm just like, oh my God, dude, you gotta stop. And he's like, "I will not." And I was like, well, then you gotta go. I'm like, we can't have somebody in the kinship like this. I was like, it's a monarch shield. Like, bro, we tried to replace it like 6 times over. And that's not the only silly time we've had just the most crazy stuff go on in ladder. And I'm telling you these stories because I want you to understand that, like, ladder is exceedingly fun, and there are so many funny things that we've had to laugh at over the years of playing ladder. Another one is the story of the moocher. So we had this professional moocher. I don't want to even call him a moocher. I think I have to call him like some sort of like professional god tier moocher. This guy successfully mooched like 8 characters or like 10 characters. I can't even remember how many characters it was. It was a lot of characters. He successfully mooched so many characters off of the kinship, and he provided basically nothing in return. And I finally caught him one day in the weirdest situation. So the situation was, we were doing chaos in hell, and this guy was on his Amazon. And we were sitting there doing chaos. We were killing the monsters in chaos, and this boy died over and over and over again. Now, normally I don't really care. Like, if you want to mooch inside of a dungeon or whatever, like, you just need some levels, and you're trying to get it, like, you know, the levels to put your gear on or whatever. Or, you know, you're just too low level to really participate, so you're just trying to catch up or whatever. Like, it's no big deal. But after he died for like the 6th or 7th time, yeah, 6th or 7th time, I looked at his level, and he was level like 89 or something like that. I can't remember the exact level, but it was in the 80s. I do remember it was in the 80s. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, dang, this guy's pretty high level to be dying over and over again. And I kind of just shrugged it off because, you know, like, I wasn't going to be, you know, that, you know, nitpicky about things. Then this boy died. Get this. He died to Grand Visor of Chaos. Boy, when I saw him die to Grand Visor of Chaos, I was like, yo, I think I've seen maybe like 2 people die to Grand Visor of Chaos in my entire life, except for like maybe like level 1 noobs that don't belong in Chaos of Sanctuary in Hell difficulty, and you're one of the 2. And so I started to like question him a little bit about his build because I wanted to help him out. I'm like, I felt bad for the guy, to be perfectly honest. I mean, he died to Grand Vizier of Chaos, and I'm just like, this has got to be the dumbest thing I've ever seen. I was like, does he have any points in his like skills? Did he put any points in his HP? Like, what's going on? And so, no. Turned out he had not put any points in his dodge, avoid, and evade. He didn't have hardly any of his points put in for stats. In fact, he had literally just like set them aside. He wasn't wearing any good equipment. He said he had like whatever he could pick up off the floor. That was literally what he said. I'm using whatever I can pick up off the floor. So I started to talk to this guy and figure out what the hell was going on, and come to find out he had a methodology. A professional moocher methodology. Yes. The professional moocher methodology. PMM. The PMM. That's right. He had a PMM. So he started to tell me all about his professional moocher methodology. So what did he do? Well, he said that he didn't actually want to play any of his characters. So for, what was it, like, he said he doesn't level any of his characters until he was level 90. So he was mooching until he was level 90, okay? And I was like, that seems like a really long time to mooch. I'm like, did you go get any of your like bonus stats from the Book of Lam SM, or did you go get your resistances from Anya, at least like normal and nightmare, because they're really easy to get? Did you grab any of your extra plus to skills from like Tyrael or like Den of Evil and things like that? And the answer was no. He did not have any of his resistance quests done. He did not have any of his skill quests done. He did not have any of his like stat point quests done. He basically was a complete and utter mooch, and he was going to be, as he stated, a complete and utter mooch until he hit level 90. Now, his PMM, his professional moocher plan, was literally to level to 90, and once he hit level 90, once he mooched his way to level 90, he would then put on his equipment and deck out his character with his gear, okay? Then he would proceed to play his character for 5 levels, okay? So from level 90 to level 95, he would play his character for 5 levels. Then he would never touch that character again, and he would move on to the next character. And when he told me he would move on to the next character, I said, hold on. I said, how many characters have you done this on? And I can't remember the exact number right off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it was like 1 of every class at the very least, if not some more builds, even more than that. So he had done 1 of every class to 85 or 95, and he said that he was the Amazon was his last one. So he had already done like Barbarian, Sorceress, Paladin, Necromancer, Druid, Assassin, and he was working on his Amazon. So that's 5, 6, 7. So that's 7 different characters, right? And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, and I'm talking to this guy, and I'm like, so you basically just mooched off the kinship for like 8 characters worth of leveling to level 90? Level 90 is kind of dramatic. And I was like, you do know that your character is pretty effective. Like, once you reach like level 65-ish, usually you're more than capable of handling yourself in hell difficulty. And he's like, yeah, well, that's just not the way I do things. He goes, I don't actually, like spec out my character and equip any gear until I'm at least level 90. And I was like, so you're basically useless, and you've been mooching off the kinship for like what, 7 full characters to 90. I was like, so what do you do when you actually get to level 90? And deck out your character. And he's like, oh, well, I just do a little bit of EXP runs until I hit 95, and then I never play the character again. Actually have a recording of this guy talking. It's hilarious. It's up on my channel, on my YouTube channel, if you guys want to listen to it. Suffice it to say, after this entire conversation, I tried to get through to this guy. I tried to explain to him that what he was doing wasn't right, and that he was basically just stealing from the kinship, and he wasn't actually, like, contributing or helping in any way, shape, or form. He didn't care. He thought that what he was doing was right, and that what we were doing was wrong, and his method was just way better, and that... he's like, well, it worked, didn't it? He's like, I got all my characters, up to, such and such level, and I did what I was, planning to do. And I'm like, yeah, you did. Yeah, and I mean, and he's like, and I played those characters, and I'm like, did you? Did you really? He's like, yeah, I got him to level 95. I'm like, did you actually play them though? I was like, from what it sounds like to me, is you got power leveled up to hell difficulty, then mooched your way up to level 90, which means that the majority of the leveling and, like, experience that you would gain actually having fun and playing this character, you skipped. So you didn't really play the characters at all. You just power leveled them to level 90 and dilly-dallied with them a tiny bit. He didn't like that very much when I pointed out that he hadn't actually played the characters, which he didn't. I mean, he didn't actually level them. He didn't actually get the experience. He didn't actually have fun, like, going through the acts and playing stuff. He just got power leveled, and he power leveled all of them. And what's crazy is that I never realized it, like, until I actually got to talk to him. Because, like, for the longest time, like, there was, like, complaints about a guy who was taking all of the stuff from the swap games, which, of course, if you're going to level up 8 separate characters, you're going to need a lot of equipment. You're going to need a lot of gear, okay? Would Magic Find help while buying from the vendor? Not for gambling, no. And that's just one of 1,000 weird things that have happened in ladder runs. So we had another guy that, let me just point out that we were doing runs. And, we're pretty in tune with how often, like, runes drop. Like, Burr runes, Jaw runes, Sur runes, etc. So, like, it's not something that happens every day or every game. In fact, sometimes you might see, like, 2 in a game, but, you might go hundreds of games without seeing any at all, right? And the interesting thing is that, like, you kind of, like, know intuitively, like, how often, like, these high runes actually fall. And when you see them falling, like, too quickly, you know that, like, something is rotten in the neighborhood. Well, turns out that, like, as we were playing, like, oh my god, it's a Zod rune. Wow, I can't believe it. Or, oh my god, it's a Jaw rune. Wow, it's a Sur rune. Wow, I can't believe it. We're so lucky today. We had this guy who, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know where he was getting them from, but he had a bunch of runes. And he would run with the group, and then he would just, like, randomly drop one of his runes on the ground and pretend that it was an actual real drop. And happened for a little while. Like, I think everybody was kind of suspicious at first, but, they were like, at first, they were like, oh yeah, Jaw rune, oh my god, yeah, hell yeah, we could definitely use this. This will be great to make, like, an enigma or something like that, right? But as time went on and more of these fake high runes were dropping in the games, we all started to realize that, you know, obviously something was fishy in the neighborhood. And we started to pay attention to who was in the games when these fake high runes were falling. And it didn't take very long before we narrowed it down to a specific individual who was deliberately purchasing high runes from real money trade websites. And he was literally just dropping high runes in games. And I had to have a talk with the guy because, I mean, not only is it just not fun, it's not what we're trying to do when we play a new ladder start. It's like cheating basically. I don't think it's ever really good to use RMT, and he never really understood. Like, I really felt bad for the guy because eventually he just disappeared, and I think he was having fun within the kinship, but at the same time, I think he was trying to do something good for the kinship, but I don't think he realized exactly what he was doing. I mean, that's just one of like 1,000 frickin'. Oh my god. Then there was the guy who like lost it over a pile of gold. I couldn't believe it. There was this one guy we were playing through in like the early parts of the game, and we're pretty like friendly in the kinship. We'll hand items out to people on a regular basis. You need gold, you need potions, like whatever you need, it's not a big deal. And this guy died. He dropped maybe like 20k on the ground. 20,000 gold. I think it was actually less than that, but it doesn't really matter. So it was pretty early in the game, so 20,000 gold might be considered more than, a normal, like 20,000 gold, especially when you're struggling for money early on. But it really wasn't that much because everybody in the group had way more gold than that. Somebody accidentally picked up his gold. You would have thought that they stole his firstborn child. This boy went off about how terrible we were because we stole his 20k gold. I'm pretty sure like 3 of us immediately dropped him like 6 times the amount of gold, like 100k on the ground, like immediately. Like it's not a big deal, bro. Somebody probably just picked it up by accident. He was like, "No, they did it on purpose. That's my gold." And I'm like, dude, it's gold. Like he's like, "It was a lot of gold." And I'm like, bruh, it wasn't a lot of gold. Like, it was a tiny amount of gold. We're literally handing you, like, 10 times the amount that you supposedly lost. Nobody stole your gold on purpose. It's really easy to pick up somebody's gold. 20k is actually something that drops on the ground on a regular basis, especially when you have extra gold for monsters. I'm like, it's not that big of a deal. He's like, "It is. It's so much gold." I'm like, dude, I can sell one item for 35,000 gold a piece. I can literally walk out here, pick some items up off the ground, which I did, sold like 3 of them for 35,000 a pop, and dropped like 200k gold on his head. And he's like, "It's not the point. It's the principle of the matter. You don't understand. Somebody stole my gold and they need to be held accountable for it." Oh my god. I'm pretty sure you can imagine what happened to this guy. Because he wouldn't stop about his 20,000 gold, so he left with a boot to his butt. Just a boot right to his butt. And that's not the only time silly things like that have ever happened. There was the juvie guy. Oh my god, the juvie guy. So they were doing something. I can't remember what it was. I think it was like an Ubers or something like that. And this guy died. He had a full belt of juvies. And somebody picked up his juvies. So, for record, in the kinship, we usually have a like several barbarians who do like trav and stuff like that, and they collect juvies. They literally like have juvie mules. Like, I'm not even kidding. We're talking about like entire mules full of full rejuvenation potions, and it's not a big deal at all. Like, half the time, all you have to do is you just be like, you just go like, hey, I need some juvies, and like 2 barbarians will show up and start raining them on your head until you literally beg them to stop. You're like, please stop, I can't take anymore. They're like, are you sure? I got like a whole extra tab. I got like 6 extra. I got, you can have some more if you want. I'm like, no, really, dude, I can't hold anymore. I'm so full. So anyway, somebody takes his juvies, and he throws an absolute fit. Like, I can't believe you guys took my juvies. You know how long it took me to, like, collect those for the run. He goes, I can't believe you guys took them. I need my juvies back right now. Dude, literally within seconds, a barbarian showed up and dropped, like, an entire inventory of juvies in the game. It wasn't good enough for him. Because, again, do you notice a theme here? Like, it's not the point. It's the principle of the matter. You shouldn't be taking my juvies. I don't care if you replace them. If my juvies are on the ground, you shouldn't be picking them. Rah, 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 rah. Oh, my God. I'm like, is this real life or is this fantasy? Easy come, easy go, little high, little low. Everywhere the wind blows. Is juvenile detention care? Oh my god, we've had, like, the White Monarch guy is so infamous that literally somebody made a character named White Monarch and just, like, parades around the kinship with his White Monarch. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Then we had the guy that was just like completely clueless about the game, and he had like an infinite amount of money to spend. I didn't understand this guy. Like, I ain't never seen somebody have so much money but not enough sense. Let me explain what happened with this guy. So we do a new ladder, and like only a couple days into the ladder, this guy's already got like a full dragon set. You guys know how expensive dragon armor is? And full dreams. He's got full dreams and full dragons. That's 2 dreams, 2 dragons, and a hand of justice. And it's like day 3 a ladder. Or like day 4 a ladder. It's like we're barely into ladder, and this guy's already got like full dragons and full dreams. He's also got a mist bow that he made in a short battle bow for some reason. Don't really know why that was a thing. So anyway, I'm playing with this guy, and he mentions that he has an inventory full of skillers. And I was like, oh, okay. I was like, what skillers do you got? Combat skillers? I was like, those are pretty good. He goes, oh, no, I've got defensive skillers. And I was like, defensive skillers? Why are you using defensive skillers? He said, oh, because it enhances the synergies for my dragon armor and makes my holy fire hit harder. And I said, it does. That's not how it works. You can't increase the damage that you get from synergies. It doesn't. It doesn't work that way. And he goes, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Well, hard points can increase synergy bonuses, but not soft points that come from plus the skills." And he goes, "Oh, well then what skillers should I be using then?" And I said, "Well, because you're using dragons, you can't enhance the holy fire with plus the skills because it's set to the value of the armor." He says, "Yeah, I know. That's why I'm using the defensive skillers." And I was like, "Well, the defensive skillers don't enhance the synergies, so that doesn't help you either." And he's like, "Well, which ones should I be using?" And I was like, "Well, you'd probably get the most benefit from combat skillers." So the next day, like maybe like less than 6 hours or 8 hours later, he shows up and he says I got my skillers, and I'm like, "Oh wow, you managed to find a combat skiller?" He goes, "No, I got a full inventory of them." And I was like, "Oh, you traded for them?" He's like, "Oh no, I found them." And he shows them to me, and I'm looking at them, and I was like, "Man, these are pretty good." I was like, "You got like a +1 like combat with like 20 life, and like a +1 combat with like 6 strength, and like a +1 combat with like a max damage, and like." I'm like, "You found these?" He's like, "Yeah, I was farming." And I was like, "Buddy," I was like, "I don't know who you're trying to fool, but I might find one pally combat skiller in like a week of farming if I'm lucky." Now, not necessarily only one skiller, but only one pally combat skiller. And even then, like, if it rolled with, like, good stats like yours rolled with, like, it would take me quite a while to obtain 8 pally combat skillers. And I was like, and I kind of, like, sent it through the kinship, and I was like, "How long would it take you to find that many pally combat skillers?" And somebody else is like, "Oh, man, I don't know, like, a couple weeks?" And, like, even if I was lucky, a couple weeks. And then somebody else was like a couple months. Maybe if I traded for them. And he's like, "Oh no, I found these. I just went farming for 8 hours." And I was just like, I'm like, "Buddy, nobody believes you." I was like, "Not a single person believes you. Like, you didn't go farm 8 hours and come back with 8 pally combat skillers, all with additional benefits." I'm like, "Please give that up." It's not. Nobody's buying it. Nobody's buying this. I mean, you had like 2 dreams, 2 dragons, a hand of justice, a crappy mist bow that you made in a weird base, a crappy hand of justice that you made in a weird base, freaking a full inventory of combat skillers, and all of it like before like the first week of ladders even over. I'm like, nobody believes you, sir. It's so funny. I was like, if you want to buy your items, like, I hesitate to say this because people will take it to heart. Buying items is not restricted from the kinship. Like, if you want to spend your money on like whatever you want to spend your money on, I don't really care. But lying about it and telling everybody that you farm the items is just bad. Like, it hurts the kinship as a whole when you do that, simply because, like, if you tell somebody that you farmed these items, like 8 pally combat skillers, in a certain period of time, they're immediately going to assume, for whatever reason, that like they suck. They're going to be like, "Oh man, if they believe you anyway. If they believe you, they're going to be like, "Oh man, he farmed that many in that amount of time. Man, I suck. I could never even find one of them." Nagel? No. I got 30% Nagels. I got 30% Nagels. I'm looking for a Soge. Little bit of Soge. It's an interesting ring. 77 mana, 23% magic find. It's kind of neat. It's not a Soj, but... Boy, the pile of gold around me has got to be the biggest pile of gold I've ever seen in my life. Prayer is a fun one to max if you now with all the ways that you can synergize it with other things. Like if you max prayer and you put on like a plague sword and grab the cleansing aura, you can get like the full benefit of the prayer aura through the cleansing, which is really neat. Sounds like your uncle would be super excited about the changes that they've made. Boom, 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 boom. I just want a stone ring of Jordan's son. Why don't you let me get just one? Oh, Geeb, come on, you is the one. Come on, baby, and give me a soul. I just need a beautiful soul. Come on, baby, give me a soul. A beautiful, beautiful soul. Woo, 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 woo. You guys want to hear me yell at that guy that mooched like 8 whole characters off the kinship? I'm pretty sure I can find the stream of him talking. Why no Zoj? It was a funny episode. Kick all of the baskets, sir. Don't stop kicking baskets or they will overrun us. The basket makers never stop, and if you stop kicking, then we will drown. In the baskets flowing down from the basket maker's house all the way in town, and he never stops making baskets, so you better get your boot slamming down. Basket, basket, a basket maker man. Why are you trying to fill the land? With every single basket in your hand, you just keep on cranking out the baskets, sir. It's gotta be the craziest thing, watching them baskets really sing as you chuck 'em out of your door like a big old nasty ugly whore. Basket maker son. Basket maker son. Oh my god. I'm scared to take the window down. There's so much gold around my feet right now. Like, the piles probably go out for days. Miles. Miles and miles of Bascums. Reminds me of this quest from Bard's Tale. You guys ever play Bard's Tale? In Bard's Tale, there's barrels all over the place. And so you're kicking the barrels. And you break them. Search around town a little bit. And eventually you find a house. You go inside the house and there's more barrels. Well, you start kicking those barrels too. And out pops a guy. He yells at you. He said, "Why are you kicking my barrels?" He goes, "I'm the barrel maker." He goes, "Hey, you're pretty good at kicking those barrels." He goes, "How about we make a deal?" He says, "I'll pay you for every barrel that you kick." He goes, "Because when you kick the barrels, they have to be replaced." He goes, "And I get paid money for every barrel that I make. So you kick the barrels, and I'll make the barrels, and we'll both come out rich." So this boy literally pays you for every barrel that you kick. And every time you go back, he keeps a track of all the barrels that you've kicked and pays you accordingly for every barrel that you kick throughout the entire game. Because every time you kick a barrel, he literally makes a new one to replace it and then sells it to the person and makes a profit. And then you get a piece of his profit sharing check. And it's got to be the silliest thing I've ever seen. You literally just get infinite money for kicking barrels. Congratulations, you have found a loophole in the universe. What's up, blah, 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 blah? Why should I go to sleep? Pay me to go to sleep, okay? Pay me. Where's my money? I need sleeping money. I need to fill my pillow with sleeping money. I need to fill my pillow with the sleeping money. It's very important. Fill your pillow with your sleeping cash, or you're gonna get a big old gash. Across your face, across your chest, big old gashes on your nest. 'Cause if you don't keep your pillow stuffed with cash. The demons in the night are coming to get you, but they can't be paid off if you got some pillow money. Honey, evil little demons coming with the demons, gonna hit you right in your big wiener. Okay, little wiener. I don't think you guys are ready to see how much gold is on the ground right now, because I'm pretty sure the amount of gold on the ground right now is excessive to a degree of silliness that bypasses all logic and reasoning. Shall we take a look at the gold on the ground, guys? Or should we just leave it to fate? Just keep going until the game crashes? Have we filled the entire town yet? That's the question. We may have filled the entire town. I don't know. It's probably close. Filling up the entire town with the gold that makes this sound. Filling up the entire town with the lovely ring of the beautiful gold. I'm looking for a Soj. 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 Give me a Soj. Soj. I just need a Soj. Still no Soj. One time I was getting hypnotized by the way the gold falls. It's actually really cool. So the gold falls in like a geometric pattern. It's kind of neat. And then eventually it starts doing weird things. Like once the geometric pattern is broken. Like, because it only does the geometric pattern thing for a certain period of time. And then once it gets to a certain size, it can't do the geometric pattern thing anymore. And then it just starts doing weird stuff. Like it starts spreading out in lines and making like spider webs and like demon summoning circles and stuff. I don't even know how to explain it. The first time you see it, it's actually kind of crazy. I can't believe we still haven't got a Soj. After all this gambling, still no Soj. I just want a stone ring of Jordan. If it's okay, give me a Jordan. I need a stone ring of Jordan. Just one stone ring, please. I need a stone ring of Jordan. If you don't give me a stone ring of Jordan. I know, they know I want it, so they're not giving it to me. That's what it is. It's one of those things where they're like, ah, he wants it way too bad. We're not going to give him nothing. And so they don't, and then I cry. Alright, you guys ready to see the gold? Sparkly. It's so sparkly. So much gold. Sparkle, sparkle. We need to add more to that. That's not enough. Hey, Fred E. Thanks for the frickin' membership, man. I really appreciate it. Unique GGM mentor. Man, is that one of the higher tiers? Congratulations. Now you got all the emotes. I think there's like a discount code in there for the store. If you want to get yourself some sweet merch, like a Harlequin Crest beanie. A beanie. I don't even know what Cody's doing with his life. He's been asleep for like many hours. Boy, I just want a Soj. I just want a little Soj. It's not a big deal. Just give me one Soj. I just need a little Soj. A tiny little Soj. Just a little baby Soj. This is my only hobby. It might piss off your wife, but I really enjoy your channel. I mean, your wife is probably going to get angry about silly stuff anyway. Might as well be about something that you enjoy. You guys ever see that like heartbreaking video about the guy that opened up to his wife and his wife just like shut him down? That drink made me sad. He was like sitting there in a on the porch, and he was just kind of contemplating life, and his wife came out like recording him. I don't know why she was recording him, for whatever reason. And he had this spool of wire in his hand, and he looked very serious about it. And so she asked him about it, and he was stupid enough to answer. And he starts talking about this spool of wire, and he's like, He's like, he's like, I've had this spool of wire for like 40 years. He goes, and it used to be this big, and he holds out his hands, and he's like, I never thought it would really run out, and he goes, and now here it is, it's almost out, and he's sitting there like telling her that this spool of wire kind of represented his life, and he didn't even realize it until he saw it, and then like he remembered how long ago it was that he purchased this spool of wire. And that, like, it almost, it hit him really hard that this spool of wire kind of represented, like, how much life he had left, basically. That, like, he had burned away a large amount of his life over a long period of time. And in the process, the spool of wire diminished right along with him. And boy, she blew him off. He freaking bore his soul to her, and she just blew him right off. Made some stupid comment about his hat. Like, completely missed the point of what he was saying, and I'm like, oh my god. I was like, this boy's having a midlife crisis, and his wife don't even care. That's a pretty interesting rank. Cold res, lightning res, attack rating, faster cast. It's only level 16. It's kind of snazzy. Men have emotions. We do. Unfortunately, when we show those emotions to women, they usually almost always just simply use it against us later. Here's a weakness to screw the turn to put to the screw. Unfortunately, it's the truth. Women be like, why don't you open up more and tell me about yourself? But like, well, last time I told you about myself, you completely screwed me over and told everyone I loved about it and got me in trouble with my parents. And I'm 40 years old and somehow I'm still in trouble with my parents. Thank you very much. Oh, and also feels like you stuck a red hot poker in my back, so that's great. Yay! That's why we keep it to ourselves and bury it deep down. You want to find it? Get a treasure chest. Get a shovel and go digging. It's such a almost good ring, but not quite. Heck, I look back and I'm like, holy crap. You know how many videos I have? Like, do you guys really know how many videos I have? Some of you may, because I may have said it on stream, but like, I've got so many videos. I've got over 3,400 videos on my YouTube channel. 3,400 videos. I think I've poured the better part of like 4 years into this channel. Just like pure dedication. And now that I'm standing on top of a mountain of content, larger than anything I've ever created before, I look back and I'm like, holy crap, I did that? So I kind of get it. I kind of get the whole like wire spool thing, especially if you used it for work on a regular basis and was slowly diminishing the wire over a long period of time. I like making videos for my channel though. You know, in the grand scheme of things, like every video I make is just another like infinite piece of content that just sits up there for everybody to find. Like 40 years from now, 50 years from now, I guarantee you some kid's gonna pull out his daddy's old laptop or something, or his mega computer, and he's gonna find Diablo 2 Resurrected, and he's gonna Google search Diablo 2 Resurrected stuff, and he's gonna find my videos. And 40 years from now, some little kid's gonna be like, "Hello, guys and girls, and welcome to another episode of Unique Items." I'll be dead by then. Bow. But I will have contributed to some Diablo 2 content. I know Act 2 markets prayer synergies with meditation and cleansing. Show Act 3 mercs work. What? What do you want to know about Act 3 mercs? I've got a video on Act 3 mercs if you need it. I think a lot of the D2R mods are just cheating with extra steps. They make too many changes. I think a lot of them are just seeking to make the game easier, which is the weirdest thing in the world, because Diablo 2 Resurrected Diablo 2 has never been overly difficult. I don't know why everybody always wants to make the game easier. I mean, everything from adding a charm inventory, which is just straight up cheating, to making it super duper easy to find burr runes, jaw runes, cham runes, sod runes. I watched somebody playing one of the mods. I can't remember which one it was. I think it was like one of those newer ones, like D2R Reimagined. I think it was Reimagined. I was watching the guy play, and like he did like a couple Countess runs. It wasn't even that many Countess runs. The boy walked away with like a burr rune, a jaw rune, like a cham rune, a zod rune, a griffin's eye diadem, and like a Astrion's iron ward. And he only did like 20 Countess runs, and I'm just like, holy Jesus. I was like, you might as well just hero edit yourself in the items at that point. I mean, you basically just took away like the entire purpose of playing the game. Let's just give everybody everything. Completely ruin any point of actually playing. I mean, if you can find all that from a couple Countess runs, I mean, what the hell are you going to find if you actually do some serious magic finding? There was another mod somebody did where they took away all the immunities, and I'm like, why are we taking away the immunities? I mean, the entire game is balanced around the immunities. Like, what's the point of that? I mean, like, I get some of the stuff that they're trying to do, but I feel like they just don't know enough about the game to really make a good mod. I tried the Reimagined mod and picked up 1,500 runes in 3 months. I mean, that's not really that big of a deal as long as they're like low runes. You know, like Am, Ral, Tyr, Tal, Soul, you know, etc. Like, those are fine. Like, I'd find 1,500 of those in like 3 months easy, but we're not talking about those, are we? We're talking about like high runes and like mid runes is what you were finding. Yep, found my 7th Griffin diadem today. Only been playing for 2 days. And then, like, I've played some of the other mods, and I feel like they're just straight up cheating. I don't know, like PD2, like some of the stuff they let you do in PD2 is just, I don't. I mean, it's kind of cool from a perspective of to see it like happen, but then like to actually go play it, you just feel like you're cheating. Like I don't know. I've done a lot of mods over the years. I've done tons of mods. So like, don't get me wrong. Like, because it kind of sounds like I'm coming off as like really anti-mod-ish. But like back in the day, I used to mod the crap out of Skyrim, like to the point of oblivion. No pun intended. And like literally, I would mod games like Fallout and Fallout 4 and all sorts of stuff. Like, I mean, just crazy levels of mods. Like never ending. Always adding a new mod and like crashing the game somehow and having to like go through the process of figuring out which one was crashing the game. And one of the things I learned from that experience, which was very simple, is that like there is a very fine line between a modification of a game and something that is essentially just cheating. And unfortunately, when it comes to the mod community, like there's really not a fine line in the sand for you to follow. Like, you really have to understand what it is that you're doing and whether or not it is considered cheating. Like, take for instance what I'm doing right now. Like, I have the ability to give myself infinite gold through a, like, mechanic within the game that I am exploiting. That mechanic gives me, like, 25,000 gold every single time I sell one specific stiletto to the shop. And so all I'm really doing with this is just allowing myself a little bit of freeness to just use that to my advantage. Like I've obtained it, and so now that I've obtained it, I'm allowing myself the ability to do this. But if I hadn't obtained that, I wouldn't allow myself the ability to do it. If I didn't have a way to obtain infinite gold within this game in a very simple manner that I could repeat on a regular basis, then what I'm doing would be completely cheating. But what I'm doing right now is not cheating because I do have a way to get infinite gold. This just allows me to do it a little bit less annoyingly, which I'm perfectly fine with. And I still haven't gotten my frickin' sword. Tell me, is the level of monsters eyes up if I gain a level? No. This game is not set up like that. The level of the monsters is determined by the level of the area carnage. So the area level is the most important governing factor there. If you search Diablo 2 Resurrected A level, area level, you'll get a list of all of the areas and what their levels are. And you'll know exactly what level monsters you are fighting. Unless you're in a terror zone, and then the terror zone does change the monster level because it's a terror zone. But that's neither here nor there. I mean, unless you're in a terror zone, it doesn't matter. Yeah, so if you pull up a list, just type in like D2R area level. And you'll find a couple lists, and it will basically just list all the area levels for you. So like for instance, if you are currently in Rocky Waste in Nightmare difficulty, the monster level starts at 43. Champions go up by 1, I believe, or is it 2? I can't remember. And elites go up by 1 more than that. So for instance, if you find an elite, it would be like level 45 in this particular zone. The regular monsters would be like level 43, and the champions would be like level 44, and so forth and so on. And you can look at all of the various area levels right here. I'll link that for you. Boom, 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 boom.
As you level up? No, the monsters do not gain anything as you level up. This also means that if you go to an area where the monsters are much higher level than you, that they stay much higher level than you. And they will kick your booty cheeks right into the wall. Do you want them to kick your booty cheeks right into the wall? Because they will kick your booty cheeks right into the wall. If that's what you're looking for, just look up on the list an area level that's much higher level than your level. And then you don't need to wonder about what it's like to get your booty cheeks clapped, because they will activate the Clappinator 5000 and get to work. I still can't believe I have not found a Soj. How much gambling have I done? My stream tomorrow is literally just going to say, like, Soj or bust. And I'm just going to sit here and gamble Sojes for, like, 73 hours. Who's joining me for the Soj or bust stream? Friday night Soj or bust. I can't believe how poor my luck is. Like, how can I have not found one by now? Like, what the hell is this? Am I just, like, homeless Joe or something? Welcome to the Homeless Joe. We've got tons of games. That gold pile is getting even bigger. It's kind of lame. Wonder how big the gold pile is now. We haven't checked it in a while. It should be spreading even further around the edges of the map at this point. Starting, you know, it starts acting weird when it starts getting tendrils. Like it's some sort of 3% mana leech with 116 mana. Holy crap! I'll take that. Alright, let's go see what the gold pile looks like now. Alright, it's starting to get tendrils. You see the tendrils? So this is where the tendrils start to come in. So like it starts to get these like weird little things and it starts to like spiral outwards in these weird little tendrils. We're getting to the tendrils, boys. One little Soji, two little Soji, give me a Soji, just one Soj. 10% faster cast with 30% cold and 29% fire. That is very good. That is a really nice FCR ring. I certainly ain't mad about that. Dual reses, both of them 30% with FCR. Solid! One of them's fire too. That's like really good. Especially considering that Spirit has no fire res. So like whenever you put on Spirits, you always need a little bit of extra fire res. Because the fire res part of that calculation isn't covered by the shield. You know, which is a little unfortunate, but if you have a ring like that, you don't gotta worry about it. Get you that FCR and the fire res that you want. I can hear the tendrils forming. Oh, I accidentally bought an amulet. No. 2 to summoning druid.
Oh, I just wanna get a soul, just one little teeny soul. I am currently level 45. DFOS. I just want a little teeny soul. You can just give me a little teeny soul. I just need a little teeny soul. Just a little itty bitty tiny weeny soul. It can go on my pinky, I don't care. Doesn't have to go on my derriere. One little tiny itty bitty soul. That's all I need, just a tiny little soul. Little baby, 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 baby soldier. Just need a little baby, baby soldier. Come on back, baby, baby soldier. Give me that baby soldier. I just need a baby soldier, a little baby, baby, baby soldier. I just need a baby, baby, baby soldier. Stuck on Nightmare Ancients, even though I have Guardian Angel, though I can't equip my Merc, nor I have Crushing. Ah, Nightmare Ancients. Sounds like you need to smite them to death. Time to break out your Holy Shield, your Crushing Blow equipment, and you need to just smite the ever-loving crap out of them. 1, 2, 1, 2. Smite, 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 smite. Gotta smite, 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 smite. Keep on smiting, don't stop smiting. Smite, 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 smite. Smite, 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 smite. Smite, 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 smite. I appreciate the donation, by the way, Balthazar. I can give you some tips for Ancients, and there's a lot of various things that you can potentially do. So first off, before you start the fight, you can drop a bunch of potions all around the arena. I usually recommend dropping a bunch of potions around the arena. It helps out a lot. I usually do like 4 different piles, like in the corners. Number 2, another thing you can do in Ancients is you can separate the Ancients out, and you can get a large amount of like coverage by just simply forcing them away from each other. So how you do this is you basically just run to the edges of the map and you have them chase you. And a lot of the times they'll get stuck on little things and you'll only have like one of them chase you across the map. If it doesn't work, you just rinse and repeat it over and over again until you can get them separated from each other. For Crushing Blow, an easy recipe that you can use is black, which you should have the runes for black. Black requires a 3-socket mace, and it's only Thul IO Nef. It's really cheap, and it has like 50% Crushing Blow on it. It's really good. It's also got some speed on it and some various other things. It's a pretty decent item. No Thul. So Thul can be transmuted up to, and so can Nef. So if we pull up the list of runes... If you have 3 tiers, you can make 1 Nef. You can also transmute up from Elds to Tier, and then you can transmute up from Tiers to Nef. Thul rune is Orts, so if you have 3 Ort runes, you can transmute up to a Thul. You can also take 3 Ral runes and transmute up to a Ort, and then use those Orts to transmute up to a Thul. So you can very easily transmute up there. Everything in the list goes up to the next thing in the list. So L runes go to Eld, Eld goes to Tier, Tier goes to Nef, Nef goes to Eth, Eth goes to Ith, Eth goes to Tal, Ral goes to Ort, and Ort goes to Thul. So you can very easily transmute up some of your runes to reach what you need for the rune word. Once you have your black, you should have plenty of Crushing Blows so you can make it work. Crushing Blow isn't the only way you get damage from Smite. You also get damage from Smite from your Holy Shield, a pretty massive amount of it. Make sure you have your Holy Shield cast and your Holy Shield leveled up about as high as you can get it, because that's going to be a huge amount of damage added to your shield. And Goblin Toe, yes, Goblin Toe will help as well. You can use Goblin Toe, that's a nice little bonus amount of crushing blow. You can also go shop yourself a life tap wand. So life tap gives you a basically lifesteal with smite. It allows you to lifesteal with smite. You can actually shop those from the store. They're not really that expensive. You just run in and out until you get yourself a life tap wand. If you life tap the boss, you can, or the ancients, you can very easily kill them with just by casting life tap on them and smiting them forever. So you just go in here and you look at the wands, and you just need to find one that has life tap procs on it. If you don't have a wand that's in there that has life tap on it, then all you need to do is you just need to leave, come back in, and just rinse and repeat until you do get a life tap wand. Life tap is extraordinarily useful for smiters because it's one of the only ways that you can life leech while you're smiting. And you just got to keep doing this repeatedly until you find one. You can also find them as you're leveling. Life tap also appears on other things too, so it's not just wands. But wands tend to be one of the easiest places to get the life tap wand from. And this one has life tap charges right here, so we've got level 2 life tap charges. And there you go. So that's a life tap wand. And then once you have the life tap wand, you just throw that on, and you just life tap the monsters, and then you swap back to your other weapon set. So you don't keep it on, obviously. You just use it to cast the life tap ability, and then you swap back. Super useful to have these on hand, specifically for, you know, like dishing out large amounts of damage to really high, you know, like dangerous targets. Life tap wands, you're probably going to end up needing a life tap wand until you get something to make life tap like happen automatically. Like Drax, life tap happens automatically. You can get various other things like Exile and Last Wish will make life tap happen automatically. But like for the most part, when it comes to life tap, it's one of the easiest ways to keep yourself alive while you're dishing out damage to the enemy. So between the crushing blow, the black, the goblin toes that you're throwing on, and the life tap wand, you should be able to very easily get past them. If they roll with physical immunity, just cast a portal and respawn them. Their modifiers are randomized every single time they're spawned. So if you want to just simply, you know, change the rules, essentially, you just respawn them. So just use your portal and then click on the podium again, and they will respawn with different modifiers. That way, if you get like a bunch of them with physical immunity and you can't kill them because, of course, smite can't do any damage if your monster's physically immune, this way you can bypass that physical immunity by just simply randomizing their effects again. It's one of the easiest ways to deal with all the random effects on the ancients. I tend not to do it because I like to get past them one way or another. I like to like challenge myself. But it's definitely one of the easiest ways to deal with some of the crazy mods that you get on the ancients. What's up, Keith? How's it going? Did I see what you said about the guy joining your game talking taking my Griffin's drop? Somebody told you stole your Griffin's drop? It's terrible. See, now that's something to get mad about. Challenge yourself with no CB. I mean, if you've got Holy Shield, you should be able to do a pretty good amount of damage. No gold colored items. Bum 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 da na 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 na. Bananas, bananas for days. We got the bananas, bananas that pays. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm losing my mind. I've been streaming for 9 hours and it's 5 a.m. in the morning. I've been up all night and I'm pretty sure I lost my mind 7 hours ago. My brain is broken. It's broken, broken. My brain is broken. I got that broken brain. I need my brain fixed at the brain shop, but they don't got no more room for my hop. I need my brain fixed at the brain shop. I'm afraid to go downstairs or I'll get yelled at. Because I'll end up waking somebody up. I don't want to get yelled at. I don't want to be yelled at no more. I don't want to be out the door. Can I make a song about flapjacks? Pancakes, pancakes, flap 'em jacks, pancakes. Doesn't matter what you call 'em, pancakes, flapjacks. Got the maple syrup, pour it on hot. Got the butter, gonna put it on top. Gonna get some pancakes, son, 'cause we got to go and get them huns. Put 'em on the plate, stack 'em real high. Gonna get myself to the eye till I can't see over no more, and then I'm gonna eat 'em out the door. Pancakes, pancakes, look at my stack. It goes all the way to my heart attack. Butter and icing and some syrup too. Gonna eat everything in front of you. Crispy edges. Crispy edges. Gotta have the crispy edges on my pancakes. If you don't, I'm gonna get the quakes. So, yeah, baby. I like them crispy edges. Oh, yeah, honey. They're so good. Pancakes, pancakes. Cody is jealous. He said, I want some pancakes too. Don't be singing about some pancakes, yo. You're making me hungry and I need some too. Pancakes, pancakes, flapjacks too. Gonna get some pancakes, some flapjacks for you. Flapjacks, flapjacks, gonna take 'em back. 'Cause you don't get no flapjacks, son. Not off the rack. Pancakes, pancakes, they are mine. You can't have them with the brine. I'm gonna put some pickles on yours. 'Cause you're rude and you're out the door. There. Your stupid pancake song. I've sung it. Pancakes, pancakes, so delish. Put them on my big old dish. Maple syrup from a can. Probably harvested by a man in a big old lumberjack shirt. Got that flannel, man, it hurts. Squeerums, 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 squeerums everywhere. Squeerums, 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 squeerums in your hair. Licking all the maple syrup off of you, 'cause you got a messy head. Tried to steal my syrup. Tried to steal my pancakes. Oh my lord, you asking for a lot. Bop, 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 bop. Alright, what's next? Pancakes, pancakes. I like that song. That's a good song. Pancakes, pancakes, flapjacks too. Come on down and take a poo. Make some room for all of these pancakes, 'cause we're going to make 'em all. How big has my pile of gold gotten? Is a big pile. Is a big pile. There's like random piles outside of the pile. I don't know what's going on. It's time to go pick them all up. You ready? Whee! Boom. Infinite gold. Waffles, waffles everywhere. Waffles are superior with their gridded pattern. Waffles are the best. Pancakes suck. Pancakes suck. Waffles are the best and pancakes suck. Crispy edges and their luck holds that syrup really good. Doesn't let it fall off the plate. Pancakes suck and flapjacks too, 'cause they waffles do so much better to hold the butter and the syrup on the pancake. It is good. Waffles. I'm making myself hungry. I need waffles and pancakes now. Who's making me waffles and pancakes? I need waffles and pancakes, guys. Cody, you want some waffles and pancakes too? How about with extra bacon? Extra bacon? Extra bacon? Yeah, extra bacon. Okay, he said extra bacon. We want extra bacon, both of us. And some eggs. A little bit of salt and pepper. Little bit of salt and pepper on my eggs. Cook 'em up really nice with your legs. I don't really know that rhymed okay, so I did my best and I made it work. I'm not gonna twerk. What about hash browns? Hash browns are so delicious as long as you cook 'em in the dish. Don't you serve 'em up raw, or I'll throw up in your paw. Hash browns are so freaking good. Gotta cook 'em under the hood. Crispy, nice, and delicious brown. Little bit of salt and turn 'em down. Crunchy, crunchy hash browns good. Like them crunchy hash browns, yeah. Got a little meat in the center, right? Cook them absolutely perfect. A man once cooked me hash browns and they weren't done. Still chewy on the inside and raw and wriggling. That man never made it out of the restaurant that day. I buried him in the backyard under a stack of hay. So always be aware, my friends and my family. Raw hash browns aren't tolerated. In this neck of the woods. All you have to do to fix underdone hash browns is put a bowl over them on the flat top when you flip them. Underdone hash browns suck. They taste like dirty trucks. And they have the texture of a worm wiggling around in your mouth. Smells like ugly. Cody said it's time to go, and he wants to go pepper doodles. And he said it's not. He said I gotta go pepper doodles right now, and you're not letting me do the pepper doodles. He said I need doodles stacked. Crescent Moon. Crescent Moon tends to be really good early on in a ladder start, just simply because it has such a huge amount of mana leech and fixes like most of your mana problems. Like freezing arrows on, when I played my freezing arrows on ladder, the one that I got to level 99, I was actually using Crescent Moon on that character for quite some time until I replaced it with a better amulet. I don't think Crescent Moon really has much use as like a permanent best in slot piece of equipment. But without a doubt, it's one of the better amulets for just like makeshift mana fixing problems early on in the game. Finally found a life tap wand, only 300k. That's no big deal. You got infinite gold, don't you, Balthazar? Infinite gold, hold infinite gold. Pick up that wand, fold 300k, yo, 300,000 gold, everything you got. Stick it in the money pot, hot. 4k, you need to get yourself a better efficiency item. Come on. Slow infinite. Slow infinite, not fast infinite. Okay. I mean, it's still infinite, so technically it's still pretty good, but... Infinite. What's trash? If you would be so freaking kind, give me a soldier, it would be mine. I just need a soldier and I cannot get one. Sucks real bad cause I wanna punch myself in the face for even doing this. Oh, just a Soj, that's all I said. It's been like hours of gambling and I'm hitting my head. This is really stupid. I just need a Soj. Why is it so hard to get one freaking Soj? This is so stupid, so freaking dumb. No Sojas for me, I'm a drinking a rum. Cody, I need you to focus your thoughts on a stone of Jordan ring, okay? Focus, use brain on it. Just Imagine the ring. Alright? I need you to imagine it in your little doggy mind. Send the thoughts to the computer. Okay? And inject the ring into the mechanism. I believe in you. You can do it. I trust in the dogums. You have the power. You bringing me the good luck alligator? Okay, we got the good luck alligator for this one. Hold on, I gotta use the good luck alligator. Hold on. Don't get mad at me. You just gave me the good luck alligator. I'm just using them. Okay. All right. He said this not okay. He said you got my alligator. Okay, take him. Take him. Go ahead. Get his alligator. He said, "Give me that. That's mine." So don't be touching my alligator. That's my alligator, not yours, and you can't have it. And don't be using up his luckums either. It's my luckums. I use that on snacks. Using it on snackums. Why you look so cute? You being a cutie? Stop being a cutie booty. He said, "But I am a cutie tootie. I can't help that. So I can't turn off the cuteness. That's not allowed. Can't do that. Show me your teeths. Cody, show me your teeths." He said, "No, don't want to show you my teethums." Oh my god, I've been gambling so many rings. I'm gonna fall asleep, guys. I'm tired. I'm gonna go night-night. I'm gonna go night-night, guys. Cody, time to go night-night. Cody, let go night-night. You ready to go night-night? Cause I don't want to go night-night. He said, "Don't want to be a night-night. Want to be a dancer." I'm able to just miss this ring. Like, I'm just... Did I already sell a Soj? Not paying attention. One life ring? Really? A tri-res ring with life. 21 cold, 29 lightning, 10 fire, 19 life. Tri-res ring. Little bit of resist down sales. A little bit of res. That's a dual leech. A dual leech with res and AR? Hell yeah. Dooley leech 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 dooley leech leech poo dooley leech 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 dooley leech leech poo leech 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 leech. Why is this so freaking hard to find one little Sojin bar? Gonna get this Soj, my friend, but it doesn't drop in the end. I don't know what to tell y'all, yo. It doesn't drop, no. I've been a gambling for like 17 years, ho, and I can't find it. It ain't coming out. It's like a turtle dog and bird in a bird round. Turtle dog and turtle dog and turtle dog and turd. Turtle dog and turtle dog, turtle dog and turtle dog and say turtle dog and turd 5 times fast. God dang. That one's hard. Turtle dog and turd. Turtle dog and turtle dog and turtle dog and turd. Turtle dog and turtle dog and turd. Turtle dog and turtle dog and turtle dog and turtle dog. That's what that is. Turtle dog and turtle dog. Turtle blah 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 blah. Why is that one so hard? Turtle dog and turtle dog and turtle dog and turd. Turtle dog and turtle dog and turtle dog. Blah 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 blah. Peter piped a peck of pickled peppers. How many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick? How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. Say it sounds fast. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. But a woodchuck can chuck wood, so a woodchuck can chuck wood. How much wood could a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood? A woodchuck would chuck as much wood as a woodchuck could chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood. The one that I could never do was Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. That one's hard. I don't care what you guys say. That one's hard. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. Sally sells seashells by the seashore. By the seashore. It's a seashore. See, I got it wrong. Oh, stupid thing. I can't believe you will not give me one little ring. It's not even that big of a deal. I could make 70s. I have 70,070 city too. But you will not give me a one little ring. I just want one ring. Just give me one little ring. I'm going to sacrifice the ring to the gods and go kill an Uber Diablo anyway. So, like, I don't understand why you won't just let me have one ring. I just need one little ring. Just one little ring. Please give me one little ring. Is it 6 o'clock yet? Boop, 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 boop. What base would I recommend for the Harmony rune word? I have a good Ashwood bow. I found my +3 skills. I mean, if you're going with a like elemental damage attack, the physical damage of the bow really doesn't matter all that much. You generally want speed over damage. If you're going with a physical damage attack like guided arrow or multi-shot or strafe, then the physical damage does matter, and in that case you want to go with a higher physical damage bow. So elemental damage, it's speed, and physical damage, it's your damage output specifically. So for instance, when it comes to like the Grand Matron bow versus the Matriarchal bow, the Grand Matron bow base is the damage base, and the Matriarchal bow base is the speed base. So I can't remember which one what did you say you had? The Ashwood bow? I'd have to like look and see. I don't remember which one the Ashwood bow is. I know it's not the elite base, but I can't remember which one it's below for some reason. Let me look it up real quick. Okay, well if it's the exceptional version, it looks like you've got the fast bow,
So you have the one that's fast, and not the one that does high damage, which is very good for like a, elemental damage setup. Ceremonial would be the damage one. One little Soji, one little Soj. Cody, pray for a Soj, okay? Are you ready? Cody said, I heard the word ready, and I was always ready to do stuff. Cody, I don't know if he's ready. Are you ready? Cody said, I am always ready though. I am ready to go. Ready to see, ready to play, ready to poop-a-doos, ready to do stuff. Are yous ready though? That's the question. He said, I still see you buying them stupid rings, and you's not paying attention to me. Cody, would you like a beefum stick? Does Cody wants a beefum stick? Does him like a beefum sticks? I don't know if you like beefum sticks. I'm not sure. Are you a beefum stick kind of a person? Do you like beefum sticks? Is them good? Do you want one? You gotta come up here if you want a beefum stick. Come on. You know the deal. You gotta make a public appearance, and you gotta say hello to everybody on the camera. You gotta say, you gotta wave. If you don't want the beefum stick, if you want this beefum stick, you gotta come up here. And you gotta say hello to everybody. He said, I like a beefum stick. He said, he's gonna get me that beefum stick. Oh no, the beefum stick, is that good? Did you even chew it? He said, Donald, don't tease me about the beefum sticks. He says, that's really good, and I like stems. Did you have a good nap? He's a good buddy. You want to go, you want to get some tacos? You want to go downstairs and see your mama? He said, let's go already. He said, you taking forever. Ding, 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 ding. People who fell asleep to the stream are going to have nightmares about gambling rings. Like, I just kept gambling, and I just kept gambling, and I just kept gambling rings, and I just never stopped, and I just ran out of money, and I borrowed money from my friend, and then I borrowed money from my friend's friends, and I never just could. I can't. So much gambling. I could never get a soda. I wouldn't drop the soda. I just wanted a soda. And then there was a dog, and his name was Kubus the Monster. Something, and he'd eat a beefum stick. Cody said, don't be talking about them beefum sticks. Rockabye gamblers in the treetop. Go back to sleep, 'cause we're not done. And pay me some ad revenue while you are sleeping. Just take your nap and go to bed. And dream a little dream of Sojas and Griffin's items raining from the sky into your hands. All unidentified, so you have to look and see which one is the best for your head. Grass carrot. Gratty booty butts. Grassy booty butts.
Grassy, grassy booty butt. Grassy, grassy booty, 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 booty butt. Grassy booty butt. Booty, booty, booty butt. Grassy booty, booty butt. Booty, 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 booty butt. Butt. What's up, Jake Sanchez? Welcome to the all-nighter stream of many hour and insanity. We're already like 9.5 hours into the stream, and I am mildly insane, you know? Like, no big deal, just mildly. Just a little bit. Just a little bit insane. Cody said, I got to go. He said, I got a poopa-doo, yo. Let me out so I can go. Peep-a-doo, papa-doo, poopa-doo, yo. I'm afraid I am going to have to go here in a little bit. I don't really want to, but sleep is nice. I do like that. I do like sleep. Cody likes sleep too. He's a cuddle bug. Cody's a cuddle bug. He rolls upside down and just like sleeps with his legs in the air. That's right. I'm telling your whole story of life and love and everything. And chocolate monsters. Cody said, I gotta go papa-doo, and I'm about to poop-a-doo right on your bed, and you're not going, I'm gonna poop right here on the floor, and you're gonna get a tinkum. Why don't you go say hello to the Chinchillas before we leave? Go say goodbye to the Chinchillas. Miss Gojo is gonna miss you, because Miss Gojo loves you. She said you're her big hulking doggo friend. And she said she's not scared of you. And she's bite your nose if you's mean. Cody does this thing, and I can't explain it. I can only do it. Like, and it always cracks me up whenever I see him doing it. If I stare at him for whatever reason, like he stares back at me, but he always has this like really weird like head movement that I barely notice at first. Like if I'm staring at him, like pretend I'm him, like he does this. And his head just keeps going back like ever so slowly until eventually he's looking at me at like the bottom of his eye slits, and I don't know why he does it. And it just, and like the first time I noticed he was doing it, I was like, is he just like, is his head literally just going back as slowly as humanly possible? And then as soon as you look away, like he'll be back like this, and as soon as you look away, he like rights himself. But like if you're staring at him, he doesn't like, I don't know if he knows he's doing it, like, but his head just slowly starts cocking backwards as you're staring at him. And if you hold the gaze for a long period of time, it just keeps going back and it never stops. I'm staring at you. What you gonna do about it? I'm staring into your soul. They said, don't do that. That's not nice. Do that soul staring stuff. That's mean. So I don't want no soul starings.
Alright, this is the last one, last batch. I'm hopping off after this. I say that and I'll be like 3 more batches in. Why am I doing this? Ting, 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 ting. Come on, Soj. Soj, 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 Soj. No, Soj, no, Soj, 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 Soj. No, Soj, 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 Soj. Why? Why? Why can't you just do me this one little favor? Just this one little favor. Just this one little. Just give me the soul. Just give me the soul. Just give it to me already. Give it to me. You better be in there. Oh yeah, that's what you say too, Cody? Cody agrees. He said, roar. He said it better be. That's what he said. Or else. Ah. So much gold. Boop, boop, boop. Cody. If I have 1 beefum stick and you have 0 beefum sticks, I'm hungums and you is hungums. If I take the beefum stick and cut it in half and give you half a beefum stick and I give me half a beefum stick, does that sound fair? Cody said, I brought an alligator. How about that? 24 pots, barely killed 1. Did you use your life tap one? Life tap should keep you alive permanently. But hey, killed 1 is better than killed none. Alright, guys and gals, I gotta take Cody out to go peppa-doo-dos. Peepaws-doo-dos. And I will see you guys tomorrow. I've been streaming for like 9.5 hours. I appreciate all the donations. Thank you, Balthazar, for all the support. And all the people who signed up for memberships and Prime subs and stuff. I really appreciate that too. And a big shout out to, what was his name? I am not the best with names, but it's on the list. Gymnasium. Big shout out to Gymnasium for the raid with 106 people earlier today. I really appreciate that too. As always, be sure to hit that like button and the subscribe button if you enjoy the content. For those of you who hopped over in on Twitch from the Gymnasium raid, be sure to check out my YouTube channel. I've got like literally thousands of videos. And I'm sure you'll find something that you're interested in. And I usually respond to comments, so if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And as always, keep watching.